it
chamber.
disperses evenly throughout the entire container. So gravity
I'm not
didn't
going to take
affect-
your word for that.
Gravity
I would
didn't
need to
affect
see
it.
something.
Hold on.
Gravity-
Hold on.
Holy cow, dude.
Sonny. Have you ever pumped
Sonny,
up a tyre before? Ever pumped up a tyre? Put air into
Yeah.
a ball? Cool. So you understand that the gas inside that container is pressing equally in all directions on the container, right? The gas is moving in all directions, right? Yes.
Yep.
Good. You understand that you make the claim that gravity makes everything go down, but we just have to point out gas behaviour which moves randomly in all directions. So not everything goes down. It's quite simple.
So all you have to do is change the medium that's surrounding whatever you're talking about, and
Y'all not believe in the atmosphere?
it will overcome your force, your pseudo force of gravity. So you put a beach ball underwater, it doesn't go down, it goes up. Then you go on the beach and you drop the beach ball, it goes down to the sand. So where's gravity? Why it doesn't make any sense at all, your gravity. So there's no proof.
Wait, what was that? What was that point?
You have a beach ball, you hold it under the water, it goes up. Yeah, and then when you're in the air
in
on
it.
the beach,
Because the air is less dense than the water. Or
yeah, but does the ball itself weigh more than the air?
I don't know. I don't make beach balls. I would assume probably not.
Yeah.
That's how we have. That's how we have air balloons. Heated air pushes up because it's less dense.
Yeah, but
so there you go.
If you drop the beach ball,
Still
and it has
affected
no
by
air
gravity.
in it,
I mean, you take away that hot air, gravity's gonna.
No, bro. Listen.
It's gonna overcome that hot air.
You are acknowledging.
It's gonna drag it back down.
You are acknowledging all of this phenomena is happening. That's totally fine. Nobody's denying all of the phenomena that we observe and they can demonstrate, right? Like different densities in different mediums, right? But the thing is, you are taking the stuff that happening in reality and saying that is being caused by something that is being described in a fantasy. You think that the warping and bending of space time. Remember the globe thing that you need. You're saying that we have a globe because we have gravity. You don't have the globe in the first place, right? You don't have the water on the outside of it either. And now you're saying that this gravity that is causing the globe, that is what's causing the phenomena that you observe in reality. So you're just bringing things from the story that you don't even know what it means and how it works, and saying that it's causing things in reality.
You can't just say I don't know how it works. I literally just fucking whatever. But I want to bring
but listen, because you listen. All of the other variables that you can take into account and demonstrate in reality and manipulate the medium, the density of the objects, all of those things, right, are in place, and you acknowledge that. Nobody's denying that. But then you're saying that the cause of that is some other idea that you cannot demonstrate. It's only in writings in a cartoon.
I also want to talk about that thing that Flat Hulu just posted. There is not a single source here. What the hell is Neo-Human Eve? I would not even. Who's actually trusting something called Neo-Human Eve? But that's not important. I just want to tell y'all sources. Let's check some sources. Anyways,
listen, bro.
Going back to the map
you
thing.
know another thing. You know another thing that you're missing to have all of these phenomena that you're observing, even the gas pressure, right? That you spoke about with the other guy. That the gases are going omnidirectionally to all directions, right? To have that gas pressure that you breathe in the air, and you ask the atmosphere, right? The atmosphere is a contradiction of terms because gases have no shape.
Okay, cool, bro.
Atmos is air, right? And it's pressure. And to have that pressure in the first place, a container is required. And you don't have that in the globe either.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't have a container around the globe.
Yes, you. Yeah. There's ozones, atmospheres, biospheres. I mean, the world is just one giant fucking circle, no matter how you play. But let's not get into that. I want to ask a question about the. You know that
Just relax, dude. Just
Let's,
relax. And
Oh, I got my
let's get into
little
that.
slippers on. I'm relaxed as hell. But going back to the flat
Good. So
map, what
let's get
happens
into
when you
your
reach
claim.
the border?
Oh, he's off. He's off. He's off. Doesn't want to speak about the atmosphere anymore, and his misnomers that the atmosphere is containing itself because another layer of gas, the ozone layer, is containing the ones underneath in violation of natural law. He definitely doesn't want to go into that
Do
because
you
it
know
will
what
destroy his
natural law
space
is?
religion. Yeah, second law of thermodynamics. In this instance, a natural law is something that happens always. The opposite doesn't happen.
Mm.
So gas expansion into a vacuum is a natural law. Entropy, right?
How does that prove flat Earth, though?
Oh, it doesn't prove flat Earth. It takes away your space vacuum for the Earth to spin around in.
Okay, nice, cool.
You
Flat
got
Earth
right,
is proven
right
by the
over
fact
your head.
that we measure that the surface is flat. That's
cool.
That's the proof.
Yep, and awesome. I love that you guys measured that. Was it all of y'all? Nice. All right.
It's everybody. Sorry, it's everybody all the time. Do you know what horizontal is? It's a question. Do you know what horizontal is?
Don't think that I do.
All right, dude, I'm only asking you clarifying questions so I can move on. If you're going to be a pretty little shit, then you've got no point being in this conversation. Do you know what horizontal is when I say it? Do you know what that means?
Yes, I know what horizontal means. I know what vertical means. You know, I'm not a fucking idiot.
Good, good. So you're not an idiot then, no problem. So you'll understand that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, correct? That's where we get horizontal from. Yes? Looking for
You ever
confirmation?
look at a picture of the beach?
Yeah, the horizon. You understand that if you were to hold a glass of water up, it would be parallel to the plane of the horizon. You understand this, right?
The Earth is so big that
Okay,
it would
good.
look pretty horizontal.
Yeah. Okay, good. You understand that the horizon is where the surface of the water when you're at the beach appears to meet the sky, correct?
Repeat that again.
You understand that the horizon is where the surface of the water when you're at the beach appears to meet the sky, correct?
Yeah. Sure.
Good. Water is a horizontal reference datum. Elevation and depth are taken from mean sea level. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. We measure the water to be a leveling tool. That's why I brought up horizontals and all horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon. That's the surface of the water, which is the surface of the earth. The earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as horizontal. We all measure this when we're doing construction. We all measure this when we're doing navigation, aviation, cartography, and map making. You want to build something, you're going to level yourself with the world. Level being horizontal, a straight line from left to right. So, for in all practical purposes, over all distances, the Earth is measurably flat.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Would you like me to give you another example?
The world is so huge.
Okay.
That of course it's not going to be turned into, like, you're not going to be able to see a curve, or at least not a huge curve, because the Earth is so big.
How big is it? How big is it?
I don't fucking know. It's huge, dude.
Well,
Yeah,
why would you?
you'd be an
why would you
idiot
say it's
to
so
say
big?
the Earth is
Excuse
not
me.
big.
Excuse me. Excuse me. How big is it?
Okay?
He doesn't know.
I'm being
Do you know how
specific. He
big
has
the
no
Earth
clue.
is? Did you know
Yeah,
that
I
was
know what the purported size
3,963
of
miles?
2,959 miles.
2,959 miles. Did you search that up, or is that something? Where did we get that
3,000.
from?
That's been the claim since the beginning, my friend.
3,963. I thought you said 2,000.
No. It's because you're not listening. You like to talk. You like to ignore people. You ask questions. You don't listen for the answer.
You're
not listening at all because you would respond if people said things to you. You don't respond. You go, yeah, okay. And then you move on to the next topic.
Responding, dude.
Terrific. So how did they get that size?
What? Of the Earth?
That biggie Earth that you just claimed with the radius that you just gave me. How did they get that?
fucking measurements, dude.
Oh, measurements. So
Oh.
what did they measure?
The fucking Earth. I don't know. How did you get your measurements? I mean, it's
Listen,
kind of just
Jedi just explained to you how horizontal lines are used practically in everything we do across the surface or across the waters. And this is something that is you can verify yourself. And you said nah, and replying to something that you don't know anything about, the size of the Earth, the curvature, you don't know anything about it. You denied everything that is used in practicality just by something that you have no knowledge about.
comparing the sun's relative position at two different locations on the Earth's surface.
Google
Oh,
Earth.
so you're going with Eratosthenes.
The Earth isn't flat. The Earth is round.
Got another preacher in. What's up, bro?
What's good? The
Hey,
Earth
buddy,
isn't flat.
the round guy. Hey, is round?
Yes, it's very.
You mean like
round.
a round table?
Shit, no, it's not like the round table pizza place, but like it's round. Because if we go look at the Earth video, we see that one girl representing it. That's Earth herself, and she has like big boobs, so like therefore she's round.
Oh my God, your mama.
My mama.
Your mama
Oh,
got
no,
big
I'm
those? Damn.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh heavens no! What the fuck? Why would I talk about my?
What happens when you reach
Your
the end of the
mama-
Earth, though?
Your mama's so dumb that she stirs to the juice.
All right, so Bushhead, measuring elevation angles to
Go
two
ahead.
places on Earth. Right, so you're still using flat Earth to make a ball, a sphere. How does that work?
The Earth doesn't have to be flat for you to be on two sides.
Holy cow, that's not what I said.
But it sounded like, oh damn, I just fell over. That's kind of what it sounded like you said.
No, you brought up the claim that measuring the elevation angle to the sun at two different locations is how you get a sphere. But that's measuring the Earth flat. So
I
how
never
do you get
said
a sphere out of
elevation
measuring
angle.
the Earth flat? Okay, what do they measure? Shadows?
Comparing the sun's relative position at two different locations on the Earth's surface.
Okay,
Not
relative
elevation.
to what? Relative to what?
What do you mean relative to what? You can't just say relative to what.
I'm just asking you. You're reading out something
Relative to the
different
Earth.
locations. Oh, so what is the Earth in this scenario? It has to be a flat plane, then, doesn't
No,
it?
it doesn't.
Okay, so how would
It
you
doesn't have
measure
to be
two
flat.
Okay, no worries. Explain to me what they're measuring as far as the sun is concerned, and how they're measuring it to the Earth comparatively, and tell me what you come up with.
The sun's rays, two different locations. You know?
Rays? You mean like lines? Because rays don't actually exist.
Oh, okay. Nice. Cool. I'm glad we got that out of the way.
Same
The
thing every
sunlight doesn't
time.
reach us
Listen,
'cause sunlight's not real.
Listen. You don't even know what a ray is, do you?
A ray?
Yeah.
You can't. Oh.
A ray is a geometric concept, bro. It's mathematical.
A straight line. Oh,
straight line. Straight line.
Straight line.
But it's
Flat
abstract.
Earth? No, that's not. I know someone was going to bring that up.
Sorry, you're talking about measuring the sun at two locations. We're talking about the practical method of doing such.
Okay.
To describe, for example,
you can't just say everything is impractical.
Well, we're going to be. I didn't say impractical. I said practical. So what we are practically going to do when we practically measure the sun from two different locations, we're going to take a measurement, aren't we? Yes.
You know what the definition of practical is?
See, he's not listening.
Use every day.
Okay. Well,
good. So the practical measurement is an angle measurement to describe the sun's elevation above the horizon. For example, the sun is 45 degrees above the horizon. It is solar noon. The sun is 90 degrees above my head. You understand that these are angle measurements, right?
I want to say practical.
Yeah.
Does not mean every day.
I've got to start again. Do you know what an angle is?
Yes, I know.
Good. So you'll understand that that's the intersection of two straight sides and the measure of separation in degrees. 5 degrees, 45 degrees, 90 degrees, for example. You understand these are two straight sides, right? But we're talking about an elevation angle. That's taken upwards from an adjacent. That adjacent is the surface that the observer is standing on. As I've cited in the side chat, an altitude angle, sometimes referred to as a solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between the imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Please see the diagram in the side chat. You'll see a fucking triangle.
Which proves nothing.
No, it's a measurement of the sun above the earth.
Of course.
Angle measurement, which requires two straight sides. It's an elevation angle, which is an upward angle taken from an adjacent.
Okay. Well, nice opinion, I guess.
No, it's not an
Wait,
opinion.
hold on a second. Can I jump in for a hot second?
It's not an opinion.
Yeah, Bush. Like, do you know what a sextant is, brother?
A sextant?
Yeah.
I know Colin Sexton. I don't know what a sextant is.
So a sextant is a tool that is used to measure celestial bodies. This requires you to sight the horizon line, and as Brother Jedi is explaining to you, you sight the celestial. Excuse me?
How do you spell it?
SEXTANT. Sextant. So you spot the horizon line, or the horizon, sorry, in the monocle, and then you spot the celestial object, and they measure the angle between those two things, which again is two straight lines. This is what Brother Jedi is walking through with you, and the use of a tool means it's an actual thing that exists. Thank you.
Okay. Well, the sextant tool doesn't prove that the Earth is flat.
So
Okay.
it's a measuring device.
Yeah,
It
if you're just going to hand wave everything,
horizontal plane. I've given you a citation and 3 diagrams in the side chat. It measures angles.
Bushhead, if you're just going to hand wave everything and then scattergun us with another non sequitur question, then there's really no point to talking to you. You actually have to respond to what's said to you. People brought up elevation angles, sextants. We talked about the size of the Earth. You find ways to keep moving to different places. So please try to engage. If you can't engage, we're not going to do this. You'll just stay on mute.
I was in the middle of responding to it. I wasn't just waving it.
Okay.
Another thing that
Okay.
you need to get about this whole thing that they spoke about horizontal lines is that you cannot have there are no horizontal lines on a globe. So we have horizontal lines like the horizon in reality. We use horizontal lines for many things, including navigation, but you cannot have those on a globe. So that's one of the points. Go ahead.
I'm going to
looking at
respond to that and say you can. You know,
So
it's horizontal, but
you
it
can have
curves inwards and around.
surface. Oh my God. Are you aware of the slope intercept formula? Y equals mx plus v, also known as the equation of a line, describes a horizontal line. It also describes a deviation from horizontal, let's call this curve. You'll understand that curvature and horizontal are not the same fucking thing. You'll understand on a curved surface, you can't have horizontal lines. If the Earth is a sphere, a curved surface, you're not going to have horizontal lines on it.
I think I'm having a hard time understanding that.
What, horizontal and curved are not the same thing?
Yeah.
But then maybe you need to go back to remedial school.
Yes. Just insult me.
But
It's not an insult, dude.
I asked you earlier, right? Do you know what horizontal is? You're a bit of a prick for a couple of minutes until you said, obviously, I know what horizontal is. Now you're struggling to understand the concept that curvature isn't the same as horizontal. Please forgive my fucking attitude when talking to an idiot.
Just
You're trying to do this to act smart and you're coming off as fucking dumb.
Okay.
Maybe it's some
Of course,
kind of sorry, my friend. Maybe it's some kind of protection that you've got to do for your cognitive dissonance. Just grow up, be a man. Stop being a pussy.
Okay, is anyone gonna like check this dude? God damn. Okay, I know what the difference between a line, a horizontal line, and a curve is. I mean, I
Good.
don't know anyone who doesn't know the difference.
Good.
You
So
know,
you'll understand that you can't have horizontal lines on a sphere.
like, wait, what? Like, what are we talking about? Like, I think maybe I'm like misunderstanding. Like, what do you mean?
A
Like,
moment ago, you
you
said
can't
that we could
form a
have a
curve with
horizontal
horizontal lines. Is
line
that what you're saying?
on a curve.
Like, you can't form a curved line with horizontal lines?
You said earlier that you can have horizontal on a curve. No,
I
you
never
cannot.
said
Not
that.
even down to the. Oh, really?
Because I never said that because I never even understood what y'all were asking.
You said. All right. I'm going to go get the clip.
Okay, is this?
We'll see what you
All right.
said. You can continue with Jedi.
This is a sphere. It has 0 flat surfaces.
Flat.
So we're
being
just
left.
we're just going by what we see.
So remember when they were talking to you about utilizing horizontal lines, Gerard mentioned construction. You know, when you put a first brick foundation, you use horizontal lines. Then as he took it, they've been taking it to navigation, drawing horizontal lines and angles to the luminaries, celestial north or the sun, drawing these horizontal lines to be able to navigate across the world thousands of miles, right? From position to position, horizontal lines being used to do that. And then a curve on a sphere, you cannot have a horizontal line on that. But you, in reality, you're using horizontal lines to navigate or to for constructions on a bunch of different things. So those things that you're using in reality, you cannot use those on a sphere, on the surface of a sphere.
You know,
So
in
in reality,
construction
you
they
have
also
that, but in fantasy, you don't have it.
in construction they also use gravity. You know this, right? They also take gravity as a part of how they build
Yeah.
things.
Yeah. Yes. So the downwards
cool.
vector, which is vertical, being perpendicular to horizontal. Gonna need a flat Earth to
Yeah.
start talking about up and down, dude.
What? Just a minute ago, y'all were saying gravity isn't real, and
Dude,
then you keep bringing up construction. You know,
God's sake. I'm giving you the vector of downwards, which is perpendicular to horizontal. You know what perpendicular is? 90
yes,
degrees?
I know. Oh my god,
Good.
bro.
Good. So when you say vertical, that's perpendicular to horizontal.
No
Not perpendicular.
shit. What?
Yeah, and horizontal. You cannot have a horizontal on a sphere. Haha.
Oof. Yeah.
And remember, when you're saying gravity, you're saying this word like you don't even know what it actually means. You're trying to use this word to explain a bunch of things. So you're operating in reality, acknowledging certain things, and saying this fantasy thing's gravity that you don't even know what it is the thing that is causing the effects or causing the things that you're observing in reality, and therefore ball. It's like you're jumping.
Mm,
It's like almost like
mm,
mental gymnastics that you're doing.
of course. But gravity is just the pull. You know, it's a pull. It's a force that
You mean when I pulled the
keep.
door? Is that what gravity is doing? Pulling?
No. Well, because I guess I think you guys are like, gravity doesn't exist because
No, but okay. Define gravity. What are you talking about? Because when you say word, you sound like a parrot, and parrots say words that they don't even know what it means.
Okay. Well, gravity, the force that attracts a body towards the center of the Earth, or the center of a planet, or the center of anything that has a gravitational pull. To have a
Incorrect.
gravitational pull, you would have to have either a lot of mass, or Yeah, just a lot of mass. I think there was
Alright.
something else, but I can't remember what the other.
Okay. All right. Really sorry to let you know this, but you're talking about a gravity that's over 110 years out of date. Mass attracting mass was superseded in 1915 by a German guy called Einstein. Right, it's not mass attracting mass in your paradigm anymore. It hasn't been for 110 years. Gravity in your
And
paradigm
why isn't it?
is the distortion of a pseudo-Riemannian space-time fabric.
Holy shit. That is fucking crazy.
That's what Einstein says. Right, it's shit, isn't it? Fucking crazy. You've heard of space-time before, right?
Why can you explain what space-time is?
Well, I'm asking if you've heard of it before. Einstein, general relativity.
I've heard of it. Can you explain what it is though?
Right, so space-time. Space, height, width, length, the 3 dimensions, and time being another dimension. So the 4-dimensional space-time fabric is distorted by mass. It's not mass attracting mass anymore. It hasn't been for 110 years.
But why isn't it?
Why isn't it? Why isn't it what?
Why isn't that the case anymore?
Because it was superseded by Einstein. It also had no experimental validity. Newton himself didn't even believe in this shit.
But
if you read his
so Newton didn't believe in it, yet we're talking about the same Newton who believes in gravity, laid the principles of gravity.
He didn't.
Did measures on gravity, wrote about gravity, the guy who's known for fucking gravity.
Okay, cool. Did you read what he wrote?
Yes, I know Newton's third law. An object in motion.
You read his Principia when discussing gravity, right? You also understand that he offered no hypothesis. Anybody of reasonable sound mind would not believe in this quote-unquote magic at a distance. The idea was subscribed to him over 140 years after he died. Now, if you're going to start talking about Newtonian physics, you're going to need a flat, stationary Earth to express these in mathematical formula. So
you can observe everything.
Excuse me, I haven't finished. To discuss Newton's mathematical equations, you are going to require a flat, stationary Earth. That's what the mathematics implies.
Are you done now? No. Yes. Okay.
That's hilarious.
Well, you can observe everything, all 3 laws in space. You can observe it on Earth. Yes, the Earth. Why would Earth need to be flat to observe anything that he wrote down? I don't see why would it even matter?
It's not that it needs to be flat. It just is flat.
Oh, it just is flat. Cool.
It was measured that way by the example that you gave us, the relative position of the sun to the Earth.
Jesus.
All right. I'm going to cut a long story short. All right. You're asking us why we don't believe in gravity. The crescendo to this point is there's no scientific experiment that's proved any theory. Not that it's ever been a scientific theory, but there's no science behind it. None.
What's replacing gravity? Why are we not just floating up in the air?
What's replacing gravity? What do you mean?
What's replacing gravity? I mean, if we're stuck on the ground, why are we stuck on the ground? Why is the moon floating around us? I mean,
what's the moon?
The moon? It's a moon. I mean, that's its name and definition. It's a moon.
Yeah. What is a moon?
Like a mini planet. It's planet. Pulled by the Earth's gravitational force, keeping it.
Land in the sky, right?
You say land in the sky?
Yes, a rock in the sky. You can land on it. Land in the sky.
The fuck does that even mean? Land in the sky?
Exactly what you heard.
A rock in the
Brother
sky.
Jedi is walking out with you, asking you, "Hey, is that thing actually a rock up there? Is that land up there that we could put?
What else would it be?
How do you prove that? What else would it be? Who told you that? That's the
what else would it be? other than
Who
a rock?
told you? We want to know who told you that that is actually a rock or land up there in the sky, so we can examine the evidence of the claim.
Oh,
Because the claims that
fucking
we've examined so
millions of
far
people.
shows that the moon's formation is inconclusive. Thanks.
No. Wait, what did you just say? Who said that?
Inconclusive.
Yeah, who said that
Inconclusive.
though?
Who said that?
Yeah, who said that?
We say that here.
Bro, guy, you
I
haven't
can't even.
figured water, horizontal lines, curved lines. You just spoke about the gravity that was superseded 110 years ago. You
Stop
still
saying
don't
fucking
know.
superseded 110 years ago.
I
If
mean,
it was superseded,
that's
that means it would have been correct 110 years ago
listen,
and
bro.
not correct now.
How are you gonna make claims about the moon when you haven't figured water yet?
What have I not figured about water?
The physics of water. Remember, I spoke to
the
you
physics
about
of
it.
water.
Yeah, you haven't
What are
figured
the
that out
physics
yet.
of water? What am I missing? What am I missing?
Oh, remember that you claim that it's doing what it doesn't do in reality? So that's just one point that I wanted to
What does
bring.
that even
Remember
mean? That it does and doesn't do in reality?
the real water that is in a pressurized system that requires a
Jesus Christ,
container.
real and cartoon water. Here we go again, dude.
Bro, the real water that requires a pressure to be able to be in liquid form, right? If you don't have the container, right, you wouldn't have the gas pressure, and that pressurized system, if the water didn't have that, the water will evaporate.
What do you
to the
mean wouldn't have the
volume.
gas pressure?
I'm just trying to say that you're
You
trying
don't
to talk
fucking know,
about
do you?
listen, we can. I do know. I just want to bring. We can probably bring it back to this topic rather than talking about the moon. Because if you haven't figured gas pressure, horizontal lines, water, navigation, if you don't know that yet, how are you gonna be talking about the moon, dude? And what?
Well, we don't
this
have to
stuff is
stick to
doing?
one topic, you know? You don't
Yeah, but you have to
stick
figure. Listen, you have to
We
learn
don't
the
have to do
ABC.
anything.
Listen, you have to learn the ABCs without singing first, right? Or you learn the singing, then you learn the ABCs without singing, then you go to page 1, page 2, right? And then you figure more stuff out. But how you gonna talk about the moon and make claims about that? Come on.
You're a grown ass man, dude. You don't have to stick to the fucking water. You can talk about anything you want here. We don't have to talk about water. We can talk about different things, you know. Not one thing comes before another.
Shall I take Newton away from you? Just quickly so you understand. Right, so Newton's classical mechanics was superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed a special and general theory of relativity, citation 1. And that's just from Wikipedia, dude. Citation 2. The mathematical equations, and these are all in the side chat if you want to go and look
Using Wikipedia as a source.
Dude,
I won't say it's wrong.
more.
I won't say it's wrong. I won't say it's wrong.
Okay, good. Okay, so from Science Alert, scientific paper. The mathematical equations of Einstein's general theory of relativity, tested time and again, are currently the most accurate way to predict gravitational interactions, replacing those developed by Isaac Newton several centuries prior. Again, you can read these in the chat. From Physics.Libertex, I'm going to continue. Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Albert Einstein. I will continue. In 1916, Albert Einstein published his general theory of relativity in full mathematical detail that opened the window on a radically new framework for physics. Keyword, abolishing established notions of space and time. Abolishing established notions of space and time and replacing Newton's formulations of laws of gravity. Einstein's right, at least for now, said Gez, the co-lead author of the research. We can absolutely rule out Newton's laws of gravitation. Now, there are many more of these citations, my friend, but when you say mass attracting mass, you're just not up to date. And I don't mean to poke fun of you because nobody knows this type of shit. They know who Einstein is, they know who Newton is, but they don't put the two together and understand that Newton was replaced, superseded, abolished by Einstein. Not mass attracting mass anymore, dude.
Then what is it? And Einstein
Yeah.
never said that gravity wasn't a factor.
Einstein. What? Einstein never said that gravity is. What? Are you listening?
Yeah, I was listening.
Good. So Einstein has a mathematical framework for space and time, which is better at predicting gravity. It superseded Newton over 110 years ago. Einstein, general and special relativity, the reason why tides happen, the reason why you fall to the floor, the reason why things in the sky go round and round other things in the sky, the reason why you think you have black holes.
I'm not even going to touch black holes because I don't know a thing about them, but
that's okay.
So listen, bro, just take it as this. Jedi is telling you the up-to-date pseudoscience, but he's not claiming the pseudoscience. It's basically a cartoon fiction replaced the other cartoon fiction that you believed. Now you up-to-date on the episodes, right? On the anime. But that doesn't mean reality, okay?
And why are we talking about this?
Because they're trying to get you up to date,
Okay.
so you can parrot the correct pseudoscience.
I wasn't up to date. Okay.
Exactly.
Sure. Fine.
It's because you keep asking us about gravity. We've asked you to define it. You said it's mass attracting mass, but that's not the current scientific definition for what gravity is.
But it is mass. Yeah, the force that attracts a body toward the center.
Isn't. Sorry, do I need to repeat it out again? You're talking about Newtonian physics, which were replaced, ruled out, and abolished by Einstein over 110 years ago. Now I'm fucking getting annoyed because I'm having to repeat myself. I said this 2 minutes ago.
Okay, I'm just going to say this shit right now. Oh, mass. Okay.
What's mass?
It is a force that attracts mass.
No. Okay,
yes,
quick question. How?
How does it attract mass? How do I describe gravity?
No, I just want you to give me the mechanism, the quote unquote magic at a distance that Newton said. How does mass, whatever that is, the amount of substance in the space that's hard to move, how does that attract, cause an acceleration instantaneously over space to another body of mass? How?
Well, the simple word is gravity, but I know you're not going to buy that.
Gravity. Sorry,
you can't explain.
You're not giving me a mechanism.
You don't need a.
Oh, you do? What do you mean? If you're going to make a scientific claim, because science deals with how and why. I'm asking you how. This was the question they couldn't answer. This is why Einstein came along. It's like I'm trying to feed you, but you're just not picking up the food.
What do you want me to say? It's fucking gravity, dude.
It is
not a force. Just wait until he gets to the page that he learns that gravity is not a force.
Oof.
Because he just claimed gravity is a force, but hopefully we make it to that page soon.
Yeah, from mass attracting mass, which they can't prove, then they move to bendy warpy space-time, which they can't prove.
Never went to fucking bendy warpy space-time.
Oh, you're going to see that soon.
Guarantee you I was never going to go there because I have no clue what the fuck that means.
Excuse me, that's what Einstein did in 1916. He replaced Newtonian physics.
Well, I sure am not Einstein.
Okay, but you just need to understand that this is the current scientific rhetoric why things in the sky go round and round.
And yeah, we went over this. I heard that.
You're a member of the Church of Einstein.
The what?
The church. You're a member of the Church of Einstein chanting Newton.
I've never fucking heard of the Church of Einstein. So that's the first time I've ever heard of that. So,
you're in space-time. We're in the era of space-time, dude.
Yeah, remember, Earth is a globe.
What does that mean?
Remember, Earth is a globe spinning into the vacuum of space, space-time. All that's you. That's your religion.
Why are we calling this a religion?
Dude, listen, if you think you're on a ball hurtling through outer space, you're updated. The newest version of your comic book is Space-Time, the Church of Einstein.
Hey, Globe guy, just so you know, the definition of a religion is belief without fact, and You don't have to have God to declare something a religion.
I don't think that's the definition of a religion.
Go to a dictionary, buddy. It usually is to do with God, but it does not have to.
Okay, the Einstein fairy tale.
Look, I'm searching up the religion real quick.
Okay, no. How about you search up any example of mass attracting mass here in reality?
Hold up.
Yeah, dude.
System of faith and worship. Yeah, it never says that the false. It doesn't say that it's based on something with no facts.
Faith and worship, dude.
You don't have to have faith in something.
You have faith in your globe,
You don't
dude.
have to have faith. You know, having faith doesn't mean something's false. Doesn't mean that
it does when you have no evidence for it, dude.
That it means it doesn't have any facts.
No, listen, bro. You could have faith on the correct religion, and there could be God up in heaven, the Most High, and that's real. For me, that's real. But the faith that you put in your faith on a cartoon, on a fantasy.
Okay, so
and
let's not say
on fantasy.
So then let's not
fiction.
say that this, is a fucking religion, because that's crazy talk. I'm not gonna say I'm in the fucking Church of Einstein, because that sounds dumb as hell.
Time out though. But that's where the mainstream science globe people are at.
Bro, you go to NASA, and in NASA they have a huge plaque, and it says "In God We Trust," right? And they have communion. They have communion on the moon.
Yeah,
well,
dude,
that's just that's like just actual Christianity.
Bushhead. What you're doing, you're kind of creating your own cosmology a la carte. I'll take some of this here and this here. Dude.
It's because everyone's talking about different topics. I don't know where we're at.
Okay, well, the topic is whether or not we're on a ball spinning and hurtling through outer space.
Oh, in reality.
Yeah, and if that's what you think you're on, then you're subject to the whole Einstein ideology. You don't get to make up your own story.
I'm not making up my own story.
By chanting Newton, you are.
Newton, is still applied. His laws aren't false.
You're going to need a flat, stationary Earth to apply these.
Where did you get that from, though? Where?
The mathematical expression. Three laws of motion.
Mathematical expression of what?
The three laws of motion.
Yeah, why would that ever have to work on just a flat Earth?
Because the Earth isn't moving underneath the objects that are in motion. That's not how the mathematics describes them. So the Earth is stationary to describe these types of mathematics.
What, just because he didn't,
I'm just telling you what the math says, dude.
I think you're digging too much into it.
Sorry, you wouldn't even know
These laws have nothing to do with the Earth moving under it.
Sorry, so explain to me where in Newtonian physics the Earth is in motion under objects in a velocity. Please.
It's not, because why would he include that? He's not talking about the Earth.
Why would he include that?
He's talking about math.
What we observe and measure, is it? Why would he include that? Being as the Earth is rotating on its axis and going in an orbital path at 66,000 miles an hour, why even bring in the motion to the fucking... What are you talking about, dude?
I'm trying to figure out what the fuck you're talking about.
I'm taking Newton away from you, so you hope you understand that you need to be parroting the current scientific rhetoric, which I can also take away from you.
I haven't said dog ass about Newton in a hot minute.
Good.
So, bye Newton, I guess. I don't...
Yeah, exactly. Bye Newton. There's no point defending it.
Okay, I'm not fucking bringing up Newton.
Okay, dude, so why'd you bring up gravity in the first place? That's what happened about an hour ago.
Because that was because gravity, I feel like, is a big factor in this, is it not? We can talk about something else. We don't have to talk about gravity, since it's getting everyone's panties into a twist.
because we have we have the actual phenomena, that the stuff that happen in reality, but you're trying to bring, like I told you, some cause of these effects as this Newton thing that you already moved away from. You actually thought that the cause of these effects that you're observing was the Newton fantasy, and now you're moving on from it. So now you know that you still have the actual phenomena that happens in reality, but Newton has nothing to do with it. So you learn something.
I feel like that just gave. I mean, sure, yeah, sure. I learned something from this. Are we gonna talk about something different?
That's progress, bro. That's amazing.
Sure.
And you're conceding. This is you. Actually, you're being honest, and you're being cool. For the most of you, you've been a cool guy, but you conceded to this point, and that's good for you, dude.
I'm not calling anyone an idiot. I don't think anyone here, is fucking stupid.
Awesome. What else do you want to talk about then?
I actually have no clue. I'm gonna get something to eat though.
All right. Well, after you've had something to eat, you're welcome back.
All right. Have a good one. I'm gonna eat a burrito or something.
Gas pressure when you come back. Gas pressure. Remember that.
Gas pressure. I don't know jack about gas.
We'll after that burrito.
You beat me to it.
He took it from me. Hey, he gave up Newton's gravity. Good job, Jedi.
We got somewhere.
I think he just left.
Yeah, it's fine. Went to go and get something to eat. But now we haven't got any toys to play with.
What is going on here?
Is that Joe?
That's T. He just joined.
No. That's a different T.
No, yeah, I'm a different T.
Can you make a T with curved lines?
I guess you put the minuscule and then line them up into a T.
Okay.
That'd be a J.
I mean, but we talking curved lines. We could just grab a T shape and then put the curved lines into that shape. Just make them small enough to fit.
I meant the T that you got there. Those look like horizontal line. I mean, there's a vertical line and a horizontal line. Yeah, so straight lines.
No, yeah, we can. I think we definitely, but no, that probably look like a J for sure. If we just do curved lines, no shape, just try to make a T fit.
Well, that might be an L.
You know the difference between straight lines and curved lines, then?
This conversation sounds like an L.
Okay, but you'd understand the difference between straight lines and curved lines, right?
Yeah.
Good. So you understand that you can't have a horizontal line on a curved surface, right? Are two different things?
Wait, you can't. So wait. Horizontal is like flat, straight, right?
Yeah, from left to right.
Wait, so you can't have a horizontal line on a basketball?
No, it'll become a tangent. It won't be. It'll only be on the surface at one point.
Wait.
Like if you get a ruler, if you get a ruler.
Wait,
if you get a ruler. Oh, okay.
Wait. So wait. You know about electrical scooters?
Electrical what? Sorry.
Electrical scooters.
Scooters.
Like,
Yeah,
you
I'm
know,
aware of them.
like normal scooters, the ones without like, not the sit down scooters, but like scooters you gotta use your feet and stuff like that.
I get you, yeah.
Like they got a flat board and some wheels, which are curved.
Okay. But the board is in between the two wheels, right?
True that.
Good. So I'm asking, what I'm trying to point out is curved lines and straight lines are different, right?
Yeah.
So if you have a sphere, you're not going to be able to have a straight line on a sphere, are you?
I mean, I could just put a piece of paper on a basketball. I'm pretty sure it wouldn't fly away, right? It could just sit there.
Okay. I don't think you're picking up what I'm putting down.
No, we talk about curved lines. The basketball is curved, but the piece of paper is flat and horizontal.
Yeah, but if it's flat and horizontal, it only touches the ball at one point. That's called a tangent.
No, explain what a tangent is, by the way.
Right. So if you get your basketball and you get a ruler and you put your ruler horizontally on top of the basketball, that's mathematically expressed as a tangent. Straight line, horizontal, touching the curved ball at one point. Now you'll understand with this that you can't have a horizontal line on the surface of a curved ball. So if you were to get a pen and draw a line on the basketball, you get it, yeah?
Okay.
Cool. So you can't have horizontals on a sphere. Do you get it?
But wait. This kind of doesn't. I don't know where this is leading up, bro.
We have horizontals on the Earth, but the Earth
isn't
supposed. Yeah.
Isn't the Earth a sphere?
No, because
we have curves on the horizontal.
No, dude.
Wait. We got basketballs on Earth. Is the Earth flat?
Just gonna go and make a cup of coffee, dude. Talk to someone else.
All right, never mind. I mean, I was just about to bring up this explanation because what if we just do reverse? Would that make the Earth flat? Since we can't, find horizontals on a curved thing.
Yeah, water, when contained and at rest, is horizontal upon the surface. 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, and water is used as a horizontal reference datum. Therefore, the Earth is not a ball.
Wait, what about raindrops?
That's because of surface tension, dude.
That's because of surface tension. All right. So wait. I just want to understand this here. You can't have a horizontal on a curve, right? Right? Horizontal line on a curve, it can't work, right?
Correct. There are
you
no
can only have a
horizontal
tangent.
lines on a curve, on a sphere.
So you can, but you can have a basketball on the floor, which is horizontal. Just trying to understand here.
Okay.
Right?
Can you repeat that?
Said you can't have a horizontal line on something that's curved.
You can put it on top of it, like on the basketball, you're going to have a tangent, but the straight line is going to be away from the surface. You're only going to have, it's only going to be touching it on the tangent, remember?
Okay, hold up. So,
basketballs are round, dude. You know this. Basketballs are round.
Yeah,
they're not a series of flat surfaces.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand. Cause
Come on. You're just dying to talk about basketball. I mean, I get it. I mean,
no.
Yeah, I'm black, so
Well, I'm white, and I'm dying to talk.
I don't think so, because I don't think there's white or black people. You know why? Because if there was black and white people, there will be gray people.
Gray.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's no whites and blacks because there's no gray people, unless you're talking about aliens.
Well, what they've done to the NBA All-Star format, they're definitely taking into the gray area. But that's neither here nor there. A ball is around a ball. The basketball is on the court, flat. So there's a difference between those two things.
Yes.
And the peach baskets are on poles. I mean,
what happens? Hey, what happens if the basketball court is not horizontally orientated? What happens to the ball on top of it if the court is not horizontal?
There wouldn't be anyone rolling the ball out when they're trying to kill time or eat up time. They wouldn't be able to do that little trick where they roll the ball up the court and just protect it so the clock doesn't, whatever they try to do, preserve or, the ball would roll off the court.
There you go.
Wait, so wait. I'm still trying to understand here. If we got a basketball, yeah. Wait, go ahead.
So in reality, my bad.
I just had to finish my thoughts on the All-Star game. They've turned the All-Star game into an East versus West. Now it's a 4-team tournament. I don't know what's going on, but.
So listen, bro, the basketball court on the east of the United States, that basketball court is horizontal, right? To the horizon. And then it's parallel to the horizon at the sea level, right? And then you fly it on an airplane, you go up in altitude, go horizontally to the west coast of the United States, and then go down to the other city and go to that basketball court on that city. How many miles? What is it, like 6,000 miles away? And that basketball at the other side of the country is also horizontally placed and is parallel to the other one. There's no curvature between those two basketball courts.
Hold on. I gotta hear that one more time, bro.
Okay, you're on the East Coast. There's a basketball court.
Right.
And before they set up the basketball court, they use a leveling tool, right? And they put a brick, and that brick is horizontally placed, right?
Right.
And then they put another brick, and then at the end of the last brick, they put the basketball court on top of that. And it's completely horizontal, a horizontal floor, right? A surface, a level. It's level, right?
Right. And keep going.
Correct. So now you go to the next basketball court, to the next town, and that basketball court is also, even if it's up in a hill, it's parallel to the other horizontal, to the first court, right?
Okay.
So it's horizontal. And then you go to the next basketball. It could be lower in altitude or higher in altitude, but it's still horizontal. So you can have parallels lines between those elevations, elevated or lower altitude basketball. Then you make it to the other side of the United States, 6,000 miles away. And that basketball court is also parallel to the first basketball court at the other side of the country. There's no curvature between those two courts. They're parallel to each other.
Yeah. Where does this go to? Like
this horizontal.
All the way to the courts where Yao Ming grew up playing. All the way over in Beijing, there. Yes.
Another basketball court.
Yeah, it's not. It's that basketball court isn't upside down from where the courts in Madison Square Garden is.
So the earth that you're standing on is not a curving ball like they show you on the TV.
So each basketball court is perfectly level and aligned to each other.
Exactly. Not a line, but horizontal. Because you could have two of them at the same altitude from mean sea level, but they are parallel horizontally. One could be up in the hill, and the other one can be down in the valley.
So wait. I just need to understand. So everything on Earth is horizontally aligned.
Bingo.
No.
Bingo.
Elevation, yeah,
Bingo.
with elevation changes. Like when they play in they play in Denver, they're at a higher elevation.
Everything on Earth is horizontally aligned and parallel with each other.
Yeah. So, for example, you've got a lake at the top of a
That just blew
mountain.
my mind, bro.
Off you go then.
That just blew my mind, bro.
Yeah.
You get it. You do get it. That's pretty cool that you get it. Go ahead, Jedi.
No, it's fine. His mind's blown. I don't want to overfill him. It's a simple concept, but it destroys the Earth being a ball.
Yeah. No. This is some bullshit. I just can't. I can't pick it up, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna go to it. It's like I lied. Let's just keep going off this. Everything on Earth is parallel aligned. So look, the flat Earth, right? That's we're inside this little ball, right? If I'm correct, right? Because the firmament, right. Hopefully I don't believe this.
Where's this firmament come from?
No. Look, I'm just trying to make sense of this. The Earth, everything on Earth is parallel aligned.
Yeah.
Even basketballs with each other. If something is made unparallel with something, it can't be parallel aligned.
Right. Imagine you've got a lake at altitude at the top of a mountain. Now that lake is level upon the surface. That lake surface, being horizontal, will be parallel to mean sea level. It's like having shelves on your wall, they being parallel to the floor, and the floor being parallel to water. All horizontals are parallel.
I'm just trying. I just want to ask this basketball thing one more time, bro. I know, bro. All horizontal things are parallel aligned. That's what y'all said, right?
Yeah, all horizontals are parallel. Yeah.
I just want to bring up this basketball theory one more time.
You can put the basketball on top of the court or on top of the parallel.
Hold up. That's not where I'm going.
Okay, where you going?
Anywho, you make a basketball, right? In diameter, it is maybe around 24 inches in diameter. And then you make another basketball, and it's more like 23 inches in diameter. Could those be aligned with each other? Parallel?
A curved surfaces, dude.
Huh?
The ball's a curved surface, isn't it? It's not a horizontal surface.
Right.
Horizontals are parallel. And curved surfaces.
But you said everything on Earth is horizontal.
All horizontal.
Oriented.
Wait. All right. So wait. All right. We just gonna ignore that point, bro.
No. Listen. Don't go too far. The ball when you grab
all y'all said that you literally said everything on Earth is horizontally aligned.
Dude, okay. Man, you're having a weird spaz out.
It's okay.
Talking about basketball courts, Einstein.
It's an orientation, and when you put the ball on top of the basketball court, if the basketball court is not horizontally, it's gonna roll out of it.
Okay, and it happens.
So it just like on the listen. In that building where the basketball court is, you can have a table on the second floor, and you can grab the basketball that you had on the on the basketball court and take it to the table upstairs, and that horizontal line on top of the table, you can put the ball on top of that table, and if it's horizontal, it's not gonna fall from the table, just like from the court.
But that would mean that the person that created and made the table horizontally perfectly aligned with the earth, bro.
It has to be because the first brick of the building has to be horizontal.
But why does it have to be horizontal though?
Because if it's not, the ball will roll off it.
I don't think this really matches up where I'm about to go to, bro.
And you're gonna be sideways. If the first brick is not horizontal and the floor is not horizontal, you're gonna be sideways, walking sideways. You might fall to the side of it.
I still can't fathom this. This might be too big of a brain question for me, but I still want to bring this. I still want to get to this point. If you just set a ball, a horizontal surface, would it not roll off? Would it not roll anywhere? Anywhere. And we're talking about live, like
only if it's tilted, and that wouldn't be horizontal.
Only if it's still.
If the horizontal, when you grab a table in your house, the table, and you put water, a cup of water on top of the table, right? The floor below the table is also horizontal. The top of the table is horizontal. But if you tilt the table or tilt the house, what happens to the water?
It starts, spilling.
Yeah, exactly. So
okay, but wait.
That orientation, the horizontal, that horizontal that the water is orientated on top of the table, that water is orientated to that horizontal. That's the same horizontal orientation of the sea, of the ocean, or the lake on top of the mountain, or the basketball court next to your town, or in your town, or in the next town.
Wait. Before you get to this full point, bro, you just put a ball on the ground, a natural earth surface. It will roll regardless, bro. I don't think that's how it got to come to terms with weather. Even inside of a house, a ball probably would still roll regardless. Or matter of fact, no, that probably would depend from somebody acting upon it.
Well, if there's wind, if you're outside, if the basketball court is outside, and it's horizontal and there's no wind, it's not gonna roll. But if wind hits it, then it will roll because of the wind. If it's not tilted, it's not gonna roll, and it wouldn't be horizontal if it's tilted away from the horizontal. If you grab it and throw it across the
now weather does come into a play with this. Okay.
Yeah, high pressure, low pressure. Yeah, that might affect the ball on top of the court, the horizontal, and push it. Sure.
It's horizontal. This horizontal. Yeah.
So listen, you can have a basketball court next to the beach, next to the sea. You see the horizon. When you look into the water from the basketball court, you see the horizontal line, the sea level, right? The horizontal line from the sea. And then that basketball court is right there. You're playing with the ball on it. It's horizontal. And then you go across the country to all of the basketball courts. Doesn't matter in which town and what altitude or which valley. They're all parallel to each other.
So the reason some stuff aren't horizontally in line with each other is because of levels, right?
Yeah, level. There's different levels. Some are higher, others are lower, but they're all horizontal. And you cannot have horizontals on a globe, on a sphere. So therefore, the place that you're standing on is not a sphere.
But bro, we literally have hills and roads, bro. So is that
That's
just a
topography.
horizontal?
Remember, if you want to build a basketball court on a hill, you level the hill, right? You
Yeah,
level the
no,
hill.
hold on. That's not where I was going. If we just roll the basketball down the hill, or just let it
It's
sit
gonna,
there near a hill, it's gonna roll, right?
yeah, it's gonna roll. Yeah, it's gonna roll down the
Okay,
hill. Yes.
wait. Why would it roll though? Because there's just levels to it. It shouldn't roll. If
Hold
it's
on.
just flat.
Broken.
Please don't confuse horizontal with
I'm just trying to understand it.
smoothness.
If we got
I'm
a
not,
hill, wait,
bro,
if we got a
can you
hill,
listen to me for a second?
horizontal.
Please don't confuse horizontal with perfectly smooth. Don't confuse the two.
But she keep telling me horizontal is
Horizontal, yes, is an orientation, and all that topography that you're talking about is measured against the Earth's horizontal frame of reference. So, not smooth, horizontal, flat.
Wait, then wouldn't that make the Earth bumpy?
Obviously, it's bumpy, and it's measured against a horizontal plane. The Earth is flat. Even the topography map makers, they measure the Earth flat.
Man, bro, I just want to understand this, bro.
T, do you have a
bumpy roads are horizontal?
T, do you have a hill in the middle of the say USA 200 meters?
Okay.
Do we have that hill? Let's say one of the hill in the middle of the USA.
Yes, we do have hills 200 meters high in the U.S. Yes, we do.
And it's what that mean? 2 meters, 200 meters above the sea level.
Sure.
But how far is sea level from that point of middle of the USA?
3,000 miles.
And how elevation change on the sphere on 3,000 miles?
I'm confused.
Does elevation change on the sphere on 3,000 miles?
What is it, like a bunch of miles? Let me see. It will be like what, like 20 miles?
Okay.
Or maybe more.
It's the same like on basketball.
50 miles.
If you move on the basketball on that inches, it will drop away. How you have sea level on the sphere?
You cannot have sea level water on the outside of a sphere. Everybody knows that.
He wants to understand that there is understanding. You cannot have sea level on the sphere. There is understanding. Do you understand that?
Okay.
But we have sea level.
Reality, yes.
That means or we have sea level or we have, but sea level that cannot work with the sphere. That means we don't have both sphere or sea level.
All right, so you can't have a sea level on a sphere.
No.
Correct.
All right. So wait, how does that work on a flat Earth? Does the water fall off?
Can you tell me what is level? Is that flat or curved?
Level is definitely. Well, doesn't that depend though?
Is it level curved or flat?
I don't think it just fit any of those ranges. I just think it's leveled to an extent.
It's leveled. You cannot say it's flat.
Like,
but if you want to say is it level, flat, or curved, what you will choose?
I can't really choose either, bro.
I can.
What do you think a level is, bro?
It's for sure, 100% sure it's not curved level. That means I have another only option.
But wait, it don't fit any of those ranges.
Can you tell me what is opposite of curved?
Opposite of curved, flat.
And that means that level is.
Wait. So are levels opposite of curves? That's what you're trying to say.
Is it level curved?
But wait, it doesn't fit any of those ranges.
No, I'm asking you, is it level curved?
I mean, it's not curved.
What it is then?
Neither. What? This doesn't really work on either.
That means level. It's leveled.
Yeah, it's just leveled up.
Yeah, but for sure it's not curved.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
And that's it. Sea level. That means sea in big body of water leveled, not curved. If you don't like flat work.
But wait. How does that work?
How does that work? But now,
Jesus.
So now, when you go to remember the East Coast that we spoke about in the United States, you go to the shore. You go to the shore and you point towards across the Atlantic Ocean, and the other guy on Europe can point towards you, and you point it at each other. There's no curvature between you and the other guy because it's a level of the sea.
Wait, so I can see that guy
across the ocean.
No.
What was that?
I can see that guy across the ocean, right?
No, you cannot see him, but you still can point at each other. Just like two communication towers can connect. Marconi, he connected a radio tower from the east coast of the U.S. right to Scotland, which is in Europe, right, the west of Europe, and that was a direct message, tower to tower, line of sight. Just like if you are next to the tower in the East Coast, and the other guy is next to that tower on the West Coast of Europe, and you point it at each other, just like the towers.
So line of sight also comes into this. Okay.
Yeah, it's going across the water, level, horizontal, line of sight.
So wait. How can you determine the Earth is right flat from your line of sight if you're looking across the ocean? And you can't see somebody across the ocean.
Maybe you can look it into the size of the Earth, and then you realize there is no such a thing like a curving, and then you find out not 1,000 miles, but let's say 10, 20, 30, 50 miles.
I mean, you need a flipping telescope for that, right?
No, I'm telling you, if Earth is curving, it's curving everywhere. It's not curving only on 10 miles. It's curving everywhere. That's correct.
Yeah, the example that I gave you across the ocean is like a very long one, but you can do 10, 15, 20 miles across a lake, and you can use a laser. You can use a laser, and the other guy at the other shore is gonna see you pointing the laser towards your direction.
Wouldn't that also also coming to terms with being able to just grab a telescope and see over the ocean, right? You just see the guy who's pointing at you, right?
There is the easiest way. You can Google it like this: how much I can see on the Earth, and then it will give you the answer.
No, you can't see across. There's too many variables that won't allow you to see that far. But that's not the point. The point is across the water that is not curving on the outside of a sphere.
Yeah, hold on.
The level, the sea level. Remember what he said. The sea level that is not curving.
Hold on. So
from one shore to the other shore, it's sea level.
So wait, is there just a split between each sea that are higher levels or lower levels?
Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, if the Earth is flat and the sea level is flat, then wouldn't it just be easy to see somebody over the sea with a telescope?
No, listen, bro. You know when you're holding a book in your hand and you see the letters, you can read the book, but then you put the book in the next town, you can't see the book anymore. You can see the letters.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you look in let's say a flat surface. Listen, if you look in telescope also has a limitation. Those are optics. Your eyes have optics. Your eyes. You have a limitation of optics, and a telescope also has a limitation of optics.
Don't we got telescopes that can see into the to space?
Yeah.
We can see the sky phenomena, but then
then
some
glide across the sea level, right? It'll be able to glide across, right? Since it's flat.
No, think about it.
I'm thinking about it. I'm breaking this up.
Remember the lady on the Weather Channel that says, "Today your visibility is 3 miles." Remember? Because of the weather.
Bro, I'm still asking. The Earth is flat, right? Stay with me. The Earth is flat. Water is flat. The water level is flat. Telescopes that are literally seeing into space should be able to glide across.
I was trying to explain that to you. Okay. Across from you looking up to the sky, the belief that you think that those lights are trillions of miles away, that's just a belief, a fantasy, fiction. That stuff that you're looking up there, that phenomena that you're looking up there, you cannot determine the distances, right?
How can you hold on? How is it fact? How is it fiction? Explain that before we keep going.
No. The stuff that you're looking is real, but the fantasy of the globe, remember the globe that they tell you those things are light years away, and you're looking back in time. That's away from the point, because you're trying to ask why can't you see Europe?
In your point, and you gotta explain to me how, because you're saying it's fantasy fiction. How can I determine if it's fantasy fiction when I believe it's right? You can't explain if it's fantasy fiction. Why would I believe that? You have
the cartoon of the artist. Remember, the water is not curving, right? So when they show you a cartoon globe, that's cartoon, that's fantasy. And then when they tell you how the universe works in that cartoon, that's not reality. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The observed phenomena that you see from the observed phenomena from the ground that you see up in the sky, and you see the sun, the moon, the luminaries, that stuff is real. That's a real phenomena. But you cannot go up to the heavens and dissect what the stuff is exactly.
Hold on. So there's this TikTok video. Yeah, there's this TikTok video which had two suns on both sides of the Earth.
Those are cartoons, bro. Don't worry about the cartoons.
The cartoon? All right, cartoon. All right, yeah. Thank you for this conversation. I feel like this is all I need to gain from here.
Holla.
Jesus.
Yeah, maybe if we presented the TikTok video, he probably saw a reflection of the sun in the clouds, and he's calling it two suns or something.
No, I think James he see things because he see. There are claims they are seeing the stars in the sky. That means trillions of billions miles away. That means that you can do that on the Earth also. You can see the 1,000 miles with the telescope for sure. If you can see 1 trillion miles,
I couldn't bring that point home with him because he was like being kind of silly.
Yeah, but he's believing that we would have that if somebody didn't, but we have only infrared, and that it's how much, from the Earth, 300 miles, not more, 250, and from the air it's 1,000, but still with infrared.
Yeah, when I mentioned the limitations of the eye, he said, no, with a telescope you're gonna be able to see the other guy at the other side side of the sea.
Yeah, because you can see the star, man.
Yeah, because you can see the stars.
Yeah.
The problem was he wasn't listening to you. He was muting you with his voice. He was just cutting through all the time. And I don't know, somebody like that, it's pretty hard to explain anything to them.
I'm almost certain that he got a few points, but he wasn't 100% into the combo. He got the horizontal and the parallels and stuff, and he also got what Sasha said about sea level. But then when I mentioned that you can point from one side to the other side, he was like, wait, but you should be able to see the other guy at the other shore, 3,000 miles away. No, that conversation was for perspective, but we couldn't get into it because he thought that because you can see the stars, that means that you can see billions of miles with a telescope.
Yeah, that was about the sea level, not about how much you can see in distance.
But across the water, the perspective, the weather conditions, and all those things. He still hasn't added those pieces of the puzzle yet.
And it's very difficult to say that level is flat because that's even to choose from curved or flat. No, I will not choose both. I will not choose. I will stay on. I don't know what it is. Level is level. Yeah.
I am here to destroy you guys. Flat Earthers.
Again, you say it and you never do it.
Yeah, I gotta make sure that guy's gone. The raging guy.
That's the only thing you ever come here to say, I will destroy you, and then you just ramble on about nonsense.
I can't even ramble because I get muted.
It's because you come in here acting like a degenerate. That's why you get muted.
I don't think you're in the past conversation. That's a guy named Quantum.
Yeah.
And all he does is rage, okay? Without me even saying a word.
What's your globe evidence, man?
Let me pull it up. 1 second. It is this one right here. No, it's not the one. Right here. There it is.
Yeah,
It's the
so
picture from
cool.
NASA.
Right. Yeah, I know all about it. Right. So how did you validate that?
By seeing its source material.
Okay, so you just believe that NASA is telling the truth, and that's it. You can't validate it any further than that. You just believe NASA, you trust NASA, and that's it.
Also refutable, right? The fact of the matter is they are an agency specifically.
I mean, you could easily So this image here would be very easy to fake, right? It doesn't really look much different to all the other ones that they just made in Photoshop. Right, so I mean, you can believe that it's a photo of the Earth from space, but you're never going to be able to validate it to be true. It's just like a faith-based thing.
Well, we don't know if it's fake. You're the one making an assumption that is fake, right?
No. I'm saying because NASA's been caught lying about a whole bunch of different things, I don't trust what liars say. Right? If you want to trust NASA, then that's not like proof. Like it's just a picture,
dude. Okay, I don't think I spoke to you before, so you're not the guy who keeps saying it. When you make the claim that NASA has been caught lying, are you talking about within like a conspiracy, like YouTube videos, or like is there an actual evidence to back up the fact that NASA has lied about anything?
Yeah. There's countless amount of videos that's obvious lies.
Oh, where? Because I ask these people, they keep repeating that, and I'm like, send me the video, and nobody does.
Yeah, there's huge compilations of them being caught using harnesses, green screens, faking shots during the Apollo mission.
Green screens?
Yeah, green screens. Yeah, harnesses, obvious hairspray. Yeah, all sorts of different things. Right? Like, I could show you a video right now, right? It's meant to be Chris Hadfield. Do you know who Chris Hadfield is? He's an astronaut.
I guess I do now.
Okay, so, right, he's on the ISS, and he's showing people, this is how we brush our teeth on the ISS. Right? So when he puts the toothbrush in his mouth and starts brushing, it comes up on the screen, fast forward, right? And then all of a sudden, he starts brushing his teeth like crazy, like basically so you don't have to watch him brushing his teeth, right? But the problem with that footage is there's some stuff floating around in the background, right? So when he starts brushing his teeth, they fast forward the footage and he fast forwards, right? But the stuff in the background doesn't fast forward. It just keeps floating around at the same speed.
Is there a video?
Yeah, I'll put the video up now. But all I'm saying, man, is there's like hundreds and hundreds of these like bloopers, right, where they messed up. I'll just find it. 1 sec.
Okay. So this is really weird for me because whenever other times when I come in this video and I'm talking to Quantum or the T-Dub guy, they always make the claim, and whenever I ask them to like show me one thing, they just get mad. So this is like the first time in 2 minutes, we've made a longer progression than I have with any of the other people. So if you could show me like just a video.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 1 second. I'm just trying to ban this guy that's like put this $50 link thing in the chat. Looks like he's already gone. Okay, all good. Yeah, have a look. The video's in the chat there, right? You can find this video on YouTube if you type in like Chris Hatfield brushing his teeth or whatever. But yeah, you have a look at it, right? You'll see something floating, and it's like they're using 2 layers, right? Like a green screen type situation, but they forget to speed up the background layer when they speed up the foreground layer. So yeah, have a look at that.
Hold on. It does. Maybe I'm tripping. Hold on. Is there like a YouTube video about this? Because I don't know. For me, it seems.
Yeah, you can watch the full video. I think if you just type in Chris Hatfield brushing teeth ISS, it's usually pretty easy to find, right? And you can see more of it than this as well, and you can watch it in HD.
I can see. Okay, let me watch the video. I want to hear the commentary on this.
Yeah, go for it. Well, I guess he left. But anyone else on the Globe side, have a look at the footage I posted at 18 minutes after the hour. Use your common sense and tell me if you think that looks a little bit sus. And yes, this is actual NASA footage, believe it or not.
Non-stop się tak mi się spodobało.
Hello, welcome to the live stream. Who joined? Dank. Hello, Dank. Hello, Bharat Vanshi, are you there?
Hello.
Do you have any proof for the ball?
Just here to listen for a while.
Alright. Bharat Vanshi, are you from India?
Yeah.
Do you follow Vedantis?
You can follow it. It's not really something to be followed, I think.
Well, how do you call that religion? Vedantis.
It's not religion. It's because religion is belief based, right? So Vedanta is not belief based. It's it's not even a truth claim. It's almost I mean, someone from the outside can call it that, but it's kind of like it's considered within the circle as like it can't be any other way than this. So I think that's very much a monistic claim, you know.
So is Vedantis different from like the stuff you see at Hindu temples where you have all their gods?
Yeah, so it's like it's different levels of reality, and you'll see more and more cruder versions. People will be kind of like stuck in rituals, and that's also some part of Hinduism. And then you go more and more into the theoretical and more higher planes, let's say, and that's where Vedanta exists.
Okay.
What do you know about it?
Nothing. I like going to Hindu temples.
Yeah, actually, the way they're formed, the construction is based around sacred geometry, like fractals and stuff. If you know.
It's the same with Catholic churches too.
Yeah, seen those patterns. Amazing.
I mean, not the churches, the cathedrals.
Cathedrals, yeah. The 16. When did they stop sanctioning, or when did they stop creating churches like that, or cathedrals like that? I haven't seen one recently.
I don't know, the medieval ages probably.
Yeah. Those were amazing. Are amazing. Are you Catholic?
It's funny you say that. Everyone in my entire family bloodline, cousins, everybody, they're all Catholic, but I'm the only one in my family who was never baptized in any church. And I tried going to Catholic church for a bit, but it's not for me, dude. I don't really like it too much.
Wait, Mr. Batman, what's your type in women? Just curious.
You're in the wrong.
I personally like them short, skinny, blonde hair, blue eyes.
If you want to talk about girls, bro, go outside and go meet some. Oh, and he left.
Yeah, no, I muted them. I think he thought that was Mr. Batman, not FE Batman.
It's funny how fast he left when he got muted.
Yeah, I get muted, but I keep coming back. It's very entertaining.
Bharat, would you say that using a fallacy negates an argument that one presents?
Like any fallacy, or
Yeah.
does it have to be relevant?
Any fallacy. If I present you a fallacy, then my argument is not valid. Would you say that statement is true?
I don't like going off of like general, and this is very emblematic of people who are claiming to be of my in group, let's say. But it's just context matters a lot. So like I can be completely illogical, completely illogical. But then one day I see like, let's say, oh, there's a threat behind you, and I point it out, even though I'm an illogical person. That day I have made an exception. You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like context is. But I mean, if you can put it into an example, like I'll probably agree with you like 99% of the time, I guess.
Oh, this really famous anti-flat earther who said being logically fallacious is better than nothing.
Can you say that again, Crit? I didn't hear you.
He said being logically fallacious is better than nothing.
That's a flat earther?
No, he's an anti-flat earther.
Well, like, Barat, you said you get muted a lot here. A lot of people who come with the globe do because they come here presenting nothing but fallacies, and when you really look into it, it makes no sense, and they deal with it so much. It's like you present these fallacies that don't prove anything, and when they actually try to tell the individual, they just keep like trying to nail it into you, and it still makes no sense. So that's usually why they mute people.
No, that's fair. I've been around for like a while here, a couple of months, off and on, I guess. But I generally agree. I just think that the problem is we're treating things that are in the practical domain with theory and philosophy. I don't think you can apply that like as fluidly as many of the kind of let's say flamboyant flat earthers here.
Like people who say, "Oh, because of gravity, the Earth has to be a ball. Oh, space time, the Earth has to be a ball." That kind of stuff, right?
Well, that and then also like when I'm trying to, provide mathematics or like go step by step, then it's either there's like a no mathematics, that's a category error, science and maths are separate. And I'm like, well then you're just like you're removing the basis on which or you're not even removing, you're denying the basis on which the proof that the globers are talking about exists for the globe.
Barat, do you think triangles are circular? Because that's actually a very big mathematical paradox.
So
with reality.
I will put it in computational fluid dynamics, and this is not just like jargon.
Yeah, you're
this is not jargon. This is not jargon. The way they simulate things in these softwares is they identify like key points, and then it just turns out to be the case that when you're rendering different resolution images and so on, triangles approximate things like very well. You understand?
Yes, as well as polyhedrons.
Right, exactly. 1 second, I'll be right back.
You know, in calculus, that's actually what they use to calculate the area under a curve. They use, I think, polyhedrons, which is like essentially a rectangle with a triangle stacked on top of it. Or no, sorry, trapezoids. It's a trapezoid.
Did he leave?
No, Barat's still here.
He said he'll be right back. He had to leave
Oh,
for
okay.
a second.
Oh, it's Bharat Vanchi.
Hey, my bad. I had to step away for a while. I heard you mention calculus, and
Yeah,
yeah.
because
This is how
they
they
approximate the area under a curve with trapezoids.
right.
You can do the same with rectangles too, but for some reason trapezoids serve their purpose really well.
Yeah, I think it's like a rendering thing. I noticed the more, I mean, the rounder things are, it's just harder for the simulation to make round things compatible with round things when it comes to like identifying anything physical or something, you know. So yeah, whatever fits best in the most cost efficient way. It turns out to be these shapes. So yeah. So you see, like science and mathematics have this thing. So it's not a category error per se.
Well, in reality, it's not principally true.
What do you mean? I mean, those simulations have real world consequences, and yeah, like they predict actual.
Yeah, because they can approximate your reality, but it's not going to give you the real thing.
Well, I mean, that's not what science is about. It's about perfecting, iteratively. It's not about giving you theoretical answers, theoretical perfection.
What type of science? Natural science?
I think that is what I think that's what he's currently referring to.
Oh, really? That's not right then. Natural science just deals with validating cause and effect relationship.
I don't think it doesn't do causal relationships. It never does causal relationships.
Natural science, that's all natural science is. That's all natural science deals with is cause.
It's not causal.
Yes, it only deals with cause and effect relationships.
It's a hypothesis, and then another theory will come and displace it. So it's not causal in a like a permanent sense. It's like causal until we find something better. You know?
Absolutely, most definitely is permanent.
Do you know how many revisions every theory has had? Like almost every theory in trying to understand the
theory in what sense? Theory as in I'm not sure, but I think.
Theory, a scientific theory, in a technical sense.
Yeah, what do you mean like by scientific theory? Do you mean like I'm not sure, but I think that sort of theory?
I said in the technical sense. No, in the technical sense.
What's a scientific theory formed and based on? How is it formed? What's it based on?
A bunch of hypotheses.
That have been tested, or you can just make up some hypotheses and that's a scientific theory?
No, it's there's a rigorous process of testing it.
So you get your theory after the testing of the hypothesis?
Yeah, unless you're doing circular reasoning.
Right. What part of that involves not being, permanent?
Because a new theory that explains what we see better can displace the previous theory.
Yeah. It's going to be built off that theory. You can build upon it. You can't change it or say it's wrong after it's been validated through repeated testing.
The point of contention was it permanent? So it is not permanent. So you concede.
Yes, it is permanent because you will still maintain the values that you got previously and build upon them, not change them or falsify them. It's already been falsified. One way or the other in your hypothesis, yes. Either your alternative was falsified or your null was falsified. That's what a scientific experiment is.
Using Newtonian mechanics, right? Using Newton's equations, If you apply them to planetary bodies, you'll get certain results.
You are not doing natural science on planetary bodies, bro.
And then you use Einstein's field equations, and you get certain answers, which are better
You're
than
not
Newton's.
You're not doing
get it?
scientific experiment. You're not doing scientific experiment on planetary bodies.
Yes, you are.
No, you are not.
Can you explain how?
Through their orbits, you can see how their orbits change.
How did you manipulate an orbit?
And no. Try to understand. It's astronomy. They're trying to.
You try to understand that as a scientific researcher, you will be manipulating the independent variable. You will be hands-on, physically manipulating an independent variable.
Newtonian
Now, are you
mechanics and Newton's
hands-on
equations,
physically?
then if you go back in time, the planet should be in an X position.
Are you hands-on manipulating or varying? Yeah, bye. Fuckwit.
Dan Fessler's here now.
Yo, just listening in while I work.
Do you have proof of the globe?
Not right now.
Okay.
Didn't mean to crash the party or something. I feel like as soon as I joined, everybody shut up.
No, the baby left because he got muted.
Oh, okay.
Because he was avoiding my question. And talking over the top of it. You cannot hands-on physically manipulate or vary a planetary body or change its motion, anything like that, in order for you to be performing or applying the scientific method to things in the sky. It's retarded.
Checking of the mic.
So would you say that when Doc Brown helped Marty McFly go back to the future, which he described as a
No. I wouldn't describe anything that happens in a fictional fucking science fiction movie as being anything relating to the real world.
Hey T-Dub, I'm joining. If you want me to, I'll try to still man that Glober's argument so you can finish what you were telling him. What were y'all arguing about?
Oh no, it's because there was another guy in here trying to say that he can perform scientific experiments on the sky, and then this guy came in saying something about, do you think that when Doc Emmett did such and such in Back to the Future with Marty, do you think they were doing science?
Yeah, trying to claim astronomy's a natural science.
Well, I'll still man the astronomy claim. We've got big ass telescopes, so of course you can science the sky. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, just like Aristotle, right? Prove the Earth was a ball just by looking at the sky.
Yeah, all you do is look at the moon, man. That dude was the man, wasn't he? He was the man.
The problem is that you're going to need an independent variable. That's something that you're going to physically manipulate as the researcher in order to produce an effect or a change. And you're not going to be able to do that through the telescope unless your eyeballs have some sort of magic powers to be able to do something physically to things in the sky.
But T-Dub, I can physically manipulate the telescope. I can, like, increase the focus and shit, so...
So then you'll be saying that telescope causes something.
It's got to be manipulated.
See, because your independent variable will be your supposed cause. So if you're going to make the telescope your independent variable, then you're saying, well, I think telescopes cause, X.
Telescopes cause pseudoscience. How about that for hypothesis?
Oh, yeah, there's a hypothesis.
Telescopes in pseudoscience. Then you wind up with black holes and farts on Uranus and all kinds of stuff, right?
Yeah, independent variable. I observe retards in nature misrepresenting science. Yeah, I wonder what the cause of that is.
Cause would be textbooks backing them up. Would be one cause. If it's in a textbook, it must be science, man. Come on, man. How could they put it in a textbook if it wasn't science? Anyway, any other heliocentric enthusiasts on the panel at the moment? I know that one guy's here, but he said he's at work and he can't defend the globe at the moment.
I didn't mute you, Knuckin. It wasn't me.
Someone here. He's my favorite glober.
Yeah. Someone else caught your stupidity before I did.
Come on, Knuckin Fudge. Give him a chance to talk. He's got globe proof, I promise this time. He does. He's got a video where him and a buddy went to a 10-mile stretch of water off an island off the coast, and they're clearly showing a 66-foot drop in elevation. But you guys won't let him show the video because you're scared.
Oh, I've seen Back to the Future. I'm not scared.
You know, if the other globe, TW, would be that simple for a couple of idiots to go to a beach and do that. Well, they never do that. They just sit and cry about refraction, and it looks flat, but it's really curved. Promise me. Just trust me.
20. You know what? Let's get Joe on the line. Maybe.
What was that?
The name big. So let me tell you something right now. Let me tell you something right now. Come on. Let me tell you something right now, nigga, on the block. Shit. Because you know I got that rock in my pocket. Put it in.
Being funny, you're going to get banned. Just warning you.
Yeah, you're in the wrong forum. This is not the rap forum.
Yeah. You could at least be funny if you're going to troll. Because when Sonny comes in here and trolls, he's funny. Right, Sonny?
I don't know if I troll. I don't know if I'm a funny troll or not. Like, I'll leave that up to the audience to decide. So thank you if I am. That's great. I must just be funny naturally.
I think
a naturally
you're
occurring phenomenon.
What is worse, Sonny? I think you're a funny troll. So good job.
Awesome. I'll work on that. Try to be a more funny troll. Like,
yeah, but if you're going to troll ways with stupid shit, at least be funny. Is that too much to ask? You know?
I do hope you brought globe evidence.
No, I haven't come back with sufficient globe evidence.
Oh man, I really I had faith in you this time, man. Maybe next time.
Yeah, I wouldn't try to give it a weight or like if it's sufficient or not. Just any globe proof would do. So just go out there and grab some and bring it in here. We don't care if you think it's sufficient or not. Doesn't matter. We're looking for any evidence at all. From any source.
Yeah. Earlier I wasn't I had a discussion with people and it seemed like whenever the topic kind of deviated from just the surface and proving the surface, people didn't like that. But what I was saying is that once you accept the surface is flat, you by virtue of that, you're brought into speculate about everything else that is implied by that. And people didn't like that.
Well, you're not forced to. You don't have to.
No, you are forced to.
About anything. What do you mean forced? How's anybody forced to speculate? Explain.
Because it follows a logical line of reasoning. Because if the surface is flat, that means we live in a contained environment. If it's a contained model, that implies a whole other host of things.
It does, but we're just not going to give you any story, just another story, to try to fill in the blanks of your the absent globe model or the failed, the supposedly a globe model, which is not even true in any aspect. So we're not going to make up.
Why do we have to replace the story because the first story's false? Why do we have to make up a new one? Why?
I'm not asking you to, but I'm just saying, like, once you accept the surface is flat, you're forced to speculate on everything else, which is supposed to be a narrative.
There's certain things that we know, and I would say what we are mostly here is we're pretty strict empiricists. So what that means is if it's not observable, measurable, testable, and falsifiable, then we don't really care about it. But we can stick with what we know, what can be proven and repeated, and things like that. So things that are actually axioms, they're laws of nature, those types of things. We know that we observe the surface as flat and stationary. We know the fundamental nature of water. So these things are objectively true. The rest of it, like what's in the sky.
Gentlemen.
No one knows what those lights in the sky are.
That's a lie.
Okay, so tell us how you know what the lights in the sky are.
Okay, because number one, Orion has been recorded to be how it is as long as it has been recorded. They don't change. They're in a fixed position, and they're named and labeled and dated and watched at for thousands of years.
Yep,
so we
and
know
never
for
changed.
a fact.
They've never changed their size and relationship to each other, their orientation with each other. So
listen.
Cannot possibly. I'm almost done. That cannot possibly happen on your spinning globe Earth moving in 4 different vectors. I'm almost done. 4 different vectors at increasing speed up to 1.5 million miles per hour. The constellations staying the same way they've been for thousands of years is impossible on your globe Earth.
Wait, listen, man. So when technological advancements come into play here, i.e. telescopes, which you attest to are real, are they real? Yes or no? Are telescopes real? Yes or no?
Of course, telescopes are real. Go ahead.
Okay. So with that being said, we can monitor things at a distance. The greater the telescope, the greater the monitoring.
Captain Obvious.
So we are able to look at these objects and deter what they are.
How are you determining what they are?
There are because we have one right next to us that we see every day called the sun.
And how do you know what it is? By looking
Because
at it.
stars are just like suns, man. They're all
So
over
you're
the place.
presupposing that the sun is a star when it's nothing like the other lights in the
Indeed
sky
it
that
is.
you call stars.
Indeed it is.
Oh, it is? How are they similar?
Because, like I said, it's like the sun. If you see water,
So you can't tell me how they're similar, though.
If I see water in the rainforest or in Africa or in, it doesn't matter. It's all water. It's all the same.
Now
They're
you're
all, it's fucking water.
scattergunning, and
If
red
you see
herring.
a star in the sky, they're all stars, man. You know how many stars
Yeah.
are in the known universe? Trillions.
Yeah, you're assuming the consequence.
You're not really saying anything, buddy. You're just not even saying anything.
I told y'all they're stars. What do you mean?
Oh yeah,
we have
great.
one
That's
next to us.
profound. Thanks for
We
that.
have one right next to us.
Oh great.
Hello.
You don't know that's a star.
All right. So okay. Wait. Have you ever been to the beach? Have you ever been to the beach?
Me? U.S. State Department, can you hear me?
I have, and I can hear you.
Yes. Ask you one question, man.
I can hear
you. Okay. Would you rather have questions that can't be answered or answers that can't be questioned?
Number one, in the Bible, what was the sign of Jesus coming? A star.
He
Hello?
can't answer.
Hello. It's in the Bible,
You
man.
can't even answer a serious
It's in
philosophical
the damn Bible, man.
You guys continue.
Come on, bro.
About 5 minutes, probably.
My God.
It
Go
doesn't
ahead.
say what it actually is, though, does it?
Angels aren't stars, genius.
Oh my God!
There's a clear description
You're
in
just
the
like,
Bible.
You're like straw man in straw man heaven.
I'm stating the obvious.
Obviously, what? Obviously, you're muted.
Obviously, he's a troll.
For gish galloping. Yeah, you don't have any example of what a star is other than a light in the sky, and you don't have any similarities between what we see as the sun and other lights in the sky.
We're going to go back to Do Hope.
Can't explain how
Let's
they're
do
similar.
hope. Do hope at least can be.
What
about me? A little bit. Can you do hope?
I have nothing. I mean, I'm
gonna
not really
apologize.
well versed. I'm not well versed in the.
That's fine. Just
in
let
the
me
rhetoric,
apologize
so I
for
just-
that rude bastard coming in and having interrupted the conversation that we were having with you and other people.
Apparently, though, like this channel doesn't like deviating from the flat surface, but so like I'm not well versed in that rhetoric, so I don't really have anything to say, but I do find it interesting.
Do you care about the truth and reality? Do hope?
Yes, I do, sir.
Well, the surface is where you got to start. When you've been deceived about what the surface actually is, they say it's a ball. And in 10 years, me and several other people have been trying to verify this with direct measurements of anything over the surface of a body of water. It's not happening. So the truth of the reality is we all got deceived. Whether you want to accept that or not, that's up to you. We're not here to convince anybody. I'll shut up.
Here's one thing that comes to mind is if it's no longer a globe model, then how do we know the continents are where they are? And if they're not that way, then what do you guys think it looks like?
Well, how we know where things are is because that's the way they've been mapped. The globe that you so believe in does not exist in reality in the way that you think it does. It only exists in the conceptual way. The globe is nothing more than a glorified protractor above your head. We have the northern hemisphere, which is a set of stars, and that gives us a map in the north, and we have different set of stars in the south, known as the southern celestial sphere. And there's more map down there because we mapped all the ground flat using elevation angles, taking an elevation angle to stars and planets, the sun, etc., which requires two straight lines So we measured the Earth flat to create a globe that only exists in the sky above your head and not below the feet that you walk on.
Right. So if you measured all the surface if we've measured all the surface that currently exists, then why can't anybody who believes in the flat surface tell me what is beyond as far as you can go north? Like nobody knows. Some people say it's an Arctic wall. Other people will give you a different answer.
If you look at a map of a way that we navigate planes, there's somebody had around here a World War II map for flight routes, which we navigate around the North Pole. Okay, so if you went beyond the North Pole, you would be heading south away from the North Pole. There is a central place on the map, which is the North. And if you cross over it, you'll be going south.
Okay, and what happens if you keep going south or whatever direction you're talking about?
No idea. No idea.
Well, see, like this is where it starts to become.
Why is that a problem for you? Why don't you tell me where the edge of your universe is? You know, your universe that's expanding into nothing. What is it expanding into?
It's a problem for all flat
Can you show
earthers.
me what it's expanding into? You got the same problem with your globe. You live in an ever-expanding universe, but you can't tell me what we're expanding into.
Okay, so then you concede that the surface is an ever expansive surface and we haven't mapped all of it.
I never did that. I never said that. We know the known land and the known waterways. We have them mapped, and they are mapped, and they're mapped into the stars above your head. It's called celestial navigation. It's how we navigate, aviate, and map our world. It's into the stars above your head. I'm done here. I can go back to the conversation with the other guys.
Okay. So, where's the center of the Earth then? Because a globe does not have a center. So where on the flat Earth model is the center?
No idea, buddy.
So nobody can tell me where the center of the Earth is.
You're asking.
We navigate around the North Pole. We navigate around the North Pole. That's the way that it works. It's how we
Where is
navigate.
the North Pole on the flat Earth model?
Get a compass and figure it out. Go there. Figure it out for yourself.
Well, you go there and you tell me. Like that's not helping anything.
Are you denying the fact that how we actually navigate using a compass? Are you denying how
First
we do
of all,
that?
I don't know why you're mad. Like I'm just
not
asking
mad.
questions.
I'm trying to figure out what you're on about here because you got problems with your globe. You don't like it. The globe that you believe in is conceptual. It's not reality.
You're just assuming I believe in a globe, but I really don't. I'm just following a logical line of reasoning.
Okay, so we navigate around the North Pole. That's what we do. We have a central, what is referred to as central north. Now, whether it's in the center, I have no idea, but we do navigate around north. We go east and west. It's how we circumnavigate the globe. Well, your globe, you go around in a circle, okay? On the flat plane, you're going to go around a circle around the North Pole. It's just a circle. So there's no ball involved to circumnavigate. You just go in a circle around North Pole because where your compass is going to point, and you're going to circumnavigate that point.
So are you saying that where are the continents in relation to the North Pole?
They're in the stars. They've been mapped. They have longitude and latitude lines, which are in the sky. So we've mapped them. That's where they exist. They exist in the sky. So you need to figure out where the ground position of the star is at a particular point in time that coincides with, say, Paris, for example. And that's where Paris will be.
Okay, so you're saying the stars, the lights in the sky are all fixed? Is that what you're saying, or what are you saying?
We see them move across the night sky. The stars move east to west.
Right. So
But
everything is
at a
what?
particular
How?
point in time, sidereal time comes into play for finding a location somewhere. So it's all about timing and about where a star's ground position is to coincide with the location. Okay, we use the stars to map. It's what we do. It's how we navigate.
Yeah, I realize that.
But your
I
globe isn't
realize
real.
that.
But your
Early
globe isn't real.
colonizers.
But your globe isn't real. Okay, it's a concept.
Why do you keep talking to me like I don't? Anyway. Okay, so that just begs the question then, what's moving the stars? If we're not moving around the stars, then what's moving the stars?
Great question. Go figure it out.
Okay, well, there's another dead end.
Well, I don't think anybody knows what's moving the stars. You've just been fed a story that you want to believe, or you're trying to go there, but you're not. I'm not exactly sure what direction you're trying to take this in, but it's just a story that everybody's been told about the stars and about how the universe is ever expanding and everything. And, it's just, I'm not sure where you're going with this, because you say you're not a glober, but I'm not sure what point you're trying to put
I don't know why you're trying to box me into something that you want to box me into, but I'm just asking questions.
What the hell you're talking about? Like,
what do you mean? This doesn't seem like too out of the context here. I mean,
so what do you
I
have
feel
a
like you're
problem
just
with?
mad.
Because we don't know where the center is. We don't know where the edge is. We don't know where this is. We don't know where that is. We only know what we know. And we know the known land and waterways because we've mapped them into the stars. That's how we navigate, how the world works.
What do you mean by waterways? Because everything outside
the oceans. Okay?
Okay,
Earth
those can be limitless for all you know.
Earth is the ground, what you walk on, okay? And if you walk to the edge, you're going to come to water. When you come to the edge of the ground, you're going to come to water, the shore of the ocean, the shore of a lake, okay? So the earth is what you stand on. That's the ground, terra firma. So now you know how the maps are made, and now you know what the globe is. The globe is just a conceptual thing that exists above your head. It's not what you walk on. You actually live inside the globe, is where you actually live, on a flat plane with a protractor above your head, where you measure elevation angles to the stars so that you can figure out where you're at when you're navigating.
Yeah, that's great. So what map to you would be the most accurate model of our lands and oceans and everything else?
No. You're best to use local maps for your local area. They're probably the most accurate. But when it gets into the bigger thing about what the whole thing is, no idea, because we've only been fed a story. Don't know what the shape of the earth is. Don't know how big it is.
So this guy is acting like he's trying to follow some line of reasoning when in fact he's doing the opposite of that.
Yeah, it's really frustrating.
That sounded smart, but really, it's just it makes sense to keep questioning these things once you.
Yeah, all maps are aired. You know this. It's already in evidence that maps
and the reason
have compounding errors the larger they get. So
and the reason for that,
give me a map of all of creation, you would have so many compounding errors at that point, it'd be literally worthless. And you know this already.
The reason why the maps are distorted, sorry to jump in here, but it's because we use the Haversine formula. We take a flat plane map and we turn it into a curve above our head.
So you wrap it around a ball.
When we do that, we have to introduce spherical excess because we need more. There isn't enough of what you measured to fill the space. So you have to create fakery. And then when we undo it to turn it back into a flat from the curve that we created in the first instance, you have to remove the spherical excess with the use of the Haversine formula, thus compounding all the errors, as Crit was saying.
Yeah. So right. So the land masses get distorted in size. Yeah, I understand
So how is it a
that.
problem? Like, because what are you going out into reality and facing it as an obstacle, which requires you to know for certain how all the land masses are configured and all that?
Because what do you mean? Why is that important?
Well, because you're saying like we're forced to provide these answers, right? But you'd only be forced to in a situation where you've got no choice but to do that. Otherwise, you can't perform a specific. Otherwise,
you have no other
listen,
choice but
I
to
hadn't finished,
wonder.
bro. Hey, let me hear the end of my fucking sentence. You'd need to know those things. Otherwise, you can't perform the task, a specific task. So what task are you trying to perform, which requires you to have those answers?
You can't tell me everything is mapped out through via the stars, but then
So you
also
don't
say,
have one.
"Oh, we don't know where the end is."
So you don't have a reason for needing to know. You just want to know.
Don't you want to know the truth?
Well, do hope.
Get in line.
Whether you believe you're on a globe or you're on a flat Earth, we're still using the same maps to the extent we can. You just have a belief, though, that they're only accurate if you imagine it's on a globe.
Well, I still think they're accurate to the point where you need to get from A to B, but it doesn't answer why we can't get to the end of a certain direction. Like what happens when you go up or either direction. And I guess that's just like part of the flat surface thing. Like once you accept that, you're forced to speculate on these things. And I'm just wondering what people thought about that. But I guess there's like, that's a problem, obviously. It's part of the truth.
Yeah, that's it. There's a lot of things we don't know or even can't know, but they're not true on a globe. So we just have to relinquish the idea that our belief system was correct. It isn't. It doesn't mean that we can know everything. We're trying. I think that's where cognitive dissonance comes in to play a lot for people, especially when it's a new idea and you're trying to grasp the concepts. And so I appreciate that you can have a good conversation with us because it's rare for a globe believer.
I'm not a globe believer. I mean, I reject the narrative. I'm just trying to understand where because it's like, okay, the surface is flat. Now what? That's where I'm at. Now what? And it just seems like everyone's like, oh, I don't know. So,
that's right.
Yeah.
Some things we're incapable of knowing, at least yet. I mean,
please build a rocket and send me a photo of the flat earther.
I'll build a rocket and send a photo of the flat Earth.
But what we do know,
all the photos of flat Earth.
Sorry, we know what it can't be though, with the knowledge about the flat Earth or the heliocentric model. So that's a good starting point.
We're not a nation, bro. We're not a collective, you know, we don't have collective resources and time and energy and all that to invest in trying to fully explore and understand the nature of the entirety of reality.
I mean, that's neither here nor there. It's just the surface is flat. Now what? Like, what are you going to do with that information? Like, what does that imply? That implies a lot of things.
No space, no vacuum, new physics, no gravity. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
Exactly. And I'm just following that to its logical conclusion. Like, that means we're in a container, which means, yes, there's a God, which means basically the whole world is deceived, which means if you believe in God, you gotta believe in some thing like Satan, which is running the world. I mean, these are just basic things that you conclude from the flat surface.
Now that you know that it's flat, why not just get on with life and enjoy life? Have a good time.
Exactly. You
I
just
don't.
know you're not on a ball, man. You just know you're not space. Nothing's going to come hit you. No asteroids. There's no alien planet going to attack you. There's so much stuff you don't have to worry about on a flat Earth.
You're not spinning.
Yeah, but do you know what that means? That means outside of this little channel, you go and talk to anybody, they're going to call you crazy. So
Why?
it
Because
kind of makes it hard to just get along
hold
with it.
on. How can they call me crazy unless they present the things that don't exist? So they'd have to present some
I'm just
aliens
telling
unless
you
they'd be the
what
crazy
will
ones.
happen if you go into the street outside of this little conversation.
reality.
Hold on, Democ. Hold on. So what you're telling me is living according to the truth of reality is not worth a little bit of ridicule from people that probably don't care about you anyways?
I mean, if it's the truth, it should be worth all the ridicule.
Okay, well then there you go.
But
go
I'm
get
not going to sit
ridiculed.
here. Don't sit here and say like this. Just go on with your life and act like everything's normal when everybody, literally everybody, and everything around you is deceived. I mean,
And
that's
they
just
were
kind of.
deceived before. There wasn't a day they weren't deceived, so keep going on like normal, just like the man said.
Well, I can see what you mean. I mean, obviously, it's a little bit more difficult. You can't just start skipping, right? You have to come to terms with some certain things. But you've been around people your entire life that believe lies, not just this one, but other ones, and so it's hard to be around them anyways, right? Because they see the world through a prism, or they want to keep things that aren't true as true because it's convenient for them. Everybody has friends or family like this. But in this situation, yeah, the vast majority is living according to something that's totally impossible. So you're right.
I mean, it's like a pretty groundbreaking if there's only 196 countries or so, and 193 of those countries are in the United Nations, and around 80 of those countries or so have their own space agencies. That means there's a massive deception occurring, which is not something that you can just say, all right, that's let's everyone get on with their
I was
lives.
dealing
Like,
with that before Flat Earth, bro. I was dealing with
Yeah,
that
that-
before Flat Earth.
That has nothing to do with, I mean, all the things that you're detailing have more to do with central banking and, you know, people who are actually running the nation states, you know, like that's already been acknowledged way before the flat earth thing.
Yeah, flat Earth is another aspect of it all. It just brings clarity to the whole picture.
well, why do you guys think it's imperative for them to deceive the world into thinking it's a globe?
You got ignorant slaves. Those are the ones that are easiest to control. It's pretty simple.
Hey, 1 sec. It didn't take much. All it took was a guy in a toga
Cartoon.
with some sticks and shadows.
Yeah, show them a cartoon hollow sticker ball that's nothing. No, it's not even physical dirt and material like that. Sticker and plastic, and then a guy with two sticks that you can't. What the fuck? That was real hard. You know what my thing is dumbass people shouldn't have jumped on retard bandwagons of sticks and dresses, you know, and shadows.
I got a question real quick. So, if the Earth does have sphere, or if the Earth is flat, like you guys claim, and I'm open minded to it as well, but Wouldn't there be a lot less INS degradation and inertial navigation systems on aircraft or even like naval assets? Because the whole reason why those INS systems degrade and they have to be recalibrated in flight with GPS is because of the sphere on the longitude longitude of the coordinates that they're flying on for their flight paths. How do you guys explain that?
You're going to have to be a little bit more specific. So the inertial reference systems.
Yeah, it's a navigation. It's called INS, I guess, on aircraft.
Right. Right.
Navigation.
So what are they correcting to?
They resync. I think it's after like 200 nautical miles. They usually see, at least with military aircraft, from what I've researched, around 200 nautical miles, they'll see maybe like a 100-foot to 500-foot degradation over time. The longer you fly, they continue to just degrade because of the calculations of the sphere of the Earth. The way that they resync or recalibrate, they call it an alignment in flight. It's usually done nowadays off GPS. So GPS will make sure the INS gets back aligned.
Oh, okay. Well, I think I know what you're talking about. So if I provide for you some black box data, but that recalibration does not occur over 1,000 miles, then what conclusion can we come to?
Well, I don't know how that would really prove much because these older aircraft, like especially Air Force aircraft, for example, that have the gyroscopes and INS systems, and then they've been retrofitted later on with GPS, they still have to do INS fixes in flight. It definitely happens. So, I mean, I guess you could provide me a black box of a commercial airliner that doesn't necessarily care as much about it since precision's different.
Why would the precision make a difference as far as commercial aircraft versus military? They're trying to get to a location, right?
Because military are dropping munitions on a very precise coordinate after like 200, 300 miles. And all that system, all that INS all aligns into the weapon system for sensors, where a bomb's going to be dropped at for CCRP mode, everything else.
So these are recalibrating and readjusting to an actual projection of the globe and not the actual terrain.
Right.
Is that correct?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. It's like a simulated projection inside the aircraft computer, basically.
I see. So the aircraft is actually, and the inertial navigation systems within that aircraft are actually correct, but they are correcting, recalibrating those systems to something that's projected. So it's calibrating to the fiction that is essentially the map.
I guess you could claim that, yeah. I mean, before they had GPS, they were definitely degraded very commonly on missions. Now that we have GPS, obviously GPS might be the fiction that you're talking about, that they align back to or snap back to. What they used to do back in the 80s and 70s, for example, like a fighter aircraft, like an F-16, they would align to a known fixed point or like a known, visual reference before they start their attack. And they would technically get all their sensors back aligned within like a certain threshold before they would do the pop-up attack on a target. And this is talking about missions where they're launching out from like 300 plus miles away, so over just the en route process out to the mission area, their navigation system would degrade a little bit due to the curvature of the Earth.
All right. Well, listen, I would probably prefer, and if you're one of these, an actual military pilot that can show me this calibration and everything occurring, or what exactly is being lined up, then it would be helpful. If there's a document that says this is occurring, I'd like to see it occurring. I'm not saying you're lying. It's just one of those things where it's like, okay, they're saying they're correcting to something. What are they really correcting to, and why? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's basically correcting to the actual coordinates of what something is on a map. That's really the best way to say
Okay.
it. I can't really. I'm driving right now. I do have some documents, but I can't really I'm sure you could look up some stuff as to why INS degradation occurs, why the INS fix system is a thing in like the F-16, F-15, other aircraft. Even nowadays, why they do it. There's public access to it, but this is really talking more about super precision stuff. You know, commercial airliners, they can INS align and fix and fly to on very long journeys, especially overseas. But it's not as detrimental to them nowadays because they have GPS.
Right. And I guess I would need to know what axis they're correcting on, because let's take a gyro compass, for instance, on a ship. Those have to be recalibrated every few hundred miles because, you know, if the way that they're essentially traveling through the ocean in a straight vector, the magnetic north will end up changing, and so they'll stop. They'll recalibrate their compass to magnetic north, and then they'll keep going. So, you know, recalibrations do occur. I'd kind of like to see where and why and what axis they're doing it on. But in this case, there's neither here nor it's kind of not here or there, especially if the maps that we use, the charts that we use, are always essentially Cartesian and, you know, flat. So I kind of want to know more about what you're talking about. If you can come back and provide those documents, I'd like to look at them.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Doho, did you have any other questions, or you still soaking it in?
I have a lot of questions, but it's just like it just seems like we have no model. We don't know what anything looks like anymore because nobody's like seen the center of the Earth, so it's just kind of hard.
What makes you think you need to?
Well,
to know
why is that a thing you need to do?
To know the truth of like this, what we're doing here. It's pretty.
Okay, so you think you have to see the middle of a piece of dirt to know the truth of what we're doing here? Okay, I'm not with you on that one, brother.
There's one
you go to the middle of dirt yourself.
There's one big puzzle piece that's missing. Wouldn't you like to know? Like what's going on?
Dirt? It's going to be in a dirt clump? I don't think so.
A dirt clump?
No, I understand what you're saying. Hold on, Demar. I understand what you're saying. It would be nice to know what the entirety of the realm essentially looks like, right? That would be fantastic. However, we definitely don't have the budget, and I would like to probably guess that nobody actually has the ability to see the entirety of this place. Not even the military-industrial complex, however high they've been. I don't think they can get a full grasp of what this place looks like from a God's eye view. So they can't do it.
I'm just saying, I'm just saying, like, okay, so we think we know what protons are, but we don't because we throw that out there. Then photons, electrons, all this other, and everybody thinks they know what gases are and all this stuff. So what are you going to know at the end of the day that you still can't figure out right now, even as a global, with all the stuff you thought you knew that was wrong? At the end of the day, what are you going to figure out? That's what I want to know.
I mean, nothing really. If you're asking what I'm going to figure out right now that makes a difference in my life, nothing.
So why not just keep living and you just know that we've been lied to, and you can't not be lied to by people that are telling you the entirety of your fucking existence, brother. If I'm telling you you're a brain in a jar, don't believe me. If I'm telling you I know everything that you don't know, please don't believe me. If I'm telling you I'm the military, just believe me, don't believe me.
You can always travel. You can go to Mexico and drink some margaritas on the beach. You know, you've got that option. We can still navigate. We can still get places.
Yeah, we can still go to places that we know of and that we know exist there and shit. Like, but anywhere else would just be a new piece of dirt or land. Christopher Columbus is only NASA and the government anymore, right? Nobody else can be a Columbus.
Were you guys just saying that no one's actually been like across the North Pole?
What?
No, I think what he said was that the government doesn't have a God's eye view of this Earth. Do you understand what that means?
Oh, I got you. I thought earlier someone was saying that no one's actually been above, like, or to the center of the Earth, so to speak, if we're looking at like a flat model.
Yep, that's what they say.
Yeah, the flat Earth, I don't think would have a center of a model.
Oh, okay. I
Oh,
was thinking
the flat Earth does have a center, though. It has to. It's the globe that doesn't have a center.
Nah, quit thinking weird shit. You know, you can't find the center of some objects because they're not centered out. They're not able to be centered.
Well, the flat Earth, as far as what you're talking about center-wise, what do you mean center? Center of the plane?
The reason why
Well, see, now this is why it gets so
asking is
fucked up.
because with this model, like, so I've personally flown from Guam all the way up north and then back down through Greenland into the U.S. So I've technically flown over this area that's in the center. If I'm looking at the model that you guys are describing, maybe I haven't misunderstood, but I figured the flat.
I mean, you flew over the North Pole?
Not directly over it, but yes. I mean, technically.
Also, you didn't go directly over the center. Okay. That's what we're looking for. The direct North Pole, where's that at?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I technically still flew across a pole to make it from Guam all the way up north and then make it back down into the U.S. If that makes sense to you. I'm just trying to describe, I guess, the model that I had in my mind. Maybe you guys have a different model than that's going on.
Well, here's the thing.
There are maps that do that, where they go over the North Pole and then come back down into the U.S. from other parts of the world.
Yeah, they don't have a model. That's why I'm trying to figure it out, because you have to reject the model that you've been using to navigate. So then it's
there's no globe model either. So you can throw that right out. There's no globe model. There's no flat Earth model. We just have maps. That's all we have.
And you trust those? What maps? What maps?
I got you what you're saying. So very well, the Air Force completely skewed me with the maps that they provide for navigation, and maybe that is the case. But I'm just trying to tell you that there are flight plans that go from like the other parts of the continents and then come across the North Pole into the U.S.
Flight plans? There's a flight plan? Bobby, I want you to take this sidewalk I made for you. Okay, you're going to find out something new, right, Bobby? I highly doubt it, bud. You're going to take that sidewalk and you're going to shut up. And you're not going to find anything new. And then you're going to come back and say, well, I can walk the sidewalk over what I think I'm walking over. Well, good for you, Bobby. What are you really walking over that you don't have to think about, that you can know and prove? That's the question, little Bobby.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I mean, we register and plan our own flight plans depending on the mission at times. And I mean,
you take a path.
I very well could be deceived. I'm not sure, but I'm just telling you the maps that we use for those flight plans.
Did you make the map?
Everything else.
Did you make the map you use?
The government supplies us with that globe map that we're talking about.
The government?
So it very well is a different model than what is reality, if that's what you guys are trying to explain. That's why I was trying to clarify what model you guys are talking about if you are claiming no one goes over the North Pole.
There is no model.
I'm not claiming anybody doesn't go over what we would call the North Pole. And I mean, Hope, I want you to realize, you realize there is no globe or heliocentric model that exists as well, right?
What do you mean by that? I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, when you ask for a model, what do you mean?
I mean, of what we think we're standing on, and in relation to all the other land masses and waters of body.
Right. Okay. So you want essentially God's eye view of everything on the Earth, so we can kind of get a distance, a relationship between all of these body masses in the ocean. Okay, I get that. You want some kind of accurate depiction, right?
Yeah,
no
I
problem.
mean, it's like, where is this landmass in relation to that landmass? Like, wouldn't you want to have an accurate model of that?
I guess the model that we use is like MGRS, the military grid reference system, if you want to call it that. Now, again, to your point, maybe that's all freaking skewed and it's a big facade, but it still definitely works for getting us from one place to another with whatever's reality at the moment.
Sure. So there are over, I think, 200 projections of the Earth in map form. Okay, but these are projections. These are different ways of looking at it. Let's take the globe for instance. So the way that the globe is laid out is that you get all of your latitudes, right, from elevation angles to Polaris, and then you take that and you essentially double it once you get to the equator to create your southern hemisphere. Although things start to get a little like fuzzy around there, they get more skewed, a little bit more compact. But then they take those two halves and they invert them. Instead of being planar, they take the celestial sphere and they wrap those coordinates around the celestial sphere. And then they essentially make those two halves and put them together, two hemispheres. And then you have your globe projection. It's a polar coordinate system. You have two poles, two hemispheres, mapped over a sphere surface, and then you have a polar coordinate system. That's the globe. That's just a projection. Everything's skewed. You can even tell, right, like the longitude lines, they converge at the bottom and in the top so that the land masses themselves are a little bit augmented, right? Everything's compacted as the closer you get to those poles. So that's one projection. Then you have the azimuthal equidistant projection, which is taking the globe and then splaying it out and then, opening up the southern hemisphere that you made with that globe, laying it flat. And so now everything is according to the azimuth, right? That's another projection. It turns out that all we have is projections. We don't really actually have an accurate coordinate system, at least worldwide or Earth-wide, for the entirety of it. Now, what we do have are accurate navigation charts, but those are small, and they usually deal with small areas. So those are the things that are going to be most accurate, at least as far as navigating areas like that are concerned. But there's no heliocentric model at all. The globe, it's not a model, it's a projection.
What areas are you claiming that we don't have accurate coordinates for? I'm just curious.
Everywhere. You don't have a map, and there is not one map. They're all projections that are 100% accurate. Where they're skewed depends on what coordinate system they're deciding to do to make that, or to use to make that map.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So the coordinate system that we have is like a facade, but at least it does, like the coordinate system itself is accurate for the facade that they're trying to push. Because we
just whatever. Yeah, you have coordinate systems, and they're accurate in certain ways because the coordinate system that they're using might be useful for something, right? But the entirety of it, what's difficult about the Earth is to actually accurately get distances across the air and across the water. The best way to do that, it turns out, is celestial navigation. And that, of course, you have to measure the Earth flat to do that. So in reality, those are probably the most accurate ways to measure locations, geographical positions on Earth. But even that, to create an entirety, is difficult.
I will say the sextant that we've used for celestial navigation, it doesn't have to be a flat model. It's actually trained for the sphere model.
Okay, so tell me how you get an elevation angle from a curved surface.
I honestly, I can't talk much about it. I'll be right back. I actually have to pick up my kids real quick.
Did hear that right, didn't I? Sextants only work on a globe.
That's what I just heard, and then he dipped after I wanted to see how it worked. So,
okay,
maybe he'll be back.
Hi. What's up, mates?
G'day.
So I heard the Earth was flat.
Okay.
Someone told me to come down here.
Okay. What do you want to know?
That's not a knife.
Is it a spoon or something?
Yeah, you guys know the Earth is round, though, right?
I knew it. You drink Foster's, don't you? The Australian LARP.
But wait, why is he doing that? Because does he think Jedi is Australian?
I don't know.
It's because I said today.
It's alright. I thought it'd be funny. But so anyway, what is the shape? Is the Earth like a flat disk or is it a round sphere? Which one is it?
Neither.
Neither. What is it?
Well, we don't know the shape. We just describe and measure the surface. The surface is flat.
What if I could show you incontrovertible proof that the Earth is round?
Oh,
would you be willing to accept it?
It depends. I mean, if you're going to say uncontrovertible proof that the Earth is a ball, I would hope that would be to an empirical standard, which would require a measurement.
Okay, I'm going to make it as simple as possible.
Okay.
Imagine you have a. Imagine you have you have a sphere in a square room. Okay. What happens? What shadow is cast on the wall, no matter what direction the light source is coming from?
A circle.
Okay. So every time an eclipse happens, right, regardless of which position it is, right, because not all eclipses occur in the same place, right? Like they occur in like different parts of the, like different parts relative to the surface of the Earth, right?
Okay.
So if every time a spherical object is projected onto some reflecting object like the moon, right? If every time that happens, it's a sphere, no matter where on Earth, which direction like the eclipse is forming relative to the surface of the Earth, wouldn't that in fact be undeniable evidence of the Earth's being round? Of the Earth shape being spherical?
Actually, it would be a begging the question fallacy, and then you'd be affirming the consequent after that. So that's not really incontrovertible evidence. In fact, it's just a couple of fallacies that you agreed.
You agreed that if there's a sphere in a blank room, that any direction the light is projected from is a circle, right? Then you would also
I know.
Part of you affirming the consequence. Right? You understand what this fallacy is, right?
How is it a fallacy? It's geometry. Where's the geometry failing? Where's the geometry?
Here's what we'll do. We have to start in this one instance, all right? Are you begging the question when you say eclipse that the Earth is in between the sun and the moon?
What?
Are you begging the question with an eclipse, because I've looked at the definition of eclipse. Are you begging the question that the Earth is between the sun and the moon in space?
Is there nothing I can say about space?
Can you just answer?
Isn't this weird? I asked you a very simple question, and you can't answer it.
No. I'm answering it, right? Are you inferring?
No, you're not. You need
what can I say? Okay, so tell me, what can I say? What am I allowed to say? Which framework am I allowed to operate in? Right?
I'm just asking you, do you think the Earth is in between the sun and the moon?
Why can't
I'll cut off because you won't answer the question.
But why can't it be?
Dude.
No, it's not about what can't it be. I'm asking you if that's what you believe.
But do you not accept that the Earth can exist in space between the sun and the moon?
No, I don't accept that. I don't want to beg the question with you. I'm asking you if that's what you're doing, begging the question.
Hold on. Do you agree
scenario?
Do you agree that both the sun and the moon exist?
Aren't you? So you've already that's not the question.
But no, do you agree that they exist?
Of course they exist. There's two lights in the sky. One's night, and the day sometimes, and the other one's exclusively daytime light. So obviously the sun and the moon exist. Now, are you going to be assuming that one of them is 93 million miles and a certain size, and that the other one is 248,000 miles away and another size? But it turns out they're the exact same size.
Well, hold on.
As far as our point of view is concerned, are you going to assume those things?
We can get to distances, but first, okay, since we're both operating from the shared framework of the sun and the moon are both visible in the sky.
No, we're not. They're just above us. That's
Wait,
all
so
I
they're
can
visible,
say.
right? Those are both objects that are visible in the sky, correct?
I don't know if they're objects, but for this purposes, I guess.
You don't know if they're objects?
I guess.
Oh my! Dude,
how would you know if they're an object?
Dude, this is insane. You see, this is exactly.
Sometimes you see a light. Isn't this interesting, bro? Isn't it sometimes that you can have a light source, but it's a reflection? Friend, hold on. Sometimes you can see a light, but it's a reflection. Wouldn't you agree?
You're just a pure solipsist, right? You're just saying.
I'm asking you.
Every observation
is
like internal, subjective.
Okay, now you're rambling. You've already gotten wrecked. I caught you in begging the question, and now you're floundering. It's kind of sad and pathetic. Now, if you want to stick on the topic, if you want to admit to, begging the question, then by all means you can admit to that, and we'll move forward. If you don't want to admit to that, then we're not going to be able to talk very much. So I'm going to take you off mute, and I'm going to ask you the same question again right now. Are you begging the question that the Earth is in between the sun and the moon, yes or no?
If I was floundering, you wouldn't mod abuse, right?
Oh, there we go. He's done.
Just weird. Willing to have a conversation with you. Says he was going to walk through it with you, and you just decided not to answer any of his questions directly. It's fucking weird behaviour.
Yeah. I mean, can we conceive of one object getting in between two other objects? Of course we fucking can. We're not stupid. We grew up with this fucking narrative, you moron.
He asked me what an object is, right? Hold on. So just so we're clear, right? Where we stopped at the conversation was me asking him if we can both agree that the sun and moon are visible objects in the sky. And he told me then, right? His immediate response was, what is an object?
No.
How do we know that they're objects?
No, the conversation stopped when you didn't... Dude, the conversation kind of started going downhill when you didn't clarify your position. He was asking you to clarify your position.
I was trying to clarify that's why we got caught up.
Sorry, it's probably not best that you speak for me, dude. You did not answer the question directly. You just started talking crap.
Yeah, but we're having an exchange. This isn't an interrogation, right? You're not cross-examining a witness.
You to clarify your fucking point.
Okay, don't yell and don't swear.
Then don't be an idiot, and I won't need you.
Don't ad hom, right? Don't listen. I'm not insulting anybody.
He's still doing it. You're still fucking doing it.
I'm just asking for clarity on what an object is. Because
Will you please stop? Good grief. He asked you if you thought that the sun and the moon were real to begin with, which is ridiculous. Of course, we see the sun and the moon in the sky.
I was even actually going to go along with it and say, for the sake of this argument, they're objects. No problem. Light sources, I guess so. They look like solid objects to a degree. So this little red herring that you're doing right now, it's not going to work. We're going to go back to, do you think the Earth is in between the sun and the moon? It's a very simple question, not hard to answer. Are you going to answer it, or are you just going to obfuscate and divert away from that?
Yeah, I don't have a problem answering that question, right? But
why didn't you?
Because we have to be operating from some framework, right?
Yeah, he's asking you to clarify your point, which will be the framework for the rest of the fucking conversation.
So that's why I'm asking, why can't I believe that? Why is it crazy?
No one said that you can. I'm just clarifying.
Right. So, but do you also believe that is possible for there to be that sort of alignment?
We grew up learning the same shit about eclipses as you fucking idiot.
So
hold on, T-Dub. He's asking a different question. What he's asking is it possible that could be the case? Well, I'm asking you, or I'm telling you, that if you assume that in the first place, and then you bring up this eclipse, you're begging the question of that scenario without evidence for that particular instance, which is the Earth is in between the sun and the moon. You're going to have to prove that first, not beg the question of it.
Right, which is why I'm asking you. Right. Also, by the way, I don't really like this whole mod abusing shtick. I mean, if that's your thing.
Yeah, I know. No, this is my shtick. See, my shtick is when you don't answer things directly, and then we have to go round and round with you. Instead of you just rambling on and red herring and non sequitur, I just go ahead and mute you and ask you direct questions and see if you answer them. We didn't have to do this earlier, but now you decided to be a pain in the ass, so now I'm doing it. Good.
And he never did answer your question.
Nope.
Yeah, you were right, yeah. Because he was asking, do you think that's possible? No, I don't think it's possible. It would mean the Earth is a ball and it's in outer space. So no, I don't think that's possible.
Yeah, there's a lot of agreement ladder stuff going on these days, I've noticed. Would you agree that this is possible? No. Just prove it.
I can believe it's possible if I was on a ball and that ball was in outer space and it existed between the sun and the moon. I could believe that.
Yeah.
It'd have to, like you said though, it'd have to be that though.
People are always interrupting the conversations we have with Doe Hope.
I mean, I don't really have any more questions. Well, actually, no, I do have questions, but nobody has the answer. But that's just because nobody actually knows what the fuck they're standing on or what anything looks like. Which is fair. I mean, if you reject the model you've been given, you have to figure it out. But I'm just still questioning why nobody can figure it out.
Well, you want to know why nobody can figure out the God's eye view. I think the easiest answer is, well, I don't know if we can get high enough. That's probably the situation.
But like, why is that? What's stopping rockets or any plane from going high enough to get a good view?
So it's a contained system, so I don't know how high the ceiling is, but there's some kind of container.
Also,
that probably is the limiting factor.
Optics. That's a
Optics,
factor.
yeah.
Optics, yeah.
We also have
What does that mean?
We also have to understand at high altitudes, that's military controlled space. I think it's above 50,000 feet or somewhere around there, above where commercial jets fly. So we understand that balloons, they're only going to go up so far, and you're going to need permission if you're going to start sending rockets up into the sky through military airspace.
Yeah, they want to know where everything is in the sky, right? Even drones, I mean, you need licenses and stuff these days, unless it's like, just flying around about 10 feet in your backyard. I don't think anybody gives a shit. But
The only reason why anyone would be asking the questions of how can we know everything, is because the globe already made you think that you knew everything. That's why you think you have to know everything about flat Earth, and you don't, because they don't know anything about globe.
You made a comment
Except-
about how people don't know what they're standing on. I'm not sure quite how you phrased that, but I want to pick up on that because that's really interesting. That's the problem with today, is that people are so out of touch with reality, with their surroundings. You know, the land, the ground, the earth underneath their feet, the stars above their head. They have no clue what's going on because they've chose to. They've stopped looking, and they've started to just believe in their story because the story's cool, and they can go to space, et cetera, et cetera. And it's just not real. You know, yeah, it's time to reconnect with nature.
So, like, if we have small scale understandings of land masses and water bodies, why hasn't anybody just connected them all together like a puzzle and gotten an actual?
It's already done. We have maps. We have maps. The problem with the maps is that they are distorted because the maps are made by adding spherical excess and then removing spherical excess, and we get distorted maps. So we have an idea. We can get places. We can navigate the places. You can go to Mexico and have a margarita on the beach. That's not a problem. You can do that. So,
okay, but the problem is,
we do know where these places are.
No, we actually don't
you
know.
think we don't?
No, we don't. Yes, we do not actually know what it looks like.
Then how do we go to these places? How do people go to Mexico? How do we have people on here from Australia?
Why can't you just make a model that isn't stretched out, or however the globists are using?
It's never been done before.
Reinvent the model.
All we have for navigating is the stars, and it works the way that it works. And at this point in time, we do not have another option. There is no other option. It is the way that it is, and we deal with it the way that we deal with it. And it works just fine. We're able to navigate and get around the globe. We know where places are. We're able to visit them.
What I'm saying is it's not an actual representation of what it looks like, though. You're using a false representation of land masses.
You're having a problem with that. You want the bird's eye view. I don't think that exists. There only is what there is.
If you're using a stretched out false model, then you actually don't know what it looks like. You don't know what things are related to one another.
I said it's distorted. And
exactly.
When you're going to navigate to a place, when you're going to navigate to a place, you might look at a bigger map to figure out that, hey, here I'm in New York and I'm going to go to Paris. Okay, so you might look at a map to figure out where New York is and where Paris is, and then you might plot like I'm going to go and stop here and stop there. You can do that on a map, but then once you get to Paris, you're going to use like a street map. You're going to go to a local map to zoom in on your area because it's more accurate. You can't use a big map for a street view. It's not going to happen, and we don't do that. So when you go somewhere, you're going to use a more local map.
I mean, that's not what I'm even. Yeah, I get that, but like on a larger scale,
all there is. That's all there is. You're looking for more. You.
I don't know. I don't even know why. From the perspective of a flat earther, why are you even satisfied with using a globe representation of land masses and water bodies?
Because that's how we do it. The globe isn't real. It's just a concept. It's how the mapping is done. You know, that's how the mapping is made.
So wouldn't you like a flat Earth map that's accurate? Like what's at the center?
What are you going to map it against? All we have is the stars. That's all we have. to give us reference points of what's underneath our feet. We have to line it up with something else. And at this point in time, that is the stars. We are using the best that we have today now.
I don't know. I'm not convinced that all the land masses and everything is completely mapped out when you can't tell me what's at the end of the Earth or what's at the center of the Earth. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, we only know of the known lands and known water. So if you're looking for more than what we can see and go and travel to, if you're looking for more, you might want to become an explorer and see if you can find more. But you know, the maps are there, and you can travel. You can go to all these places.
Holy shit. Cryptoslasthenes is with us.
Oh, hello.
Hello, stranger.
How's everything?
We're looking for a map. Got a map?
I have loads of maps. I've got a map of Middle Earth. I've got a map of the United Kingdom. I've got a
Vice City,
Elden Ring, and the DLC as well. So 2 maps for Elden Ring. What are you after?
I need one for Vice City.
Yeah, I got one. I got loads of those. I can bring one up right now.
And apparently, we needed bird's eye view of everything.
Well, if you want to know what kind of world you're on, yeah, I think that's exactly what you need.
What did you mean by at the center of the Earth?
If it's flat, it's got to have a center, unless it's a limitless plane.
Okay. So without
that's what it seems to be.
Sorry. So without knowing the extremities of the Earth, we wouldn't know where the middle was, would we?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. So we're not going to be able to answer that question because we don't know the bounds of our reality.
Yeah, and that to me, that is something that needs to be figured out. But apparently, everyone is satisfied with using the globe model to get around, but they don't even know what the true Earth actually looks like. So it's just kind of baffling.
Well, that's incorrect. No one here is using a globe for anything. No one's using a globe for anything. The globe is never used for any practical purpose ever.
Buddy just sat there explaining to me how to travel with an itinerary using the globe map system.
That's not what I heard him say. You could get from here to there. People get you from here to there. There's navigation systems, but those navigation systems are not based on a globe.
Yo, do hope. Can I ask you a question? I guess not.
What? Sorry, I'm walking to my car.
So let's say you and me, like we were shrunk down to a 1/100th of our current size, right? And we were trying to navigate across my bedroom or my lounge or whatever. And because we're so small, the only thing that we have is things in the sky. So you see like a lampshade and you see like a light, but they look massive, right? They look like a sun or whatever. So you're looking up and you're using these things in the sky to navigate on the ground. Okay, so that's the scene. And then someone comes up with the idea that the ground is actually curving. And then we then just assume that that's true. And because we can navigate mathematically on that flat surface, and someone gave us the idea that the ground is curving, that therefore the ground is curving. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, yes, it does.
Is he cutting out for me or am I cutting out? What's going on?
No, it makes sense. Yeah.
It makes sense. So we know in my example that the floor was flat, but it makes sense to you that the floor is curving because someone thinks it's curving.
No, I don't actually accept the narrative. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, that's my point, is that it's a narrative that the ground is curving.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
So then why
With
believe
not
it?
accepting that.
Okay.
I'm just one of my contentions is like once you accept the flat surface, it's just you have to reject basically almost everything you know. And
No, you don't.
it seems like people are satisfied with using a falsified model to get around when they don't actually even know what the continent could look like or what things are in
I think I
relation
know
to
your
one
problem.
another.
I think I know what your problem is. So, let's say that you're in England and everything is paid for in pounds, right? And then you move to America and suddenly everything's paid for in dollars. Does that mean that there isn't an equivalent value of those dollars in pounds?
Okay, so what are you saying?
Well, what I'm saying is that you're just transforming between two different mathematical systems, right? So you've got equations that are based on flat surface and you've got equations that are based on a globe, and all you have to do is transform them mathematically between one and the other. So you don't have to forget what you think you knew, as you just claimed.
You do, actually.
No, you don't.
I mean, from your perspective on the surface, no, but like your conception of the world, you do have to throw it out fucking window.
Yeah, but I never knew that the Earth was a globe anyway, so what am I actually rejecting?
Well, yeah, but that's not the problem. The problem is we don't know what the continents look like anymore in relation to one another.
We never did.
Or no, we don't, because
did
we
in
don't
the
have a
first place.
center. We don't even know what the extremities are, like you said.
Yeah, but they're just artists' renditions of what we think the continents look like.
Yeah, and if we no longer know what the continents look like, or whatever.
We didn't anyway. Dude, you're coming from a place where you think we knew them in the first place. We don't.
Yeah, doesn't that disturb you? Like, shouldn't you be trying to figure this out like I am?
Yeah, trying to figure it out, but it doesn't disturb me. I don't understand the connection between the two.
Well, it disturbs me to know that it's not like we don't actually know. That's kind of disturbing.
I mean, I can't help you with that.
Okay, but I didn't ask you to.
I don't know if anyone can help you with that.
I don't think anyone can. I think that's the point.
Maybe you can become an explorer and figure things out for yourself and then share it with us.
Yeah, I guess I'll just keep going north and see where that takes me.
To the North Pole.
Take a nice jacket. It's pretty chilly up there.
Yeah, but the North Pole isn't what you think it is. Like you can't tell me what the North Pole is.
It's directly underneath the star in the sky called Polaris.
Okay, and what's beyond that? And what's beyond that? And what's beyond that? And what's beyond that?
Yeah, okay, so what's beyond? Yeah, we don't know. But you said what happens when we go to the North Pole, and that's a position underneath a star.
Okay, great. What happens if you go past that?
Again, we're going into the realms of the unexplored and the unknown. So I wouldn't be able.
Great.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be able to tell you reasonably. I wouldn't be able to tell you because I personally haven't done this.
And so if we don't know what's beyond the celestial markers for where land masses are, then how can you be satisfied with any representation of what the Earth looks like?
Whoever said I was satisfied?
Well, I'm not.
Yeah, neither am I, but we understand that we're very limited in what we can do and what we can achieve. Not satisfied with it. I have the same questions you do, like everybody in this chat. We would love to know. But at the moment, we don't.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted to chime in on. Is like it's just really about the intellectual honesty with oneself and coming to grips with that kind of void of knowledge that that the globe story used to give us is, it's getting back to this just base axiom, like people refer to a lot here. It's just a more of a simplistic reality and acceptance, and it opens up more mystery. I mean, some people like the idea of mystery, and some people, it may create a little bit of anxiety, but you just have to be honest with yourself, and this is where we're at this time.
Imagine, why can't you just use your voice? You don't need to ping me, dude.
I think he's just being polite and doesn't want to interrupt the conversation.
Yeah, well, it's dead quiet, so.
Okay. Well, maybe he can't use his mic. I don't know, but hey.
I don't know. I thought that wasn't allowed here.
No, he's fine.
But yeah, man, I'm excited for you that you're being honest and open about recognizing some of these arguments, and just hang out here for a little while. Check in, and there's a lot. Even though it seems like there's not a lot we can know, there's definitely a lot to learn from these conversations. If all else, just from debating and logic and looking at our reality empirically.
Yeah, I think what's even bigger than the fact that we don't know what's going on is the fact that if there's a flat surface, that means basically the conclusion of that is God. And so unless any of you don't believe in God, you should, but you believe in the flat earth, to me that seems like a contradiction. But that's another topic, I guess, that's not allowed.
Slightly different topic. But yeah, I will agree with you. When you come to understand that the earth is not a ball created by the Big Bang, and it's indeed flat, your next question is, well, how the fuck was that created then? And you've got two choices, right? It's the ontological primitive of creation, the dichotomy, the two choices, right? It's either nature created itself and then created consciousness after physical matter, or intelligence, consciousness created. You've only got those two choices. And being as we can only demonstrate that intelligence creates, you've really only got one landing pad you can go to, in my personal opinion. I don't disagree with you at all.
Yeah, that might be actually the reason why they don't want you to know it's a flat surface, because the logical conclusion is God.
Yeah, I mean, that's my personal standpoint, mate. I'd agree with you.
Yeah, and you'll find that, some people, some flat earthers come from a more like deeply religious conviction and biblical and things like that. And other people are just more acknowledged, like there's a creator, or intelligent design, but they don't really get into the speculation of it, just that it seems like it's a high probability.
Well, I mean, it's the only probability. If the surface is flat, it points to God.
For sure, man. I mean, that's what I come to feel like I know and believe.
So I might be able to say that, you know, like, if you accept the narrative, then there's questions, right? Unexplored, unachievable, unachievable answers to the mysteries of the universe. You know, even with the theoretical and astrophysicists saying we're 96% dumb, we don't understand most things. You know, like we have a relatively very tiny grasp of the understandings of the workings of the universe. We don't have it all figured out. There's mysteries abound, etc., etc. But if you have a worldview and it doesn't involve all that stuff, you know, being on an object orbiting, you know, a nuclear fusion process, amongst others, millions and billions and trillions of other stars and planets and all that. You don't accept all that, and you just accept the reality that you experience. You're not allowed to apply that. That doesn't apply anymore. You're not allowed to have mysteries.
Yeah, I mean, but so what if I had to like try and proselytize a globe earther? What would be my strongest argument? Just the fact that they can't prove a curve
No,
empirically?
the Earth is measured flat empirically.
That's it?
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about the surface description of the Earth, then an empirical method to demonstrate that would be direct measurement, right? And we understand that water lays horizontally when at rest and contained. It's even used as a leveling tool. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, and the horizon being the demarcation where the surface of the Earth, primarily water, appears to meet the sky. And we just go on from that base premise of leveling. We understand that when we are level with the world, we are parallel to the plane of the horizon. We can expand upon that and go more intricately into the methodologies that we use to measure and then the practical aspects of what we then take forward. But ultimately, if you want to speak to a globe earther about why the Earth is flat, you talk about the measurement of the surface.
Right. Trying to think as a globe earther, what would I say to that? I don't know.
No.
It'd be a question proof.
But what about
instead of a yeah, right? Because it wouldn't be from a point of pure curiosity, having accepted that the Earth is observed and measured flat, right? It's from the idea that if you can't answer this question, then you must be wrong. That's the
Yeah.
position.
Well, anyway, cheers.
Okay. See ya. See you next time.
Bye. Yeah. Another happy customer.
I mean, that's why we get those questions from Globers. That's the position. That's their argument. If you can't answer this, then you must be wrong, or I'm more likely to be right, or whatever. I'm discrediting what you're saying by asking you a question and you being unable to answer it. We all know that's what it is. That's the motivation behind those questions. We're not dumb. And it is a logical fallacy, by the way, taking that stance.
What type of fallacy is that?
Argument from silence.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a special form of argument from ignorance.
Yeah. I get you. Well, I see we've got some of the regulars piling in. Going to give a shout out to Matrix. What's up, brother? See Cyclone is jumped in. What's up, man? See Cyclone's jumped in. Hiya. Heretic, the boss, is in the house. I'm just looking busy. Quetzalcoatl's with us. There's loads of people. Sonny was noodling yesterday on his guitar, and that was awesome. Yeah, loads of people in the chat, guys. Good evening to you. Hope you're doing well. It's nice to see Crypto back as well.
Yo.
But yeah, welcome everyone. Hope you're all doing well.
I see Globers are still bringing the same crap arguments they were 10 years ago.
I told you earlier on, didn't I? Told you. Nothing's changed, mate. You ain't missed anything.
Yeah. Should I just come back in 10 years and they'll still be saying the same shit?
No doubt. And thanks for the shout out. And yeah, it's good to see Crypto. Nice to hear you, man.
Yeah, nice to hear you guys as well, man.
Now all you need to do is figure out where Alpha Veritas has gone.
Yeah.
He hasn't been around for about a week and a bit.
Probably
that's
busy
kind
in
of
the
odd.
Bitcoin mines, just digging up as much Bitcoin as he can.
Probably. You're probably not wrong there, mate.
No, it'll be something stupid. His phone's probably shit itself and he's forgotten his password to get back in. It'll be something lame like that.
Well, I hope he's all right.
What? Jen, round like a pizza.
Jen, do you want to come off mute? We can have a discussion. There's no difference. No, I guess for you personally, you'll always treat the Earth as flat and stationary, but believe it's a ball that's in motion, I guess. I mean, Jen, if you're just going to sit there chat skanking, then, well, I guess we're just going to mock you. Come off mute. Come on. Let's have some fun.
We will mock you.
Hi, welcome. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you. So you think the flat Earth, globe Earth debate is a waste of time and we should go and get
Yeah,
some
I do think it's a waste of time. There's no outcome whether you come to learning if the Earth is flat or round.
Okay, well, let me put something forward to you. Being as I'm a flat earther and I understand the Earth is flat, my next question after discovering the Earth is flat was, how the fuck did that get here then? As in, how was the Earth created? Being as we're told how the ball Earth was created, Big Bang that sprang everything into existence, but the Earth is not that, I guess the next question should be, well, how did the Earth get here then?
Do you believe in have you seen the fine-tuning argument?
Elaborate, please. No, I don't think I have.
What'd you say?
I said, could you elaborate, please? I don't think I have.
Fine-tuning argument states that the Earth and the universe is so complex it's so complex that to sustain life, the chances of a world sustaining life is so small that there has to be an almighty, powerful creator behind it.
I think I might have heard something along those lines before. The Earth is indeed a special environment.
Of course, you don't have to go by that particular rhetoric once you figure out that this place is exactly as described by the Almighty in the Bible.
That's very true.
I guess, I mean, would you want to know what the Earth was for yourself? If the Earth was flat, for example, and stationary, would you want to know about it?
No, not really. I mean, it really doesn't make any difference.
That kind of begs the question, why are you here then?
I don't know. I just wanted to
spout off in a entire chat and pour scorn on people that you don't understand their position of.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, high fucking five, mate. That's brilliant. Well done, you. Notice my demeanour with you has changed because that's just fucking abhorrent.
So you're saying if you have been lied to all your life about the Earth being a ball, you don't care?
I mean, what difference does it make in my life knowing that the Earth is round or if the Earth is flat?
Well,
How does that contribute to my day to day?
Well, it means you have an idea about your environment, where you are, and consequently everything that stems from that. What you think you're doing here, how it got here, all of that. It means you've been lied to.
If your problems now are whether the Earth is flatter or round, don't you think you should be doing something better with your time? Like worrying about different.
This is the best thing to do with our time. We tell people like you that you've been lied to. What's wrong with that?
So what's the point? What does it contribute
so that you know you've been lied to, Jen. We don't want you to be ignorant all your life. But if you want
I mean,
to
I understand atheists. I understand atheists try to tell people that there is no afterlife, but what's the actual point in?
Yeah, do you know why atheism exists? Because people think they're living on a spinning ball in an accidental universe. That's why atheism exists. So when you ask, why does it matter? It's why atheists exist. Globe cartoon. So if that didn't exist, people wouldn't even be considering the option of atheism. How about that? The globe.
How did you relate it to atheism again?
Because accidental natural creation, the Big Bang, is the creation story that's been given to the globe, and only the globe. But because the Earth is a flat, motionless, contained system, it means that it's been intelligently designed, and it's essentially physical proof of this. So why does it matter? Because our environment shows us that there's physical proof of intelligent design and the creator. That's why it matters. But hey, if you're happy being lied to and you don't care, I guess that's on you. We don't care. We're just letting people know. You do what you want to do. You want to base your reality on cartoons from the US government? That is entirely up to you. Don't tell us it doesn't matter, though, because reality matters whether you like it or not. Understand? I will take that as a yes. Welcome aboard. So funny that I don't care, it doesn't matter. If you clicked here, it matters to you on some level. You guys wouldn't even be here otherwise. Just carry on with your day, not even think.
Useless talk, John.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, another globe fan. What's up,
It's
bro?
all right. Clown cars pulled up outside. Here they come.
Globies, sound off. Leaving the globe, say aye. Oh, wow. Fair enough.
No balls, apparently.
I guess it is 2025.
Hey, look, ignorance is bliss, and as long as you can twerk on TikTok, everything's fine.
Come on, globe people, give us some evidence.
Come on, Globers, we've got some more souls to humble. Step right up.
Tell us your globe lore.
Yep, we've got new people in the chat. Bryces. What's up, Bryces? We've got Classy or Classy down the bottom. What's up, guys? Welcome to the channel.
You guys are just in time. We were just looking for some evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball. You guys got any?
No, I'm just here to watch.
Watch
what?
People arguing.
Okay.
We're just here to watch people argue. Like, you don't, I mean, you must have some interest in the topic, though.
A little bit.
All right, sweet. So what do you know? Have you heard some of the arguments before, or are you new?
I've heard flat Earth arguments before.
Okay, what do you think about the argument that there's no Earth curvature?
I don't.
Pretty good, right?
I haven't looked into it. I mean, I don't know. I don't believe that, but you know.
Okay, so did you find curvature?
Me? Have I gone up and looked at it?
Well, I don't know. Have you just found like a measurement of it, something like that? Since you don't believe us, you think we're wrong, and there is curvature, right?
Well, I haven't done any measurements, so no.
But do you know of anyone who has?
There's probably someone out there.
Probably. So why do you think we're wrong? If you don't know of anyone who's measured it, and you've never observed it or measured it yourself.
I don't know.
Because it's what you were told. Because it was repeated to you ad nauseum. It's propaganda. This is called brainwashing. We were all brainwashed as children to believe this story.
Yeah.
So we recommend that you.
What do you
double
think
check
about the
this
kike
story.
Jews? What?
What's that?
What do you think about the fucking Jews? The kikes. What do you guys think about them?
Who's
talking?
I think you're muted.
This is your way of spazzing out. Damn.
Who is that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Somebody got muted. They left. It's fine.
Oh.
Triggered. Why is there no curvature? That's all right.
Why is nobody else speaking?
Because we're
You want us all
listening
to
to
speak at the same time.
I know, but like, nobody else wanted to talk or anything?
Well, like you, they're in here waiting for a good old-fashioned bloodbath, man. So that's kind of what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking, but I had 2 or 3 people talking, so I decided to stop.
Oh, what's up, Crypto? Good to hear you, man.
Hey, Cyclone, how you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm good. Just looking high and low for this globe fruit.
Yeah, of course. Every time I hear your voice, I always think of the sex robot thing.
Yeah. What? It could be that I fell, or she fell.
Oh man!
Shout out to Pagus.
Fucking
Can I do plumb bob? Talk about his plumb bob, please. I need to learn about the plumb bob.
What? Plum Bob SquarePants.
Do you not know what a plumb bob is?
I mean, what's it used for? Like a string with some sort of dangly thing on the end of it?
It's used to find vertical. And from vertical, you can find horizontal. So that's what it's used for.
What did you say about horizontal?
From vertical, you can find horizontal because horizontal is perpendicular to vertical.
Gotcha.
So we use this when we build things. Probably being a woman, you wouldn't understand what men do.
You know, I'm all new to this building concept, right? Sure.
Yeah.
You know, my house was made by a drunk, I think, because they didn't use a level at all whatsoever. So something
Must be a
is
glober.
marbles will, roll.
Well, at least you understand
Maybe
not
that level meant curve. Sorry, Jedi.
No, you're all right, man.
They should have had a plumb bob.
Maybe they thought they were building to conform to a curved surface, and that's why it's all wonky.
I mean, literally, I'm on a mountain, so yeah, it is curved. Actually,
Is your house crooked?
Cat in the Hat.
Pardon? Say it again.
Cat, kitty, and a hat.
Mute it.
Cat in a hat. Okay, I get the analogy. Okay, I read Dr. Seuss also. Yeah, you realize that that's what buildings would look like if we were on a globe. They would all be compared to each other, one to another. They would be crooked at an angle. Do you realize that buildings, if we were on a ball Earth, that the buildings would be at an angle difference pointed away from each other?
Yeah, and like things would roll probably towards the way that the Earth is spinning, maybe?
Yeah, so Earth is objectively not in motion. You can tell this easily.
Michelson Morley?
Here we go.
Well,
tell us.
You could just use your own experience. I mean, we look up at the night sky and we notice that the luminaries above us are rotating like in a clock-like fashion, and you don't sense any motion yourself. Your vestibular system senses motion. Your vestibular system also senses stillness.
Mm-hmm.
Bloomers, tell us why we're wrong. Come on.
Did anybody hear from Becky? You yesterday? Were you here? I missed her. Did she come in?
Yeah, Becky was in for a bit.
You got to talk to her before I did. Well, how did it feel? Is she good? Did she make you smile?
That's Becky.
Of course.
She's a good chick.
Yeah, I miss her so much. So make sure if she comes in here, tell her to ping me. I'm gonna head out, and I'll see y'all probably tomorrow.
Hi.
Peace.
Still got some new people in the chat. We've got somebody called Pazza C. What's up, Pazza C? Good to see you. Welcome to our little channel.
Hello, how's it going? I've been here before.
I can say Paz is not new.
I'm not new, I'm old and weary.
Paz is an old, broken globy. Good to see you, Paz.
How's it going, alright?
All
Bit
good.
quiet tonight everywhere, isn't it? What's going on? Everybody doing
The
something
Glovers are
fun
trying to come up with new
and they haven't
tactics.
told me.
Wow, it's been a long time since I've heard Pazza. How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm alright. I'm on Geos occasionally and on occasionally over on Gems, of course. But you know.
Mm-hmm. So you're still well stuck on the globe, eh?
Oh, I'm completely stuck, mate. It's like it's like a hunch on my back.
The only curvature with Pazza is on his back.
That's it. That's the only measurable curvature.
It's not on the earth.
No, it's the only measurable curvature. That and the slow nosedive of my career as I get too old to do it anymore. Other than that.
Your mom is so flat when she lays down, she's invisible. Just joke. I don't know if your mom is so flat, but it's maybe a change from the your mama's so fat jokes. So I thought I'd switch it up.
So what's the latest on Gem Pandas, Pazza? Have they got like some globe proofs or something they're working with, or?
What's going on? Well, it kind of. I mean, nothing much changes anyway, does it? Really? I mean, it kind of it's a resting place for like Johnny V and Guy and a few other people that frankly no one else would tolerate. So it's kind of become a hospice for the terminally interruptible. His Sunday show is quite cool because he dealt, and it's not just about the shape of the earth; it's about all kinds of things, including politics and how misconstrued a lot of.
What was the last interesting thing that you can remember him saying?
What, Gem?
Yeah.
I get on with Gem quite a lot. He says quite a lot of interesting things. He
like what?
He spends a lot of time on his channel demolishing, like delusional political grandstanding and this sort of thing that's going on in the world. Is he
more getting into political debate nowadays rather than earth-shape debate?
Well, to be honest, there's not a lot of flat earthers who go in there other than those who just who are. There's not a lot of. No. Yeah, I mean it's a bit of a. There are it's one of those things that's kind of settled down now, isn't it? Really, there's Geo's got his little.
Yeah, the Globies have just accepted. It's not a globe,
yeah,
I guess.
It's a weird.
I don't know. I'm just wondering,
isn't it?
What their current go-to globe proof is. If a flat earther turns up, how do they debunk him, or do they just insult him?
No, there's a lot. I mean, the thing is in that group of people that's in there. There are people who work in satellite technologies, people who work in cartography, people who work in surveying. We've got a couple of airline pilots in there. I mean, so you got a healthy smorgasbord of referential, experiential people who can talk about the things that all the memes and all the various talking points. So it's kind of a path that's worn quite thin these days, isn't it?
So do they make some assertion that they're flying around a curve or measuring a curve and surveying or something like that?
Yeah, all the standard narratives that 90 whatever % of all the academics and all the cartographers believe, all that kind of stuff. I mean, the thing is that it was. I mean, obviously there was a bit of a conflab about the final experiment and what it was and who it affected, but I think a lot of the discussions after the final experiment was not actually about the experiment; it's about people's reaction to it.
Yeah, the final experiment was like a social experiment.
Well, it wasn't really an experiment, was it? It's just a group of people going to look at something in a completely uncontrolled way, really.
An experiment at all.
No. But it was interesting to see how people reacted to it, and obviously, there's a sense in which, before it happened, you could imagine that the Globies were going, "Oh, would it be great if one of them came back and changed their mind?" But actually, listening to Jaron now, it's kind of like,
Yeah.
I think I'd
turn
rather.
around now like, yes, Jaron, you're on our team. We've always respected you.
Well, I haven't spoken to him since I don't know, the late autumn last year, and I don't really have any. I mean, he should change his mind and about something. That's all it really comes down to. At the end of the day, people change their minds, don't they? Occasionally, it's not a win, is it? Really, it's not a. When does anybody in these conversations ever win or really lose? They have a little bit of a back and forth, but it's not really a.
Yeah, definitely not a win. I should have Jaron for sure. He's done more harm than good.
Do you reckon? I don't know. I think he might. In changing his mind, he's probably fermented the resolve of a lot of people.
No, it's more the new people who are watching Netflix. There's still people coming in being like, a flat earther measured the curve, because they've clipped him on that shitty mockumentary going, oh, that's interesting.
Well, I mean, that's just as it is. And if you look at all the news, the tabloids and the magazines reporting on all the clickbaiters, they're saying flat earther goes to Antarctica and proves the Earth is flat. Well, he did nothing of the sort. Obviously, even I can say that.
Yeah, exactly. Aren't you tired of the media just misrepresenting this for 10 years?
Sure, but the media misrepresent absolutely everything, so it's not a surprise, is it?
Right. What about when they misrepresent Earth as a ball? Or is that true?
Well, I mean, if they actually listen to the media, most of the time they don't actually talk about that, do they? The media don't. The media actually seem, I mean, how that there's a couple of articles that a bit when they came back. There's only really a talking point for a handful of these servers and a community of 500 were vehemently discussing this and having back and forth, and the rest of the multimedia world didn't really give a toss. It wasn't really remote. It's been a 1 or 2 day clickbaity article showing Jaron's face. It's gone again, isn't it? No one really cares anymore.
I think people care.
I think people should care.
There's a Streisand effect when it comes to this topic, so they just in general don't cover it much or with any sincerity or integrity.
No, but they don't do that with anything, do they? And I say a lot of Gems Sunday shows aren't actually about that anymore. If he does have flat earthers on there, it's typically buffoons new to the game who sound like they're 2017 rather than 2025, and most of his show is about political asshattery or just deception in authoritarian structures, or just people with misbeliefs about things, that generally speaking, and it's not really even half the time touching on conspiracies anymore, because it's just dumb.
I thought it was more about propping up the mainstream narrative. That's what Jem did.
No, not at all. No, not really. I mean, Jem's got a healthy disrespect for authority and for the authoritarian structures that we, yeah, definitely.
Oh, good for him.
He's an old punk. He's an old punk, isn't he? Of his generation. He's a kind of a, he doesn't. He hates conventional political narratives. He hates the way that he understands that it's a clumsily, almost like comically deceptive construct of authorities and societies. He gets all that. Who doesn't, frankly? You can't get to like 35 plus in this world and not realize that it's all just one ridiculously ill-equipped facade trying to cajole people into working.
Right, but then that doesn't really gel with the whole let's man a platform for 10 years where we lambast people who are questioning authority.
But the thing is that there's a difference between questioning authority and questioning all of science and all of what people do for a living and all of what people study.
The globe isn't all of science and provable reality. The globe is a narrative from the authority via pictures and videos.
Yeah, but it seems that all the models and all the propositions it creates you got to admit that a lot
you can
of
make
the
a
models
model of anything.
Sure.
You can model it any way you want to. It doesn't add any veracity to it. To say there's models.
Well, it does have predictive usefulness, and despite what anybody says,
it can't even predict the horizon distance.
Oh, of course not, because it's plagued with optical anomalies, isn't it?
Yeah, but remember, for how many hundred of years they've been saying the boats are going over the horizon because it's a physical curve.
Well, they have a point. The perspective, the horizon is
not. They don't, though. Not geometric.
The horizon is not a perspective vanishing line, is it? It's not the vanishing point. Because in a perspective paradigm, nothing can be beyond the vanishing line.
Right,
so
their
something
argument
else.
is it's a physical curve of the surface.
Sure. Well, come up with another argument for it. You know, I mean,
we don't have to. We debunked that years ago, like 5 years ago.
Yeah, but to your own satisfaction. The trouble is that people, the internet is full of people debunking things to their own satisfaction.
No, I would say it was to the globe's satisfaction, because you guys now don't claim a geometric horizon. So obviously you guys agree we debunked it.
Oh, I don't think that's actually strictly speaking true. There's a geometric horizon, but there's an apparency caused by other effects.
Where do we see the geometric horizon?
It's imbued effectively in what you see as the apparent horizon.
That you can't say
there's always a horizon. It just moves around.
How could you say? How could you say the horizon that's fluctuating, that's 1,000% further than the claimed geometric one, is the geometric one?
Can I just agree a definition? How are you defining the geometric horizon?
Is only 1,000%? You're saying the horizon is 10 times further than it's supposed to be?
That's not a definition. Yeah. How are you defining the geometric horizon?
Who? Me?
Yep.
The underlying curvature that they propose is there.
Well, that's not a horizon, because a horizon is apparent.
Sure. As I said, there is an apparent.
But you didn't mention anything about seeing. You just defined it as the curvature that's there.
Well, the thing is that in everything you look at, or everything you observe at great magnitude, distance magnitude, there is a natural thing there, and there is the apparency based upon how far away you are and the manifest effects they can get in the way. In the same, take for example a lighthouse. Okay, there is a geometric. It's a clumsy way of describing it, but there's a geometric lighthouse, and there is an apparent lighthouse. And if it's foggy, the apparent lighthouse isn't visible. There's no apparency. So there's a difference between something actually being there geometrically representative in reality.
You actually believe this dribble you're putting out?
Yeah, so then your definition isn't satisfactory for what Cyclone was talking about.
No, because to be honest, I'm only cajoling what I think about the world into this. I don't go around our world talking about a geometric thing and an apparent thing. I don't use those terminologies in my normal day life. I don't think most people do they? I'm just cajoling it into those.
But I mean, I was asking you for a definition, and you've just admitted that your definition isn't satisfactory. So what was the point?
What, I didn't say it was satisfactory. What do you mean? What did I say? There is a horizon, okay, but it moves about because there are other effects at play. So there's an apparency to something I see at distance.
But that's a claim.
Would be geometric then.
Geometric.
Yeah. So geometric horizon. I need you to define that before we can move on.
The geometric horizon is the fact that there is a curve, which means there's always a manifest horizon in some way. Its actual position changes slightly. It's always there. You never get rid of the horizon. So there's always a horizon there. The apparency
But then you're conflating the horizon with the geometric horizon. I need that geometric horizon defined.
C, it's the distance that you would equate to the 3 and a bit miles, wherever it is. the curvature for your tangential bisection of the distance of the sea at distance.
Yeah, that's not there though.
Yeah, I mean, again, these aren't good definitions. I think what you mean by geometric horizon is where the horizon would be if there were no other, let's say, additional optical effects taking place, i.e. if the entire...
That's true, yes, that's true.
Right, okay, exactly. So why not define it like that so we can move the conversation on?
Because in my real world, and no one in the world uses the term geometric horizon other than in these talks, these discussions.
Now, why would that be?
But we're in this talk, so define it. Like, dude, if you're going to have a discussion, have you never done a formal debate before? At the start of the debate,
never done it.
Well, then why the fuck waste everyone's time, dude?
Well, I didn't start this, did I?
I asked you to define a term. If you can't do it, just say you can't do it.
Okay, so the geometric horizon is where the horizon is if there's no other effects.
Yeah, so if we remove the atmosphere, that's where the horizon would be, right?
For example, on the moon, there would be a geometric horizon.
Okay, so how do we know that that is there?
How do we know that's there? What do you mean? So we understand there are effects. We understand that the effects have a magnitude that's measurable, and therefore they cause an oscillation of that horizon between a range of distances. But nonetheless, there is only a range, and it ranges in a consistent. It's a consistent.
Is this range defined?
That's the claim.
Yeah, it's well understood.
Okay, so
we're just chucking claims on. So we got a claim laid on top of another claim. Sorry, go ahead, Cyclone.
Well, I was just going to say, so what's the upper limit that this increase in distance can achieve? Or is it like...
No idea. I've got no idea what the upper limit is. I've got no idea what the number is. The Black Swans are pretty good. The Black Swan chucks on what, 8 miles?
Yeah, 10 miles from a 1-foot observer. But I mean, you're saying the range is defined in terms of how far it can
the domain of the range is defined by the effects that are well understood. The integral of Snell's equation over distances are well understood. There are a couple of other papers that cite other effects within temperature gradient lamina within the atmosphere, typically over water or with different weather conditions. These are all documented and understood. There are models that actually demonstrate this. There are models where you can put in a temperature curve to a coefficient, and it will show you the Black Swan graphically rendered in real time. It's all there.
What do they say is the maximum distance that the geometric horizon can be extended optically?
I've no idea. I don't know what they said. I don't know what the maximum is.
Do they claim a maximum?
No, I've no idea.
Because that would make it unfalsifiable, right? If they didn't.
Why?
Well, because then it could just be at any distance, and they'll just say, "Oh, it's an optical."
I'm sure they claim a nominal maximum based upon the likely extreme ranges of the phenomena that are causing.
I don't think they do. I've never heard anyone tell us a maximum.
Well, I mean, the max. If you plug in various phenomena that are virtually impossible to have on Earth, then you wouldn't get the range then, won't you?
Which model are you guys even using?
Why would anybody want to do that? So long as they can draw a relation. So long as they can draw
the globe unfalsifiable.
As long as they can draw a correlation between distance and the conditions and the visible horizon, that's satisfactory to their requirements.
So Bogart refraction every single time.
But you're not really demonstrating that that's rigorous or at all. I mean, what model are they using? You said they use a model.
To be clear, I'll grant you this, okay, right? Yeah, okay. All the mathematics that deals with visibility at the horizon are based upon, right, correlating distances with observations on the presumption there is a curve. That much is absolutely true.
Yeah, that's not very good, is it?
Well, if it was the only way, tangible way we could determine that if it was the only tangible way we could determine that the Earth has got a curve to it, it would be crap, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, and there is no
It's
way.
not though, is it? It's not the only way they ascertain there is a curve. Oh,
excellent. Enlighten us what
how
other
do they
methods are used.
ascertain it?
Again, it comes down to whether we ignore all the other presupposed evidences.
Well, okay, so you're saying, yeah, we would have to understand that there is indeed a curve to then assume that this optical phenomenon that you're talking about is occurring. So how did they verify, or how can we verify this curvature that they're claiming?
You're gonna have to start mapping the thing, aren't you, properly? Which is the process that there's a millennia and a half of mapping and surveying. In the last 300 years, it's been done to a pretty good standard of continents.
Are they using angles to make their maps, the latitudes and things?
It goes to, surveying is propagation of spatial representations of things across the surface, isn't it?
Planar surveying, yeah.
Right, but that's not how they're making these world maps.
What makes you think? What do you think? The ordnance of North America and Canada, and the ordnance of like UK, or the ordnance of France and Australasia and East Asia? They're not doing.
They're not doing any surveying that's accounting for any curvature of the surface, though.
Well, when they stitch it, they've got to stitch it all together, though, haven't they? And what happens when they stitch it all together?
Well, if they stitch it together and then wrap it around a ball, that's not proving or mapping a ball.
And what happens when they don't? What happens when they try and stitch it together all on one enormous, great big flat plane? What happens then?
Depends what coordinate system.
Doesn't depend what coordinate system they use at all.
It does. If you're talking about,
doesn't. If they keep it in an orthographical context, like eastings and northings in a grid formation, doesn't tessellate. That tells you something.
We don't measure curvature that way. I could point to the planar surveying of the Bolivian salt flats, where only a metre of deviation is measured over, 200 miles or so? So there's no measured curvature there.
A metre of deviation in which direction?
From horizontal, so up, I would presume.
Yeah, well, this is the problem you have, you see, because when I'm talking about doing
my problem.
What's
no measured,
you're breaking up.
So there's no measured curvature. That's not my problem.
No, you're right. There's no measured. Measuring curvature vertically is very difficult and very challenging. You're right.
Yes, no measured.
That's what I'm talking. That's not what I'm talking about, though.
But you were, because you were saying this is how you Sorry, Joe.
You started bringing up ordinances of America, Canada, Great Britain, France, blah blah blah. Yeah, within those ordinances, it's surveying, and when we survey, like I pointed out, the Bolivian salt flats, which are measured to be flat of a deviation of 1 metre, there's no measured curvature.
Yeah, but again, this is not what I'm talking about. Is the issue here? The ordinance that's taken place since Victorian times is dealing with these spatial.
You're trying to use ordinance to prove curvature. Jedi's just told you there's no measurable curvature. Which bit did you miss there, brother?
Okay, again, you can keep cutting me off if you want, or you can actually let me elaborate.
You can actually start listening to what you were told. You're trying to use ordnance as a proof of curvature. Jedi just told you of the Bolivian salt flats. 1 metre over major amounts of kilometres of flat area. 1 metre deviation.
Okay, you can keep saying that, for instance, till you're blue in the face, but it's not going to affect what I'm actually going to say as a consequence of that.
So you're going to go back to, we use ordnance to prove curvature, even though you just told it doesn't.
No, didn't say that at all. You weren't listening to what I said. No, you weren't listening to what I said.
You are saying about stitching them together?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the aspect of ordnance which is problematic, if you want to presume it's a flat surface, is you can't stitch them all together on a flat surface.
Says who?
Make of that what you will.
The coordinate system that you're using.
You can keep saying that until you're blue in the face, or you can pretend that everybody involved in geodesy, cartography, and surveying who thinks different to you is delusional, and their experiences count for nothing.
Why are you getting upset?
I'm not getting upset.
Well, stop raising your voice then. It's quite a chill chat until the last minute or so, dude. Sorry. Obviously,
the guy interrupted me sounded quite heated.
Yeah, he was pissed off with your fucking bullshit, probably.
Then stop talking about raising voices and being condescending.
God, these people are fucking intolerable sometimes. all you brought up was, well, it don't work when you stitch them together. Okay, who told you that?
Who told me that? I know it's for a fact. I used to work in cartography, so stick that where the sun don't shine.
Okay, so could you provide documentation or something that we could look at?
It's all well. I tell you what I'll do. I'll put together a collection of websites talking about ordnance and how it doesn't fit together. How's that? Any good to you?
Yeah, I mean,
I can also point you to
that would be great. Thank you.
Okay.
Just make sure that these people actually have some justification for that as well, because otherwise that's just them repeating the claim that you're repeating, or you repeating their claim.
Sure. I can also point you to the equations that map the orthogonal eastings and northings coordinate systems used for planar surveying used in North America, and in Europe, and in where else have I got it for? Central Europe.
Do they measure curvature at all?
No, not at all. They don't measure curvature.
Oh, that's a fucking problem.
Well, it's not a problem because I'm not saying. You see, this is the trouble. You don't listen.
No,
I'm not saying these things.
The problem is, sorry, Paz, just very quickly.
Space hasn't changed, is it?
We started off because you said, well, the whole geometric horizon that we assume is optically shifted, we would have to know that there is curvature. And then we asked, how do we verify that there's curvature? And now you've just been talking for a good few minutes about things that do not detect curvature. So I don't know why you're doing that.
Well, no, not at all.
We're looking for
the only way
verification.
The only way these things coherently stitch together is on a curved surface. That's the point that's being made.
That's just an assertion, though. We're looking for verification of that curvature that you're claiming. You're saying it only works if we do this and there's this curvature.
If the relationship between all the points that fit together only works when they're coerced into a spherical surface, then what does that tell you about the thing?
Well, that's really a vague, meaningless sentence. That it only works.
It's not really, is it? Because
it doesn't work.
Well, I'll tell you what doesn't work. I'll tell you what doesn't work, shall I? Because if there isn't a map of everything, here's an example of the manifest of that, okay, before I go and find the bits and pieces for you. And you know this to be true already, and everybody knows this to be true already. But people
don't make assertions like that either.
Well, all right.
You just say what you think you know. Don't try and speak for anyone else.
Well, what everybody in the world knows, I can say that.
Okay, just do that. Yeah, because you know what everyone in the world knows, don't you, Pazza? You could just say that like it's no big deal. Well, I could at least say that I know what everyone in the world knows. No, you couldn't. What are you even talking about?
Well, if you listen to what you say, it's such an obvious thing that you wouldn't object when you let me finish it. But of course, you're not going to let me finish it because you haven't got the grace to do that.
Yeah, you can finish. Just don't make ridiculous statements.
Hey, go on, finish. I'm new in the chat, so go on, finish.
There isn't a flat map of the world, which represents all the. Okay. You want me to finish, or are you just going to interject?
No, I just said no, there isn't. I just agreed with you. So.
There are flat maps. Well, I don't know why you disagreed with me there. I don't know why you disagreed there. There are flat maps of the world. Okay, but let me finish. Put the caveat on the end, which is the important bit. There isn't a flat map of the world which keeps all the topological coherence and the distances between everything and its relationship, as far as we can measure them and survey them, intact and coherent.
Okay, so what that tells us is that based on them using their assumption that the Earth is a ball, they cannot make a correct map. Okay, good.
Okay,
but you were saying you're going to verify that the surface, not a map, the actual physical surface that we live on, has curvature. That's what we're still waiting for.
Well, the fact is that if you can't map it all unless you map it on a curve, it reveals the truth about things, and you can ignore it if you like. It's up to you.
Well, you've just
No,
said.
that-
Well, you've just.
that's bullshit. That's just
No, it's not.
those are just words. That doesn't make
No,
any
they're not
sense.
No, it's not true. That's not just words.
If you can't map it on a curve, then it doesn't make sense. Those are just words. That doesn't make sense. I did
No,
a
I didn't
physics.
say that.
degree.
I said you can't. I said the only way you can topologically map all these things with keeping all the spatial coherence, the topological coherence, and the distances intact is on a curve.
So
not on a
these
sphere,
distances,
but not on a
Pazza, is
flat
this
map.
before or after they run through the formula
Which formula are you talking about?
to turn it into a ball tard? Because common sense would tell you that if you've measured something directly, there's no need to run it through a formula and there's no need to try to wrap it around a ball. It would be measured straight up directly. So
Exactly.
the problem is that
you
then
have
our survey
obvious-
guys have to come back, run it through a formula, so numpties like you can go, oh look, it's a ball after it's been pushed through.
Well, you have obvious problems like the distance east to north on the Tropic of Capricorn and distance east north on the Tropic of Cancer measured to be the same for the
Hold on. Sorry, lady, 2 seconds. So, what map have you just invoked that we have? When you start talking about the tropics and one being bigger than another, what map have you just given us?
I'm not giving you a map. I've just talked about what they are.
You've just spoken. Sorry, lady, me and you're going to fall out. Shush. So you just brought up the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer.
Yeah, which are tangible positions on the ground, irrespective of what you think about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you with that. But you
I'm
said
not invoking a map. I'm not invoking a map.
Dude, you just said that they were the same size, but it doesn't work because one would be bigger.
No, I didn't say that either. I said they measure to be the same size for the same angular distance.
Okay, that's good.
They're on the same latitude.
Yeah, we know that. Lines of latitude. Shh, lady.
Right.
Okay.
Please don't shush me. Please don't shush me.
Well, stop interrupting then. Fucking hell. Don't even know you.
I'll try and be a fucking theoretical physicist and listen to your
Theological physicist.
Yeah, new lady, just chill a second. We'll get to you, but we're speaking to Paz at the moment, so just pop yourself on mute for a few minutes.
Fair enough. Okay.
Thank you.
Appreciate your enthusiasm. So yeah, go on. You can carry on. I may have misheard you when you said it didn't work on a flat Earth or something.
No, I was saying that the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer measure to be the same length.
Okay. How do we measure them?
Well, even if you aren't trained as a surveyor, you can drive across Australia. You can evaluate their distance compared to the equivalent latitude in the north.
Sorry, you may have misunderstood my question. How do we measure latitude?
On the ground, you mean? We can move it. We can move a degree of distance in nautical miles across the surface.
Okay, so if I want to figure out my latitude, what can I reference?
You can get a map that shows you where you are in the latitudinal position, but you can also correlate it with respect to the equator or the tropics or the Arctic and Antarctic Circle.
Okay, if I want to figure out my latitude, could I use something like a sextant to do so, measure an angle of a star in the sky?
You can do that if you want to, or you can use an astrolabe and not use the horizon to get your referential point. You could do the zenith angle.
Cool. So we're going to be measuring angles, right? Zenith angles, elevation angles.
Yeah, zenith's measured from plumb. So you don't need a horizontal plane. That's where you're going.
Cool. Good. So we're going to be measuring our latitude with an angle measurement of a star, aren't we? Polaris.
Well, not everyone uses Polaris to measure their angle, no. But yeah, I presume you're being northern hemispherically centric, yeah.
Okay, but I'm going to be able to figure out my latitude if I measure the elevation angle of Polaris above the horizon, aren't I?
Yep, or it's zenith angle, yeah.
Cool, awesome. Yeah. Good. So you understand what an angle is, don't you?
A zenith angle is an angle from plumb. Doesn't need a horizon.
Good. Okay. I'm speaking about an elevation angle above the horizon. I don't care how you reference vertical and horizontal, but you will be referencing vertical and horizontal. I'm just going to ask you.
Nice of you to show up, quantum shitter.
But the key is that when what you actually multiply by nautical miles to get your distance from the North Pole is the zenith angle, isn't it?
Yeah. So, for example, if I was to measure the elevation angle of Polaris at 15 degrees above the horizon, that's going to be 75 times 60, giving me a distance of 4,500 nautical miles.
Yeah, but the key angle you need is 75, and you can do that in the bottom of a valley without being at sea or out seeing the horizon, because that's how all of astronomy works, off the zenith angle. It doesn't care about the horizon astronomy.
Okay, so we don't use, for example, things like nautical sextants that reference the horizon when we're navigating at sea.
Yes, you do, but that's not where astronomy's done. That's not where astronomy is done.
Sorry, I'm navigating and I want to figure out my latitude. Right? I'm going to measure with a fucking sextant the elevation angle of Polaris above the horizon. We've already agreed it's 15 degrees, so it's going to be 75 times 60. We get that. Now I'm going to ask you this question. What's an elevation angle?
It's an angle from a horizontal datum. You're wasting your time. You're not going to prove there's a horizontal plane because you measure a horizontal datum.
Yeah, that horizontal datum is going to be mean sea level. Would you like citation?
I can get a horizontal datum on the top of Mount Everest. It doesn't mean that Mount Everest is the surface of the Earth.
That horizontal datum that you've got at the top of Mount Everest is going to be parallel to mean sea level.
Mean sea level?
Mean sea level, yeah.
Mean
the average level. Yeah, the average between high and low tide. Mean sea level being horizontal. It's an elevation angle. I don't care where you get it from. You're going to be referencing a horizontal to measure your angle up from, aren't you?
Absolutely, but all of longitude and latitude was established.
Absolutely. And we've already used.
What I would say to you is that the problem you have,
just wants to fucking run away. Just run away.
No, I'm asking you a question. Why?
Halfway through me talking? You decided that whilst I was talking, it was a good idea if you asked a question. I'm the one asking you a question. The question is, what's an elevation angle?
An angle of a horizontal datum.
Yes. A horizontal.
Wrong. Horizontal plane. Definitions are in the side, not a datum, you moron.
No, that's not true.
It isn't. Read the definitions, Jetty.
Okay, go on to them. I'm not having you shouting at me for half an hour. I don't care about your
definitions. Read the definitions, Jetty. We do.
Shut
up.
Quit saying
shut up.
Is that angle between the horizontal
you shut up.
plane?
You shut up, Quantum. I'm talking to someone else.
Hey, I'll tell you what. Quantum. You're going to get blasted. I'm going to tell you right now.
Okay, go on then.
Shut your mouth.
And you do a job.
Shut your mouth. Shut up.
No, there's no need for that. No need for that.
Shut up. You shut up too. You shut up too.
Bro, what are you just going to tell everyone to shut up who disagrees with you?
Yes. It's not a disagreement, you fucking clown. We're trying to read the definition of an elevation angle. There was no disagreement, you glue-sniffing numpty dipshit. So, Jetty, can you please read the definitions of an elevation angle?
Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. An angle of elevation is the angle from the lower object to the higher one, while an angle of depression is the angle from the higher object to the lower one. Both angles are measured with respect to the horizontal plane of the reference object. The angle of elevation is a widely used concept related to height and distance, especially in trigonometry. It is defined as an angle between the horizontal plane and an oblique line from the observer's eye to some object above his eye.
Peter, you don't care though.
We don't care.
You don't care that there's a dip angle. You don't care that there's a manifest difference between the horizon at sea and the horizontal datum, the horizontal plane that you fetish over. You don't care that the astronomy doesn't use a sextant. Astronomy on which is terra firma uses the zenith angles, and all of longitude and latitude was derived.
Where do you get zenith without a horizontal plane?
Plum,
zenith? What is zenith in reference to, clown?
Which was invented before the sextant by several millennia.
Ask clown.
I'm not talking to you, Quantum.
Ass
You're a
clown.
waste of time.
I'm talking to
You're
you.
an abusive
You're
waste of time,
bullshit.
Quantum.
You invoke a vertical without a horizontal? Are you a
Quantum,
clown?
go do.
Are you a clown, sir? Who gives a
Lathering.
shit what astronomy does?
Everybody that
Astronomy is a
understands what the
demonstrable
world is and what
pseudoscience.
the stars do
He will not.
arrogant
My own
bastard.
fiction.
Talking, right, Willie. You just got diarrhea of the mouth. Same thing with every dumbass balltard that comes in here. Diarrhea of the mouth. You're a moron. You invoke vertical without a horizontal.
No
You got to be
training, no
some type of
skills, no
numpty
qualifications,
dipshit.
no-
You would fail intro to third grade, general, intro to geometry. That's it. Then we got Mark G in here, dumbass. Can't spell cat. If I spot him in the C and the A, he's bound to get involved in this, right? You dumbass. Shut the fuck up.
Everything you say is just wrong, Quantum.
Shut up. Everything you say is just wrong.
I'm really sorry. I don't mean to be rude. But your name is incorrect.
Shut the fuck up. My God. So, douchebags from Sus Design. The altitude angle, sometimes referred to as a solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun. That's the hypotenuse, glue sniffers, and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. You need to show us, baltards, where there's a horizontal plane on your baltard right now.
What? I don't know.
You have to order.
Joe? Thank you. Show your horizontal plane on your baltard. Show one.
I'll wait till Quantum gets bored.
Show one. Yeah, you'll wait because you know better.
You want to order from somewhere else?
You're not as dumb as you look.
I've got no time for you, Quantum. You're useless.
Your sister does.
You're a
Your sister
mantra-driven
does.
abuse machine.
Your sister does.
That's who you are. You're
Just no.
Just no. Here we go with level is curved. Moron, Mark G.
There we
do
go.
the same thing again to this idiot. My God, son.
You're going to refute it or you're going to talk?
You're a fucking
All I hear is-
retard. Am
all
I
I
going to
hear is
refute?
diarrhea.
Here, this
More
is what he wants me
diarrhea.
to refute, ladies and gentlemen. Just hold on a second. He wants me to refute.
Oh, I'm going to see a
That's
meme.
coming up.
That's the only thing you got.
Dumb ass. Level
Yep.
is curved. Yes, I can refute it easily after I get the pick and we all laugh our asses off at you. Just 1 second. This is Mark G.
Yeah, that's the sophistication of your arguments.
Well, I'll get sophisticated on you right now. According to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines which are derived from the horizon have a rate of change of slope of 0, your IQ. However, according to the United States Naval Academy, they define curvature as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So how can level, which has a rate of change of slope of 0, be confused with the curve, which has a rate of change of slope of non-zero, you glue-sniffing numpty dipshit?
Okay, because you're an absolute moron who doesn't consider
Yeah,
they're
right.
measuring the
You're
different
done.
points. And the different points have a different angle.
Points.
Rate of change over distance, moron.
Different points have different angles.
And you know what? I've also posted.
That's
a link to
exactly
the
what
U.S.
my
Naval
argument
Academy.
is.
My link
You're
was from the
just-
Naval
you're done.
Academy saying what
You're
level
done.
was.
You're done.
Nope.
You're
It's
done.
rate of change. It's rate of change
of
over
slope.
distance. You fucking moron.
Rate of change of slope, you fucking moron.
That's right. The slope changes if you
Yeah,
measure
the
different
curve.
angles or
So
different
how can
different
level
points.
be curved?
The rate of change of the slope is if you measure it over distant points. It'll be if you measure it at one point, it'll have one slope.
Curvature.
If you measure at a different
Yeah.
point, it'll have a different slope.
You don't have an argument. You what a clown.
God,
Yes.
you don't even understand. You don't even understand
You
your
don't
own
even
argument, do you?
understand. You don't
You're
even
completely
understand.
a fucking moron.
You don't even understand that level's curved. This is you, dumbass.
This is level is curved. Read
That's
it.
a picture of you
Refute
right
it.
there. Level is curved. That's you.
I posted another link that I want you to answer.
Another. You have to defeat
about philosophy of science.
You have to debunk the slope-intercept formula. You dumb fuck. My God.
Does he even read this contradiction that he's even put up here? A level line or surface is defined as a line at which all points are the same height. And now he's telling us they're not the same fucking height. Pick one, sunshine. They're either the same fucking height or they're not. You're begging the question, Mark. Don't you see this?
It's contradicted. He bolded the contradiction.
Yes, they're the same height with respect to sea level. With respect to sea level. You fucking morons.
Glad you said level.
I'm a room full of morons who can't fucking read.
Read your citation, dumbass.
I did.
A level line to sea level. Shut his dumbass up. Shut him up. He posted a level line or surface is defined as a line along which all points are of the same height. Period. Because the earth is curved, level lines are also curved. They just debunked themselves. It's a contradiction.
Bunch of numpties.
You dumb fuck. My God, man. Matrix, he's all yours, man. You can't deal with him. He's a fucking retard.
I'm leaving it on red. I don't want to listen to his shit.
Why would we be flat when every other astronomical body not be flat?
Because
we
the
are
Earth
in no
is measured.
position.
Sorry, lady. The Earth is measured not to be like those things in the sky. So those things in the sky, let's say they're spherical and they move. The Earth doesn't measure curvature.
We are in no special position, though.
Excuse me. Thank you. So the Earth doesn't measure any curvature, and we don't measure any motion to the Earth. So measurably, the Earth is not like those things in the sky.
Also, the ground.
Yeah,
is
you can
not the
stop.
sky.
Okay, so Tycho Brahe was wrong about a few things, but not about everything, my friend.
Okay, that's not really addressing what I've said.
So you think that the Earth might be flat?
No, I know the Earth is measured flat, water being a horizontal reference datum. Mean sea level.
Mean sea
Is
level.
water you're measuring to?
What? Have you seen the mean sea level of different lakes and seas over
Oh my
the
God.
coast of the Earth?
You mean sea level of lakes? Really?
Can you see the tidal change in the UK compared to?
Shut up! Shut up! You're a dumbass. Give us the mean sea level of Lake Superior.
Potatoes.
Give us the mean sea
Huey is a
level
baby.
of Lake Superior.
Huey, are you?
Give us the mean sea level of Lake Superior, Lady Stardust.
I do not know it. I do not know it. I do know that we in the UK we have the one of the highest tide differentials in all of the world.
Oh my God.
Sorry, that would be a measure of the rise and fall of level.
Due to the moon's gravitational pull and
No.
All right.
Not going to be talking about the moon's gravitational pull. We're going to
Why
address
not?
what
Why
I
not?
said. Sorry, we're going to address what I said, which was high tide and low tide is a measure of level. High and low.
Caused by what?
Not interested in what causes it.
Well,
We're
I am.
interested Sorry, we're interested in how it lays horizontally. We're just expressing the rise and fall of tides.
I
It's a
don't think it falls
measure-
horizontally, my friend, though, because it falls over a curve because the Earth's curved.
Sorry, I appreciate your zealotry, but I'm here to tell you that water is a horizontal.
I appreciate my MSc.
Why are you talking
in
through me? This is becoming intolerable.
Well, she's a baltard. That's what they do. Every single one of them have that same disease, diarrhea of the mouth, because they know their ass is going to get in a sling in less than 5 seconds. That's why. They're dumb fucks, essentially, including Lady Stardust here. I'm still waiting for that sea level of Lake Superior, by the way. That's what you said, right? Of lakes. Yeah, sea level of lakes. We'll get to your gravity next, right after Jetty's done ripping you a new one. Okay, lady.
I mean, lady, you understand what horizontal is, right?
No,
I understand what horizontal is. I got an MSc in particle physics.
Good. So you understand that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, correct?
Yes, but
Good.
It's a bit more complicated than that.
Okay. But
And really, nothing complicated.
But we understand that the horizon is the separation line between the sea, water, and the sky, correct?
Go ahead.
And a plane, yeah.
Yeah, on a plane, horizontal plane that we're all going to be.
Horizontal plane.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
No.
Yeah.
Do you not?
Do I not what?
No, he's a theological physicist.
Anybody went to, can I just ask? Do you not think anyone went into space ever then?
No, that's a second law of thermodynamics violation, but we'll get to that. Jetty is a theological physicist. Remember you said that before?
Theological physicist.
You've got a master's degree in particle physics? You wouldn't be able to tie your fucking shoes by yourself. Lady clown show. You must be snorting that stardust.
My darling, I am. But I can still outscience you.
You're one
Does she think she's going to space at some point? She does. She thinks there's a hope and a chance for a space hotel. That's hilarious.
I'm not an Elon Musker. No, I don't think that. But I think people have been into space. I think they've seen that, and I think
you're gonna die.
I think that the ancient Greeks saw.
Hey, don't let her escape, heretic. Jenny, you done with her?
Yeah.
Let's talk about how you validated the moon's what? Gravity and tides?
Yeah, the moon's gravity. Let's go with that. The moon's gravity.
Yeah, we want to go with that. All right. Which gravity are you talking about first, love?
Here we go.
The gravity of the moon.
Oh my God. Which gravity are we discussing first?
Well, it interacts with the Earth's gravity, but it's about 0.81.
Which gravity? She can't even understand the question.
Define it, lady. Define it. What are you talking about when you say gravity?
Mass is the weight of something. Gravity is the gravitational pull.
Stop. You're 110 years out of date. The universal law of gravitation was debunked 115 years ago. What's mass, by the way? I'll show you how. Define.
No, I'm waiting for you to tell me that the degree I did about 15 years ago is wrong.
Yeah, you haven't been keeping up on your continuing education credits? Because the universal law, I wasn't done yet. I wasn't done yet.
University in the UK.
You're going to talk right through me, aren't you? You just can't help yourself. Mrs. Diarrhea of the Mouth. You're appealing to the universal law of gravitation.
Shut the fuck up, Quantum. You're so annoying.
110 years ago. Shut up.
No, you shut the fuck up. Who gave this guy mod?
Make me shut up.
Belligerent. Oh my.
So we did it. We
the universal law of gravitation was debunked, along with his laws, 110 years ago. Didn't you know that? Do we want to go over that?
We do.
We do. Okay. 1 second.
Go on then. Go on.
I am. I'm going on.
You should watch what you wish for, gorgeous.
47 minutes after the hour. Yep. Let's do it. From your alma mater wiki. Newton's classical mechanics were superseded. You know what superseded means? You have to look that up.
Superseded means
in the early 20s. Shut up.
There's no need to be
Newton's
so
classical
rude.
Can somebody shut her up, please? Since she's got diarrhea of the mouth. Thank you. 47 minutes after the hour. From her alma mater wiki. Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. You don't like that one? Science alert. The mathematical equations of Einstein's general theory of relativity, tested time and time again, are currently the most accurate way to predict gravitational interactions, replacing those developed by Isaac Newton several centuries prior. From Frizzliber text, Douglas Klein, professor of physics. Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. From Nature.com, the most prestigious quote-unquote science journal in the entire friggin' world. In 1916, Albert Einstein published his general theory of relativity in full mathematical detail. That opened the window on a radically new framework for physics, abolishing established notions of space-time and replacing Newton's formulations of the law of gravity. Last one, Andrea Ghez, UCLA professor of physics and astronomy. Einstein's right, at least for now, said Ghez, a co-lead author of the research. We can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity. End of citation and the end of your candy store view of what gravity is.
And do you take into account what Einstein's law of gravity was?
Einstein didn't produce a law.
No, but he didn't. But he did. He
No, but he didn't. No, he didn't. No, he didn't, but he did. He didn't mention anything about any gravitons, for God's sake.
Do you know what a graviton is?
Oh my God! Yes, it's a mathematical fairy tale. Yes, I do. That's what it is. You have another definition.
I'm sure the Higgs boson was for you as well.
You have another definition of a graviton.
Yeah, it's a not a massless particle.
Yes, Yep, you don't even know what mass is. Let me show you.
Excuse me, I've already told you what it is.
Excuse you.
I don't know why you didn't need to be so rude.
You brought up a graviton, has nothing to do with it.
I don't know why you need to be so rude.
Just shut her up. She brought up a graviton. Let's see what happens here. Renowned physicist Freeman Dyson. Interviewer. I'll put this in the chat. 1 second. You know who Freeman Dyson is, love? Of course you don't.
Sweetheart. Little. My darling. My lovely. I'm going to keep calling you these stupid names until...
Shut up! Renowned physicist Freeman Dyson, interviewer. The quanta of gravity, graviton, is a fiction? That's a question. Freeman Dyson, yes. You can study it mathematically, but you can never study it in the real world. End of citation. There's your graviton.
Can you explain the space-time pull of the body with a large amount of gravity?
No, but you are. Because you first appealed to the debunked universal law of gravitation, then you bounced over to Einstein's general theory. I'm not done yet. Shut up. Then you bounced over to the... Shut her up. Shut her up. Thank you. First, you appealed to the universal law of gravitation, which fucking ended in a disaster. Then you appealed to Einstein's law. Einstein never proposed a law in his life. Then you said scientific theory of gravity. You start talking about space-time. So, what we need you to do, we need you to scientifically validate the general theory of relativity. So what you have to do is you have to go back to his paper, November 25th, 1915. That's the year it was published. And we need you to pull out a hypothesis from that paper, love. Thanks.
I don't know what to say because you'll probably just scream at me to tell me to shut up.
No, what you need to do is go and get the hypothesis that was asked for.
What am I?
Do you know what a hypothesis is, right?
Yeah, and while you're at it, give your head a shake. You might want to get that done.
Sorry, 2 seconds. You understand what? Sorry, I do apologise. You understand what a hypothesis is, right? Hello.
I'm trying to understand how you explain.
No.
Of course I know what a hypothesis. That'd be fucking stupid. But I'm trying to understand. How do you explain the warp of space time, which has been proved?
Throwing Newton under the bus already, going to Einstein, as quantum eraser pointed out. I'm glad you know what a hypothesis is. Could you go and get it from the paper that Einstein released in 1915, please?
You're going to have to scientifically validate gravity. You don't have to, but Einstein, according to you, already did with his general theory of relativity. So to do that, since scientific theories are hypotheses or group of related hypotheses that have been confirmed through experimental tests, we're going to have to see the hypothesis in this paper, November 25th, 1915. She doesn't know what a hypothesis is, by the way.
No, I've got no idea what a hypothesis is.
I know you don't. With a master's degree in physics is what you said, right?
Particle physics, actually.
Yeah, same. Yeah, particle physics
and cosmology.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, love. An outant. Okay?
Oh, twat.
I mean, I've got to know. Excuse me. Lady, can you tell us what a hypothesis is, please?
A hypothesis is a generalization or a theory on something.
Don't
I knew it. A hypothesis is not a fucking theory. Try again. I'll give you one more chance. Otherwise, I'm going to call you. I'm going to call you a pretender clown because I'm not going to believe your qualifications. What's a hypothesis? Try again.
Why don't you believe my qualification?
Because you said hypothesis.
You haven't shown me mine.
Sorry, you said hypothesis was a theory. It was incorrect. I'm having to give you a second chance. What's a hypothesis?
Oh.
Yeah.
Bearing in mind it is 1 a.m. here, maybe an explanation made.
Wrong.
It's not an explanation.
Or a supposition, maybe.
That's the right word.
Supposition made on the basis of limited evidence and
nope.
No.
No.
Bearing in mind that a dissertation and a master's.
Oh my God! Where from Kangaroo U?
No, from the biggest populated red brick university in the UK.
Here's some advice, love. The first thing tomorrow morning, I would get all my lawyers and appeal absolutely to every 10 minutes of the day to get your money back from that university because they're in
I'm afraid it's one of the oldest physics universities in the UK.
They're in violation.
It's got its own cyclone.
Yeah.
Hey, QE, what would that be an appeal to? An appeal to incredulity?
My word, love. Just failure to provide services. You got an open and shut case.
Why? Can I just ask? Can I just ask something? To you fucking crazy guys.
Yeah, sure.
Why would the Earth be flat?
Why would it be
flat? Is anything else flat? Or is it just the Earth?
It's your fucking chest.
And why would it be?
Because it's measured that way.
But it's not. So let's go over that. Is anything else flat that's orbiting around the sun? Or are we not heliocentric anymore?
Excuse me. I don't have access to the things in the sky to go and measure them, but I can measure the surface of the Earth. That's flat, that is. Water being a horizontal reference datum.
So what does it do when it gets to the edge of the Earth? Does it just fall off? And then here be monsters?
Here we go.
Did you find all of the last lewds or something? What the fuck's going on?
This is the second edge in 2 days. Where are the edges coming from?
She fell out of a dumb fuck tree and hit every branch.
No, I fell out of a science tree, and you found your way to the bottom and are picking at the mushrooms.
Sorry,
I'm just a bit concerned for you.
More like an indoctrination center.
Has anyone informed this young lady that she's in a bit of a category error? We're not dealing with science, gorgeous.
You're not dealing with science?
No, not when we're measuring. Not when we're measuring.
Well, you know what? I'll fuck off then. If you're not dealing with science, I'll fuck off.
Right, sorry. You're in a category area because we're talking about surface description of the Earth. It's not a
No, if
category.
you're not talking about science, I'll fuck off.
I'll tell you what. Bye. It's just, wow.
Holy shit.
Holy fucking shit.
Incredible.
Yeah, that was incredibly stupid. Then we got her twin brother, Mark G. Listen to this.
Yeah, I've read it.
Hypotheses don't need experiments. Holy fucking shit. From Karl Popper, the universal statements, hypotheses are the character of natural laws. You have to be a certain kind of a dumb fuck to post that.
I'll tell you what.
What the fuck?
It's given the opportunity to reply.
Oh my god. What the fuck?
I posted a list of books. Have you read any of those books?
What? Your dumb fuck
book?
No.
My dumb fuck books, which are used in universities
what's
around
an
the world to
experiment?
teach philosophy of science.
What's an experiment?
Those books?
What's an experiment?
Those books?
What's an experiment?
An experiment is a way to falsify hypotheses. One way.
It's a hypothesis test. You just wrote hypotheses don't need experiments. You dumb fuck.
They do not need them. It can be one way to falsify hypotheses. Are you a dumb fuck? Are you dumb?
God, you're fuck.
There are other ways to falsify hypotheses.
John, you kick his fucking ass out of here, man. I can't deal with him. I can't deal with him. He's such a dumb fuck. He's an unimaginable dumb fuck of the highest sort. Read what he just wrote. You can't make this up.
Is today competition day, is it?
What the fuck? So hypotheses are in natural laws? So cause and effect in natural laws, there's hypotheses in natural laws, has got to be one of the dumbest fucking things I ever heard next to his first statement. I'm shocked. There aren't correlation studies aren't science, you dumb fuck. The independent variables are not manipulated by the researcher. You're an asshat. Then it's not an experiment, you dumb fuck. Correlation isn't causation. Natural science is all about cause and effect relationships. That's what a hypothesis is. That's what an experiment is. This is so backwards ass dumb fuckery. It's hard to encapsulate it with language. Don't ever speak to me again. Do you understand me, dumb fuck? My God.
Well, that was fun.
I think that guy was confused because he was saying that if you have a hypothesis, you don't have to do the experiment. But to even have a hypothesis, the form of that hypothesis has to be falsifiable, and so it has to be in the form that allows for the experiment. Just because you don't do the experiment doesn't mean that it's not involved. Maybe that's what I think.
Yeah, but either way, you have to go through the procedure. There are steps, and you have to follow them. Easier said. Otherwise, you end up only with theory.
No, that's incorrect. That's incorrect. Here's a big pro. Well, I don't even. Why should I even respond to anything like that? I mean, he's fucking retarded. He's still posting. I can't believe it. You don't test the theory, you dumb fuck. It's the test that make up a theory. Why am I even saying anything? I'm done with this stuff.
Let me fix that for you. Give me a second. I don't want to hear QE yelling at this numpty crying muncher.
What the fuck, man? Yeah, you dumb
you
fuck.
can't support anything you say.
There you go, dumb fuck.
Dumbass. How many citations does he have to stick up for you, you moron? You fucking idiot.
Check this out from the University of Rochester Physics Labs. The most fundamental error is to mistake the hypothesis for an explanation of a phenomena without performing experimental tests. You glue sniffing dumb fuck. My God. Thanks.
Just skanking the shit with nonsense. I mean, he even posted the religion, so whatever.
We lost you there, Jemsy.
I mean, that he also posted citations that said something and then contradicted.
Oh yeah, there was built-in contradictions within his whatever he said. He even bolded the contradiction for everyone.
Yeah.
You can't make it up. He pulled the same thing Merriam-Webster did with the definition of level. More or less, that's the same thing that he did, and with his surveyor train wreck dumb fucks. Right? Do you remember what they did? I'll show you what they did. Hold on. Where are you? There she is. She's coming quick. Let's take a look at this. Copy. Yep. Here's the definition of level from Merriam-Webster. So, at 8 minutes after the hour, Merriam-Webster level. Listen closely. Having no part higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface.
What?
Yep, there it is. I just cited it for you. Part 1. Yep, part 1 contradicts part 2. No part higher than another when the curvature is of parts higher than the others. You can't make it up. That's what he did. There you go. Same thing surveyors do. They took the Merriam-Webster definition and just rephrased it. Dan Fessler, how's it going, sir?
I'm good. How about you?
How's the family?
They're doing great.
Outstanding. You got some questions for me?
Not right now. I'm just listening as I work.
Oh, I was talking about the refraction presentation.
Oh, I do, but not right now.
All right.
No.
That's weird because Dan is a pretty proud globe believer in the land of misplaced toys. I changed the name to it.
No, they're not misplaced. Well, I guess you could say that. Dan's not one of those though. He just partakes over there.
Yeah, he probably call himself a globe believer. He does, right, Dan? Not a believer, but you do admit that it's no secret. Yeah, I read his text messages before, just randomly, not looking for it, but I saw you writing over there a few times. So yeah.
Yep.
I guess you don't want to do a Mark G in here, posting that silly stuff that Mark G was trying to do.
We could ask Dan if he thinks that. He sounds like he's busy, so we might want to leave off of him. Yeah, thanks, Jenna. Exactly. Yes. Level having no part higher and another end of curve service. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Got it.
Level is also a noun. You can go get one at the Home Depot.
You're gonna steal it? You're gonna steal it off of Jaron?
Also in Home Depot, buy glue in the glue section, and if you want to use a level on a sphere, you're gonna need the glue to glue it to the sides and the bottom of the sphere.
Oh, you know what? They took down Mr. Cheswick's channel, and Where Are the Guns, Nathan, is gone.
They took it down. YouTube.
Somebody took it. Someone took his channels down. Yep, it's missing. I can't use it anymore. Dirty communist. I'm telling you.
Wow.
Yep. Took it down.
Did you happen to catch the evolution debate earlier on?
I forgot.
I fucking reminded you, man. What the hell?
I know, but I had to take care of a bunch of stuff today, and by the time I remembered it, by the time I got back and it was over.
Yeah, I only popped in for a couple of minutes. I couldn't tell you what happened or anything.
Yeah, is that recorded anywhere?
I don't know. I could possibly find out for you.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. Yes.
Yeah, it might be on Planet Peterson's channel. I'll have a look.
Okay, thanks, man.
He would have recorded it for sure. He wouldn't have been able to help himself.
Planet Peterson, the pecker-headed, peckerwood, peckerless peckerhead. I've heard he's dropped in here a couple times. I can't wait.
Yeah, the last time he dropped in here, my ban button got abused. Let's just say.
You banned him?
I booted him because he's a fuckwit.
Oh yeah, he's pretty
arrogant pig. Just I've come here to preach. You'll listen to me. I'm right, and I just went, yeah, no, I'm not dealing with you, mate. See you later.
Yeah. Yeah. He's dumber than Lady Clown Show that was in here. Show titles. Let's do this. Make sure you stay tuned to Now we got Ball Busters tomorrow, but make sure you stop by Sunday. Right here, I'll give it to you. 1 second. It's going to be a treat.
Sorry, just quickly. He hasn't got anything on his channel, Planet Pearson. Maybe it's an upload issue. Maybe he's uploading it later, but there's nothing there. I'll ask one of the moderators if anybody recorded it.
Okay, thanks. So Sunday at 3 p.m. U.S. Central, you're going to see this one. It's going to be a treatment on this. There it is. There's the ad.
Who's that? Who is the dumbest baller on the face of the earth?
Finally, I've been waiting for this T-Jump chapter. A new character to the mix.
Yeah, I've never heard of this guy.
Yeah, I don't know. Kiwi's been hyping him up, but he hasn't spilled the beans, so.
Yeah, and he's keeping very quiet at the moment, so I guess we're all going to have to tune in on fucking...
Put it to you this way. Lady clown shows, T-jumped you.
All right, we'll see what that means. Tune in tomorrow.
Sunday.
Sunday.
What I was told some years ago, now I can't confirm this. I was told that T-Jump is the incoherent spawn of Steve McRae, Steve McClown of the Clan McClowns. I'm just saying.
All right, looks like we got a few new people in the chat. Sorry, guys, I don't recognise your name, so I'm just going to call you out. We've got somebody called Flying Hay. What's up, Flying Hay? Good to see you, my friend. Welcome to our little corner of the internet. We've got Zachary at the bottom, close to the bottom. What's up, Zachary? And somebody called Wolves as well. It's quite quiet. If anyone's got any questions or points that they want to bring up, I think now will be a really good time to do so, being as it's quiet. But welcome to the channel anyway, guys. If I've met you before and I don't recognise your name, don't take it personally. Or don't say anything at all.
There's definitely been some lively characters this week, I must say.
It's been a riot, mate. An absolute riot. And you're right, we've had some new characters come in and they've been entertaining for sure. Zachary, my friend, you keep flashing and there's a little bit of noise. Are you trying to communicate with us, or you just got your open mic and you're just not aware that you're blasting through? Earth calling Zachary. Come in, Zachary. Mort calling Orson. Come in, Orson. We'll get to you at some point, mate. No worries.
Did Quantum took a break? Did he say anything?
Don't know. Don't know.
Yeah, he'll say something when he's back. I think I gotta have an observable phenomena of glue sniffers, so I might have a hypothesis, and it's probably demonstrable. There might be a scientific theory about glue sniffers. Let's think about it, Jedi. If the Globers go to Home Depot and they buy the level and they say that they can draw unlimited, have you heard this? In the globe you have infinite numbers of horizontal lines, and they say they can draw this level. They can use this level to draw horizontal lines around the globe. Have you heard this before, Jedi?
I mean, I've heard it. It's fucking stupid, but I've heard it.
Right. So I'm saying that when they go to Home Depot, they go to the glue section. They're sniffing the glue and not using it, because if they knew how glue worked, they will know that they will have to buy the glue to be able to glue the level to the size of the ball and to the bottom of it.
If they knew how it worked, they wouldn't be sniffing it.
They're sniffing it. They're not using it correctly. That's why Quantum called them glue sniffers, or whatever. They want to take the realist level that they buy at the store and do impossibilities with it. They're skipping the glue section.
Well, imagine my surprise. I'm back. Who missed me? Hello?
Who missed me? And there's total silence. Bastards. And they're all thinking the same thing too. I wonder who's going to talk.
Boy.
Quantum, I have a theory.
Scientific theory or colloquial theory?
I think you're gonna have to help me with this one, because the observed phenomena is Globers going to Home Depot to buy levels, and if they don't go to the glue section immediately, either they're numpties or glue sniffers.
They're glue sniffers, man. They don't need to go to the glue section. They already have the glue on them.
That's what I'm saying, because in reality, you will need glue to glue the level to the size of the ball. So if they're not doing that, they're sniffing it.
Yeah, I agree.
Because the level is going to work. It's just that in their belief, they think they're going around the ball with the level. But because they say, oh, we have an infinite amount of horizontal lines in the globe dart. But yeah, that points out someone might be sniffing the glue instead of using it correctly. I got the observed phenomena, I got the hypothesis, I got demonstration. So there might be some science there. I might be missing something. The globe believers are the demonstration. The experiment on themselves. Yeah, let's leave it a colloquial theory. It's okay. Welcome to the new people. If you have any questions, you can direct them to Jedi or QE. Go right ahead.
No, not the QE. No, not me. I'm a counter puncher by nature.
That's why I say Jedi first, because I want the conversation to last more than 3 minutes.
That's why we're directing them to you, QE, so you can jump the counter.
Jump the counter.
Because if Jedi doesn't get them straight by the first 5 minutes, then QE will just horizontally align them, or vertically, whichever you want, or both.
They just can't shut up. I mean, as soon as I start talking, they're going to interrupt me immediately because they know that they're going to get their asses tore up. Every single time. Now, most of the time that happens to everyone else too, right? Because as soon as you start talking, they'll interrupt. How many times have you talked to a baller and they've interrupted you countless times? In the middle of your statement, how many times that happened? You can just answer the question to yourself.
Yeah, they ask a question, you start replying, and they're like, no, wait. Hold. To trying to move to something else, or ask something else at the same time on top of your reply.
What I do find entertaining, QE, is when some of us do it back to them, and then they get upset. Oh, but I was talking, and you cut me off, and you were talking in the middle of me talking, and they just have a little whinge, and it's like, bro, have you not been listening for the last 5 minutes?
Yeah, it's really stupid. It's incredibly stupid to talk to them. Now, I'm not all of them, because we got Dan here. He's a pretty reasonable guy. So it's not all ballers. It's 99.9% of them.
Is that a theory that not all ballers are glue sniffers?
Well, I'm saying that I've had good interactions with Dan. So, I can't say that all the majority. I'm saying 99.9% of idiot, dumbass balltards, they got diarrhea of the mouth. They'll just overtalk you. right from the get-go, and it usually ends in a disaster. And then they say, "What? Why are you muting me?" I don't know. Maybe because you got diarrhea of the mouth, so the audience can actually hear the arguments. Yeah, it's a second grade playground tactic. Dan, you still there? He's trying to get to his mic.
The amount of times you've done that to me, QE, I'll slip my headphones on, I'm like, right, I'm listening, I'll just duck into the kitchen, grab myself a drink, Matrix! I'm doing the sprint back into the computer room.
Yeah. I don't do it anymore. You know what I'm saying? When I get up and I hear QE, I don't. I just go do what I was going to do. Sorry. I had a little argument that when I first got here that I started asking ballers, but there's no ballers in here, right? Except Dan. Is he still in here? No, he boot scooted, man.
What about this other matey down the bottom? What is it? Apocryphal. I haven't seen that name before. Welcome to our channel.
It's got to be somebody of at least fourth grade coherency for me to.
We have Scarlet King. He opened his mic before. Go ahead, Scarlet King. You're a glow believer. Scarlet King.
Sorry, what happened?
The Scarlet King.
You've been called out, sir.
What's up? How's everyone doing?
Pretty good. Your mic's not doing well though.
Scarlet King, when you go to Home Depot, do you buy a level and they go to the glue section to buy glue?
It's a weird question to ask.
Oh, that's you, Gemsy. That's your train wreck, Mike.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. I got you. Someone replying in the VC, so ask your question.
I wasn't going to ask him anything. I was just going to. It has to be somebody that's been here for some time that kind of understands a few basic things. It's a waste of time.
What you're going to do to them?
What?
They have to understand what you're going to do to them.
No. They got to understand a couple facets of the Globetard religion. Not all of them know this, so I don't want to waste my time. It's got to be some, veteranish. You follow?
I mean, Scarlet King has been here for many hours, listening most of the time, like 90, I would say 97% listening. So he probably knows. He probably at this time should be able to steelman many arguments, right, Scarlet King?
You think? Do you understand angular size change with distance and the angular resolution limit of the human eye? Do you understand that, Scarlet King?
Hold on, I'm busy right now. I'm gonna go on mute real quick.
Okay.
I'll be back in a little while.
All right, he's busy. The Honorable Shlomo? Well, this is the first time I've seen that name. Or username. The Honorable Shlomo. How are you? The Shlomo means. Oh, Shlomo Moonbuggy. I see you are in the something.
It's been around for years.
With that username?
Yeah. Moonbuggy, yeah. Honorable Slow-Mo, yeah. Yep.
Moonbuggy, okay, Moonbuggy, alright. Sounds good.
Got a question for you when you come back, QE.
I didn't leave. I'm still sitting here.
Oh, cool. So, yesterday, my last night, we were talking about the scientific method, and I asked, what about death? The cause of death. Is the coroner doing science?
Observe natural phenomena.
Okay. So, because it's after the fact, you didn't see it occur, right? So,
Yeah, all the forensics is pseudoscience. If they claim that it's science, it's pseudoscience.
Right.
Not saying it doesn't have a place, it's just not science. Right. And a giveaway, if you don't know what the scientific method is, if when you see, thousands of people per year exonerated, that is, that you identify false positives, it's a sham. Right? It's not precise, it's not accurate. That's the best way from a layman to tell that there's a rooster in the henhouse.
Okay. But is it a form of working at the cause of something that happened?
Yeah, you could do that. Yeah, there's cause and effect relations all over the place, especially with a lot of man-made stuff. You can use the framework of the scientific method. It's just not natural science. Natural being the key. Yeah.
Got you. Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Is entropy involved in any of that? Like people getting old, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, but that's entropy's a natural law. There's no science in natural laws. Not that they're not correct. It's just not science. Paulo?
Got it.
There's a lot of techniques and technologies that are really high speed, that like spectroscopy, for example. I mean, actual spectroscopy. Not astronomical spectroscopy, which is a contradiction in terms, but I'm talking about real spectroscopy. Remember what it's like. Remember, what's the question that you're asking? If your question that you're asking is a what is question or an existence question, like does this exist? Right away, you know that that's not available for scientific inquiry. Something either exists or doesn't exist, period. You can get there through many routes. But natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. Is an existence questions, is that a natural cause and effect relationship? No. So you're basically looking for the hows and the whys, not the whats and the ises. In other words.
So being alive is a what? Is a alive, and being dead is a what is question. Is dead. just kidding. It's alive. You see, what is? It's dead. What is? So not science.
Yeah, but if you ask how or why, right? And then you get with the human, that there's a lot, each incident, each topic has to be evaluated on its own merits. There's not a broad brush scope, right? So each individual topic has to be evaluated on its own merit, whether it be science or not. Then you got, because there's some crossover in between the three categories. So you got supernatural, you got the physical and natural, and then you got synthetic. So synthetic is completely out of the realm of science. Why? Because man caused it. So you don't have to do any experiments for that. But with humans, it's a little different story, right? Because humans, I can make a case for humans, a large percentage of humans, that is their how would I want to say this? The sine qua non of humans
Quantum.
This is dicey. What? The reason being is a lot of in your cells, your life is governed. All living cells, all life is governed by DNA. DNA is governed by information, but information is supernatural. You follow?
Yeah.
Do you?
So there's it's dicey. What the hell you got going on, Jemsy?
Oh, it's a fan, my bad.
A fan? Where are you at in the world?
Massachusetts.
You got a fan on in Massachusetts? You got freezing your nuts off up there, ain't you?
It's freezing outside, but not in the house.
It's too warm in the house.
Bro, you gotta regulate your temperatures.
It is warm in the house, yeah. There's more people in the house, and they like it warm. I like it warm too, but the fan kind of it feels good.
I understand. Cool. Yep. We got a big snowstorm coming next week. That's what I've been hearing. I'm in the heartland. I'm in Missouri, home of the Missouri boat ride. They're talking about pretty significant snowstorm next week. And then after that,
tomorrow.
Well, no, I think we're going to get rain tomorrow, just where I'm at.
Okay.
But next week, ton of snow, and it's going to get really cold, man.
Like negative double digits or something?
I don't know. I don't know yet because it's a little bit too far out for them. I got my YouTube guys on the case, though. There's some good weather guys on YouTube, man. They're high speed.
Yeah, I've seen some of those channels, and they bring a lot of good information for sure.
Yep. Yeah, and they got loads of storm chasers with them besides the meteorology stuff that they do. That's another discipline is meteorology science. It's a good question, ain't?
We have someone to join. Flat earthers are not real. Go right ahead. You got the mic.
Where's Jetty? The other Jetty, not that Jetty.
The under label to its name is cosmic curvature.
That makes sense.
I want to know what that is. Hey, flat earther Aaron ain't real. What is cosmic curvature? What is that?
Who are you talking to, Jimsy? I don't see anyone in here by that name.
Yeah, it dropped out. It was here, but it dropped out.
Oh.
He had like a female avatar, but just a cartoon. So.
You know what the problem is? I'm in here. They're not going to come in here. I'm going to have to go. All right. So I'll take off for a little while and then I'll be back. All right.
All right.
All right.
Kenchi! How you doing, Kenchi?
Yo, what's up, y'all?
Yo, the heavens above, plus whatever is flying above us, that's up.
That's a fact. What's down?
If you look down, you might see your feet, and below that, the soil. Worms.
What if there's soil on my feet? I'm just playing.
There might be water as well below. You know, people say aquifers. Might be down too.
I think it's water for sure. A lot of water. Probably some other stuff too.
Yeah. For me, it looks like the Earth is between the waters. Water's above, water's below.
Yep.
Water's above, water's across, and water's below.
It's mostly water.
That's a lot of water.
Yep. If you think about it, nothing can live without water. So water's pretty important.
It's how do you say? It's a medium that has many states. LT? How you doing, LT?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing all right. What brings you to the channel, LT?
Well, I've been visiting for the last few weeks. Just enjoy the conversations here.
Oh yeah, you've been here a few times already?
Yeah.
Sounds good. Find it, what, informative, entertaining, or?
Mostly entertaining. It's informative too, but I've been on the topic for about 8 years, so but it is informative. I hear some new things every now and then.
You said you've been in the topic 8 years, or about a year?
About 8 years.
1 year.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
17. So yeah, it's about 8.
Have you kind of like come to realize has any of the information come to your senses, and you kind of realize that the reality makes sense, but the globe doesn't? Have you thought about that?
Yeah, well, that happened in 2017. It didn't take me long at all. Once I was presented with facts, it was pretty easy to accept.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't struggle with that. Like I hear a lot of people struggle with it. For me, it was pretty straightforward.
I was the same way. Once I learned it and it made sense, it was just like, okay.
Yeah, reality makes sense, and the nonsense doesn't make sense. Even though some people claim that reality doesn't make sense, and the nonsense that they don't experience makes sense. It's kind of for some people. You know what? Water on the outside of a spinning ball in the vacuum of space makes more sense than the opposite of that. Gas pressure, contained environment, contained water, pressurized, motionless, ground.
Even though we never see water act in that manner. We never see water not be how do I say it? We never see water just wrap itself around a ball or something like that, you know?
Exactly, and that makes sense. That what you said, it makes sense. That you know that if you grab a sphere and grab water with a cup and pour the water on the sphere, you know the water is gonna go splash to the floor. But you say that, and people look at you crazy. Like, what do you mean? Like, you know, like, let's talk about nonsense now, bro. Stick to reality, please.
It's a crazy world we live in. Man, this has to be probably the biggest deception ever known to man. Like, this is crazy. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's foundational. So many other deceptions that are based on one. It's a big one.
Yeah.
Almost like a big scam that allows for other scams. The globe is like a scarcity system mentality, and it goes with the nonsense. So it kind of flips people perception, mentally. And when the mental perception is flipped in that nonsensical frame, I guess more tricks can be played in the mind. And everybody's paying the price for that.
Hey. Okay.
Hi, we can hear you.
That was my girlfriend. Sorry. Usually, I joined here earlier and there's a lot of commotion, and then I got muted.
Yeah, man, it's about the timing, and sometimes the people are kind of like having a conversation already with someone else or something, and many times people want to stick to whatever topic they're talking about. Maybe if you jump in, hey, I have a question, and no, shut up, we've been talking to this guy for, whatever. There might be some reasons that you get muted. And maybe if they hear your girlfriend in the background talking to you, they're gonna say, this guy's hot micing, and they mute you as well.
I picked up my girlfriend today after we talked about the flat Earth, and she has some questions too.
Sure, questions are welcome. I just wanted to say that you heard the commotion, so there's different people in the internet, different personalities, so don't take it personal. It might be not against you personally, but against the claims of the nonsense. But you have a question, go ahead.
He came in and stuffed his nose into a conversation from the outside.
Oh, it's this guy.
So he got muted.
Anybody with a dissenting opinion is stuffing their nose, eh?
You got muted for cause.
That's what I said.
Buddy, you need to get muted.
I'm not your buddy, pal.
Okay, yeah. See, like, if you can't, you're just gonna be belligerent. Then no conversation can actually occur.
So I have to entertain your horseshit conversation when you interrupt my conversation?
No, you just have to be respectful.
Oh, so you were respectful when you shoved your nose into a conversation out of the blue, right?
You can't be respectful for 2 minutes of your life.
You earn respect, son.
Hey, do hope. The correct response to that would have been, I'm not your pal, buddy.
Right.
Hey, listen, bro. I know his tonality is a little on the high end, but we gotta concentrate on the information. It's not against you, but your behavior sometimes might, whatever. Some people deal with those type of things differently. That's the way it is. Go ahead, lady. Ask your question.
Aren't there people in space, like literally right now?
No.
Did you guys not?
Yeah, the answer to your question, do you want me to answer it?
Well, yeah, I asked.
No, I don't want you to answer that question.
No, it's okay, bro. Listen,
there are literally people right now, and people are like, "Oh, they're losing weight because they're stuck up there."
Okay, guys, real quick, let me moderate. He's gonna reply, but while he's replying, do not open your mouth. Okay?
Yes, and Anna Nicole married for love, and Pol Pot was her florist. So there's not people in space because the space that they talk about is the vacuum of space. That violates the second law of thermodynamics. Do you understand?
No.
Now he asks you a question.
The
you can reply.
vacuum of space? What do you mean, the vacuum of space?
The vacuum of space, where you said that people were at? Yes, they call that the vacuum of space. So anywhere from the ISS to the moon, the ISS is around 10 to the negative 6 torr in pressure, whereas the moon is somewhere, what they say from their story, is 10 to the negative 9th to 12th. So that's a vacuum of space. Yes?
And you said it violates what law? Second law of thermodynamics?
Correct.
And what's that law?
The second law of thermodynamics are the entropy laws. To be technical about it, it's the change in entropy of the universe equals the change of entropy of the system, plus the change in entropy of the surroundings is greater than 0. In other words, all spontaneous processes produce an increase in entropy of the Earth or the surroundings.
Okay, you haven't explained why that violates the vacuum.
Yes, I'll do that now. From Professor Frank Lambert from the Journal of Chemical Education, wisconsin.edu. Gas expansion into a vacuum the mixing of ideal gases or liquids, diffusion, effusion, colligative effects, and osmosis, each fundamentally involve an increase in entropy. So my question to you is, how are you still breathing?
Because there's air.
Yeah,
and it's contained within the atmosphere.
It can't be contained within the atmosphere. Atmosphere is a paradox. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape, number one. Number two, if that place that you call space was a vacuum, then the air would increase in entropy and fill that volume, leaving you dead.
Yeah, I heard this already. Like a gas can't contain a gas.
Correct.
We get that. But like I think the bigger question is like how do you contend with live feed from the ISS?
I don't. Because it's from Narnia, because it violates the second law of thermodynamics.
Okay, so what you're saying is it's CGI or something?
It has to be fake or the second law of thermodynamics is false. Make your choice.
Well, he's telling you that you're breathing air because there's gas pressure around you. And if this wasn't a contained environment that we're in, you wouldn't be breathing air. If it was the case, as they say, that there is this unlimited volume out there, the pressure that you're breathing right now, it will be escaping your lungs towards the available volume up there.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess the next question is, well, what is containing the gas?
Must be a container. Yeah. Must be.
Yeah, but what is the container though?
Doesn't matter.
What is it?
Doesn't matter. The compelling factor in the matter is the gas pressure.
Well, Quantum, can I say this? The container will be the antecedent to the gas pressure.
The moderator.
No, my bad. But I've heard this question before, and I know you said this before. You know, the antecedent. Can that be part of that reply? What is the container?
No.
No.
No, because if somebody slaps a filet mignon down on my plate, then I don't have to, no one has to tell me what the color of the cow is, the shape of the cow, how much the cow weighs, the length of its tail. It doesn't matter. The compelling factor in the matter that the cow exists is the filet mignon on my plate. Follow? It's the same thing. Necessary antecedent, consequent. The necessary antecedent to the filet mignon is a cow. The necessary antecedent to gas pressure is a container.
That's what I said.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was asking you. Can you say the container is the antecedent, a necessary antecedent? Yeah.
Yeah, so the compelling factor in both cases, the consequent gas pressure and the filet mignon, I don't have to worry about the antecedent because the antecedent is as red as the rain.
So why can't we, if we don't know what the container is or what it's composed of, like, that, I guess that doesn't matter?
It's got to be, a container is a physical container, it doesn't matter, no.
Can I say something? The second law of thermodynamics, doesn't that apply to isolated systems?
No. The second law of thermodynamics applies to open, closed systems. There are no isolated systems in nature. From Georgia State University, hyperphysics. An isolated system implies a collection of matter which does not interact with the rest of the universe at all. And as far as we know, there are really no such systems. So the second law can apply to isolated systems because the second law is a natural law and isolated systems don't exist in nature.
Good one. It's really good at pulling up the citations. I don't know, like what got on this computer all open and get.
Whoever's talking, I can't hear them. They're breaking up.
Like whoever was talking just now, just get closer to your mic.
Sorry, I was hot micing.
Oh.
It applies to them in different ways, though. Thanks. Imagine.
Yeah, this construct will be more like a dynamic contained environment, not isolated, because energy can go in and out. Like we see the sun doing certain things into the system.
We're reading the isolated system definition.
Yeah, they're incorrect. A lot of people have it wrong. A lot of institutions have it wrong.
It is a closed system, but that doesn't mean isolated.
From Professor Kostick. The second law of thermodynamics is universal and valid without exception. Enclosed.
My phone's gonna die.
I'm sorry, I thought I was talking.
I don't care if you're talking.
Oh, you don't? So then piss off.
Yeah, you don't give a shit if anyone's talking either.
Piss off, clown.
Bro, he's directly replying to your questions and giving you the actual information.
Did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours? Did the middle of my sentence, pretender clown, interrupt the
speaking
beginning
louder
of yours?
doesn't have any effect. And here we go,
clown,
bro.
Like, who gave this guy mod?
Clown, who gave this
He's
guy?
not a mod.
I handed you your dumb ass.
You're embarrassing.
You're embarrassing. I'm embarrassing. Listen to your dumb ass.
Bro, you're yelling into a mic right now.
You wouldn't know what the second law was if it climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in Carolina Reaper lace concertina wire. Right? You're just looking this shut up on Wiki, you and your girlfriend? Yeah, what's his name, by the way? Yeah, I've been dealing with this since I was in junior high school. I lived this for most of my life. You use the second law of thermodynamics as a punchline for a joke, and I spent my life in the middle of it the whole way down the line. Right? So I'm filled with contempt with your pretender clown dumbasses, with your isolated systems fucktwittery. Right? You sound like clowns. But I entertain you because of Gemsy. I'm not anymore, fucktard. Get it? Good.
Yeah, bro, you gotta be, a little more respectful, because he was replying directly to your action questions on the topic of the VC. If you're here to have a conversation and ask the questions, is fine. But then the guy is actually giving you the information, replying. He's not gonna flash them, or he also has credentials on this. And you're gonna just say you don't care. So why will he speak to you if you don't care? Your girlfriend cares. Maybe just give the mic to her. He dropped out. Amazing how he got direct replies to his questions and his girlfriend's question. And he said, I don't care. What are you asking then? And concentrated on the tonalities. Kind of silly.
Him and his girlfriend, whatever his name was, thought that they come in, right, and half step and tap dance around, right, and come up with their horse shit wiki parrots, right, and see if that could, anything, they throw at the wall, any of their shit that hits the wall will stick, right? That's what they think. That's their attitude.
But you know something? His girl kind of follow what you were saying and ask you a relevant question to the next step, the second law, and she was kind of following.
You could.
But then
No, she
obviously
wasn't
he was in the
following.
middle.
No, she wasn't. She wasn't following. I heard her in the background. She was there typing in the wiki, my responses, and then I could see her in the background. Well, this doesn't apply to this, but so the wiki parroting pretender clown morons, right? They think they're full. They think they're cloaked. I could tell just by the way he asked and the way she asked that they were pretender clown numpty dipshits right from get go. Right? So I was entertaining them because out of respect for you, but I was going to tear their ass up quick.
Appreciate it. Yeah. I thought they were gonna kind of like just follow through and behave, but he got triggered, but it's okay. That was good information that you provided. So, and he wasn't muted when he left, so I guess they gave out. They can't handle it.
This clowns, man. Every day, pretender clown frauds everywhere.
That was pretty mild, actually. I don't know what he was complaining about. You 90% of what you said was all citations. The other stuff was just describing their behavior, which is correct as well. Let's see who's tagging me. Joey.
MZ.
Hey there.
How was your Valentine's Day?
It was good.
That's good.
Yeah, everybody's doing all right, I guess.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, that's what's important. I'm just curious, in your view, why doesn't mainstream science say the Earth is flat?
It's not a scientific topic.
I was talking to Jimsy.
Doesn't matter. I answered your question directly and correctly.
Are you Jimsy?
I answered your question directly and correctly.
I'm not the scientist in here, so he might have.
You asked a malformed question. Why do scientists say? Well, who gives a shit? You should have said, why do economists say that the Earth is flat? It would have been just as appropriate.
Again, I wasn't talking to you.
I don't give a shit who you're talking to. Piss off, dumb fuck.
Why don't you grow up for a change?
I feel like that would make a really great bumper sticker to throw people off. Like, why do economists say that the Earth is flat?
Oh, it's Quantum Eraser. That's who that is. Okay, he's the wannabe.
Yeah, I'm your Huckleberry. You got that right.
Wannabe
I'm your Huckleberry. You got that right. I'm your fucking Huckleberry. You got that right.
You're the counterfeit Nathan Oakley.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's Deuce 7 offsuit. You know you'll get your ass ripped up. Keep talking. Keep talking, clown.
One day you might grow up.
One day. I might grow a pair. You don't know who you're dealing with, son.
No, I said grow up.
Grow up. Do that. That's not your sister doesn't seem to mind.
I don't have any sisters.
That's the idea of your sister, glue sniffer.
Nathan Oakley does it better.
Yeah, that's what they say. Ignorance is bliss. I guess they're right.
You're not Nathan Oakley. Try again.
Nathan, he thinks that Nathan Oakley is like my superior. This dumb fuck.
Yeah, you act like you have your head in his lap.
Look at him. He thinks that, Jemsy.
You're a wannabe Nathan Oakley.
Yeah, that's the wannabe Nathan Oakley. That's right. Yeah. Keep on pushing your foot further down in your mouth.
I was trying to ask Jimsy a question, and for some reason you.
Well, because I answered it correctly. Who does it? What does it matter who answers?
You're a spokesperson.
What does it matter who answers if you got the correct answer?
I wasn't talking to you. That's why it matters.
Oh my
Raiden, the
God.
thing is that
Okay.
you do this often,
Nancy.
and
So hold up, Jemsy. Okay, Nancy. We'll let Jemsy answer. Okay? Maybe he can rub your feet and make you some hot chocolate, okay?
I'm just saying that Raiden does he throws a bait and he's hoping for the exact one fish to bite, but bigger fish might bite, Raiden. You know this.
Jimsy, I'm
You're
just
throwing the
curious.
bait.
Does that happen to you often when someone asks you a question, someone else answers for you? Does that happen all the time, or
In Discord? Over the internet, yeah.
oh, you're okay with that?
I mean, that's the way it works. You know this.
Don't worry about the correct answer to the question. Don't worry about that. Just worry about whether it's appropriate that Jemsy answered the question, you fucking pretender clown moron.
Nathan Oakley is going to have a talk with you.
What the fuck, dude? Get your dumb ass out of here. Go back to your cake decorating forums. They'll probably laugh you out of there. The fuck out of here.
Jimsy, can you and I have a conversation, or are you being interrupted? Or
what a fucking Nancy, man.
He's driving and cooking at the moment, so
I was just wondering what your thoughts were until this whoever it is jumps
Thoughts? Who gives a shit about people's thoughts? It either is or it ain't.
Okay, so you must be Jimsy.
It's not a subjective. Yeah, I know you're still on that, even though you got train wrecked. Yeah, we're discussing the nature of reality. It's not what people's thoughts are, how they feel, whether they agree or disagree. Okay, it's an objective topic, not subjective, you moron. You're in a category error. So go back to your cake decorating forums or whose favorite color is the best forums. How about
Somebody needs to put you on a leash.
Yeah, I'd like you to try it.
Well, somebody in this room does, because you don't talk for other people, do you?
You'd be better off putting a fucking sock on a Wolverine, brother.
So if I answer the
Raiden,
question, you're gonna start talking, or
Raiden, but the thing is, you know this, that science doesn't deal with the shape of the earth, but you still ask the same question. This is like your number one question that you always asking about science and the globe or the flat earth, and you know that's like a malformed question. You know this already. Why you keep doing it?
no, I was wondering what your thoughts were, because all these things are intertwined. Math, science, they all work together.
No, they're not. They're not intertwined at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What a
nothing
clown, man. I'll catch you in a little bit. Jemsy, I got to take care of a couple things. I'll be back later. Bye, Raiden. Nancy Raiden.
Sounds good.
See you later, Nathan Oakley.
I'm still waiting on a flat earther to explain to me how the moon works.
They're gonna have to ask God, and God is above
No, explain to me how the moon works, you pseudo-religious motherfucker.
Think about it, buddy. You cannot dissect the heavens above to be able to tell how it works.
Yeah, you can't use a telescope. That's what this fucking genius just said.
Yeah, you can look. Hey, listen, bro. Looking at the moon is not the same thing of how it works. Looking at the clock, if you have a switch watch, looking at it doesn't tell you how the gears behind the dial.
So what you're saying is you can't observe something and determine how it works based on observing it. That's your entire.
No,
you need to go back and learn English, buddy.
the clock and check all of the pieces
you need to go back and learn English, bro, because what you're saying doesn't make any fucking sense right now.
Yeah,
it sounds like he's here to learn, doesn't he? Get better at English, bro. If you observe something, if you directly observe something, you
get better at English. It's a language barrier that you're having at the moment. Okay.
No, it's not a language barrier. You're just a retard.
It is a language barrier because it doesn't sound like you comprehend English words.
Hey man, if you are a retard and you sound like a retard, and that's based on my observations of you. See, I know how you work.
Yeah, observations. You can look at the moon.
Absolutely. I know for a fact that you are a complete retard because of my
You know that your ancestors, the Mongolians, they looked at the moon too, and they never said that they knew how the moon worked. You know. Rating, can we look at the moon with a telescope and say exactly how it works and the cause of the effects by looking at it?
I don't know. That would be a good question for a physicist.
He was in here
Can't
calling
answer it.
people retards.
Oh, well, I can't speak for him, but yeah. Before that counterfeit Nathan Oakley interrupted you, I was asking you why science doesn't support the flat Earth theory. I was wondering what your thoughts were.
You know, Quantum. He has science degrees, right?
That's fine. Is he a physicist?
Good question. I think it's in biology. And also the other guy, Overlord, he also has. Oops.
Hello?
Go ahead.
So my phone died, but my girlfriend had a question regarding the thermodynamics.
Hey, bro, listen. Is that the same guy from earlier with the girlfriend?
Yeah, that was me.
Listen, bro. I know the guy has a high tonality, but he's actually giving you citations and replying to your questions. And then, if you say that you don't care about his replies, why will
Gets
he
butthurt
just
and cries about it.
Dude, I only said that because I know he's belligerent. Like I would have.
I mean, when you interrupt somebody like I just did now, it's not doesn't feel good, right? It's exactly what you were doing when he was trying to answer a question.
Buddy, he was into. You have no idea about that guy.
Dude, I was listening to him all the time, bro.
He literally just is so rude. There's just
no, bro. Listen. It's not a. I get you. No, I'm not disagreeing with you. Listen, 1 second. No, I'm not disagreeing with you. Remember, let's say you want to have dinner at someone's house. Either you want to go to the place and people have their way of doing things, and either you're there having dinner or you leave, right? So the guy has a way of delivering the information, and if he's replying to your question or your girl's question, and you interrupt in the center, in the middle of it, he's gonna act the way he acts, and that's the way it is.
Here's the thing, though. I
don't care. I don't care. Doesn't matter. Doesn't care.
But
does that feel
a normal
nice?
person doesn't.
Does
react
that feel nice?
Like
to
you have to realize.
Does that feel nice to you?
Why
when somebody's about to explain something,
you
and all of a sudden you burst out with "I don't
He's not a normal person.
When somebody's just trying to explain something to you, and in the middle of when you're talking, all of a sudden interrupts you to say "I don't care."
I prefaced my statement by saying, "Yes, I understand that I cut him off." So
okay, then. So
I don't know what you're talking
about.
I'm just listening.
Or was it you? Hold on, Jamesy. Was it you or was it him?
Bro, you weren't even there. Like
I was here. Actually, I was listening.
Well, you weren't there like an hour or 2 hours before that when he was literally shitting on everybody in the chat who had anything.
Okay, that doesn't matter. What we're talking about is what's going on at the moment, and it's when you were speaking to him and we're being interrupting him.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, can we just get on with the questions? Like
that doesn't matter.
Yeah, but definitely we're gonna get on with the question. But remember, you're adjusting to the way of the room operates. And as an invited guest, we are welcoming you to ask the questions, but try to just have the back and forth and listen to the replies and address the replies instead of just saying you don't care, that kind of stuff. Go ahead, ask your question.
Oh my God. Hey, what's your question?
Okay, I gotta find it.
I'll talk to the lady if she has a question. Before Quantum returns. Hey, don't take it personal. Like I said, it's not against you guys. It's more against the claims of the globe religion and certain behaviors.
What do you think, Jimsy? You think science has it wrong, or what do you think?
Well, it's got to be specific. When science says that water boils because heat at a certain pressure and a certain temperature, they're correct about that.
So hold on. What his question was: the science has it wrong? Is that what your question?
That's a malformed question, I think, because it's incomplete.
Science doesn't say anything, or science doesn't have an opinion.
Okay, whatever. The law of thermodynamics applies to systems, and those have boundaries.
Yes, the container, the volume.
Right. How does space have a boundary? It doesn't really fall into that same category of the law of thermodynamics.
The outer space was the invention or the claim, right? But it goes contrary to what you're saying. So in reality, when you have gas pressure, the gases are pushing against each other and against the walls of its container. So to have the gas pressure, the antecedent is the container. So the claim that there is outer space, that there is no boundary, right? That goes against natural law. So that debunks the claim of outer space.
Is there
because
another
you are
way?
you are in a contained environment.
But isn't that kind of the point, though, that the law of thermodynamics, thermodynamics has helped us here on Earth to help explain things, but it doesn't apply to outer space because there is
no exactly, because outer space will be the we have reality, the way things work in reality, and then we have the fantasy claim. That's what we're trying to point out to you. Their claim is fantasy, it's not real.
But then why did the guy before say that it goes against the second law of thermodynamics? It doesn't apply because it isn't in that same...
I'll just recite it. So the second law of thermodynamics, there are 3 parts to it. We're talking about the second part of 3 parts. I'll just say all 3 parts, just so that we're clear. It's the laws of entropy. Hot moves to cold. That's the first part. High pressure moves to low pressure. That's what we're talking about. And then high charge moves to low charge, like lightning striking. So what we're saying is, when they describe the vacuum of space, the way that it is described, without there being a solid barrier between there and here, that violates the second part of the second law of thermodynamics, saying that high pressure moves to low pressure. So let's clarify what it is that they describe. Let's just be clear what it is that they describe. They describe an area of volume above our heads, trillions of miles across in all directions, expanding faster than the speed of light, because they say the edge of the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light. And they say that in the deeper parts of that, further away from Earth, it's 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, which is a greater vacuum than we can replicate here on the surface of the Earth. So what we're saying is the existence of that violates the second part of the second law of thermodynamics.
But the law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to space because it's not the same. That's what I'm not understanding.
Let's just break this down to the most simple terms. Do we have gas pressure here on Earth? Are you breathing gas pressure right now?
Yes.
All right. In contrast to the vacuum of space, the way you believe in it, would you call that high pressure? You would, right? Logically?
Yeah.
You call it high pressure in contrast to over there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the second part of the second law of thermodynamics says high pressure moves to low pressure. But do you see how it's not happening in that globe model that we were raised with?
High pressure.
See the problem?
Low pressure.
So what I'm saying is this. Either one of 2 things needs to happen. Either one, the second law of thermodynamics is wrong, and we need to rewrite the laws of physics. Or, number 2, the laws of physics are just fine. We don't need to rewrite the laws of physics. The vacuum of space doesn't exist. It's 1 or 2. There is no third option. I'm saying it's number 2. The laws of physics are just fine. We don't need to rewrite them. The vacuum of space does not exist.
It's a story. that you have to believe because you can't validate
it. Or we could move to space, which is a first law of thermodynamics violation. We could do that.
You gotta validate space first, outer space.
Yeah,
you have an issue with the whole thing because in reality you experience the gas pressure that you're breathing and liquid water all across the place. If the case was that there was the vacuum space, that available volume, where the pressure that you're breathing, the pressure of air that you're breathing will rush toward that available volume violently, you wouldn't be able to breathe air, and there wouldn't be pressure for the water to be in its liquid state.
Bullshit.
So, no bullshit. To have bullshit, you need cows or bulls to drink water and eat grass, and you wouldn't be able to have any of that for the bull to eat and produce the bullshit.
No, I'm talking about what's coming out of your mouth, buddy.
Actually, those are words that I'm doing with my vocals. So it's kind of like sound. It has nothing to do with bullshit.
Yeah, it's a language barrier. I understand.
You have a language barrier? You don't comprehend English words? What's wrong with you?
What are you doing?
Weird. Is that the boyfriend saying bullshit? Is that the boyfriend?
No, that's Twonger.
Oh, that's Twonger?
Dang, buddy.
No, hey, it's fine. We're trying to like read something right now and refute you, but it's just fine.
No, that's cool. You guys are being cool. I know earlier, the other guy has certain way of operating, and don't take it personal, like I said. But the guy that said bullshit, I thought it was you in the background, but it was someone else. So good thing that it wasn't you. I was gonna be like kind of disappointed because you guys are cool.
Saying bullshit though. Like, what is he saying? Why does he say that?
Well, everything we spoke about that can be demonstrated, the laws of thermodynamics, he called that bullshit.
Don't forget, guys, like 99.9% of us in the Western world, United States, United Kingdom, Australia, etc., 99.9% of us were raised to believe that the Earth is a planet spinning and orbiting the sun in the vacuum of space. So I didn't realize this at first until I came onto Discord, really. But, there's a lot of people that don't really like the idea of accepting the fact that they've been lied to.
Okay.
Or accepting the fact that they don't know where they are, which is both things are true.
So like, if like the vacuum is not in a thermodynamic equilibrium.
Sorry. Okay, I'll say it. So
equilibrium.
Yeah, like the vacuum of space, it has a dynamic nature, so it's not in a thermodynamic equilibrium state.
Listen, I get what you're saying, because you're saying if you go high up, there's less pressure, and therefore after you go higher enough, you're gonna make it to outer space. But no, you have a pressure gradient within the containment. A container, you can have a pressure gradient in it because the container that you're in, the construct that you're within, that's a dynamic system. We have high pressure, low pressure, cold, heat, right? You have all of these variables that are happening in reality. But then what you're trying to claim is an outside perspective of when you look back to it, you see like a sphere, right? And you're in outer space and you look at the sphere. But when you come to the ground that you're standing on in reality and the waters across it, that's not a sphere. That is not curving. So whatever is the claim from the outside of these constructs, and you look at it on the TV and they show you a sphere, you don't see that in reality. The curvature, because we're talking about gas pressure, and you already know it's required, and you're kind of like going back and forward on that. But remember, this place that you're trying to claim, outer space, that they show you the Earth as a globe when they look back of whatever, that's not what the Earth is in reality. The Earth is not a globe spinning through the vacuum of space. So if you go to the ground and you measure the ground and you check the ground, it's not curving, or the waters across. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't actually disagree with that, but what we just read here says that since the vacuum of space is fluctuating at the quantum level, then principles like the conservation of energy don't actually apply. So do you know anything about that?
I know that's a claim, and it sounds like it's okay for someone to write that down somewhere. It's okay for someone to say that, but it's another thing for you to just accept that on faith without them demonstrating that. Because I mean, they're basically saying to you what you just said is that the laws of physics operate differently up there than they do down here. That's ridiculous. The laws of physics are universal. Like, it's not like I can walk 100 miles to the left or right of me, and all of a sudden high pressure doesn't move to low pressure. Like, that's ridiculous. Think about it.
Yeah, but I think it's like quantum mechanics and thermodynamics are like just different frameworks that don't work together.
No, that's wrong, because it's happening here, right? You've got quantum phenomena here, and entropy still applies, right? You think quantum phenomena is only occurring out in space?
Well, we should tell them where their standard of evidence should lie, which is where ours lie. So if you wanted to demonstrate to us that the vacuum of space, at least in a certain sense, the way they describe it, may be real or whatever, you could demonstrate to us gas pressure without a container in the consistent x-value form, without a container due to gravity. So if you could demonstrate 36 pounds per square inch around the rim of your car without the tire due to gravity, demonstrate that to us, then we would have a logical reason from that point forward to think that the gas pressure we're breathing right here, right now, may exist due to gravity. But without that demonstration, it would only be a blind cult belief on our part. And we're not interested in blind, extraordinary beliefs, believing extraordinary things without extraordinary evidence.
Not just that, you will need a sphere inside a vacuum chamber, right? With water on the surface of the sphere and also gas pressure around this on the outside of the sphere. If you actually try that, you won't be able to make the sphere float or spin, and the water and the gas pressure in the vacuum chamber will just dissipate from it.
I'm going to tell you something else. You're never going to be able to debunk entropy. Entropy wins everything all the time in nature.
Yeah, have you ever seen cases of people that there's been like cases people like in they're in a high pressure room, and by accident they open like a tube or something that is a low pressure, and they get sucked violently into the low pressure. No, I don't know if you've ever seen accidents like these. People actually die because the change of pressure is violent. So you breathing air uncomfortable is because you are in a contained environment. If that container wasn't there, the pressure that you breathe in will leave your lungs violently.
Yeah, like the bends in underwater. That's I think we had something to say about the fact that there's no gravity operating in space.
You'd have to tell us what it is first.
I don't think that really matters, actually.
I will recommend you to come back down to Earth because, yeah, like you just said, doesn't really matter. But if you kind of come back down here and start acknowledging reality for what it is, you're going to figure that the globe is complete nonsense.
I just got to point out the obvious. Like, this point out the obvious alarm is just ringing in my head. You're just like saying, oh, gravity doesn't work in space, and that's why there's no, that's why there's no gas pressure in space, is what I'm thinking you're going to try to logically lead that to. I just wanted to point out to you, buddy, you believe that the Earth orbits the sun, and the sun orbits a black hole in the center of the galaxy. I think in your model, your idea of the universe, there is gravity in space.
I mean, yeah, I'm not a physicist or anything, but mass, yeah, I think it goes like mass creates the gravitational effect, but yeah,
that's
I don't
not
know.
physics. That's astrophysics. That will be like the fictional version of that. Because you can talk about the astros and how they work in reality, but the version that God is a fictional version of that. Because physics will be the physics of water here in reality, and stuff that you can demonstrate here in the realist level, those will be physics. You know, when you grab water and put it on the outside of a sphere, the water flows away from the sphere and goes to the floor, splash, splash. That's physics. The water doesn't stick to the outside of a sphere. You need a container to hold the water.
So the question I'd have for you globally versus what would prove wrong the globe for you? What would you have to see or do that's plausible and feasible in the real world that would prove wrong the globe for you? Certainly you must have a standard of evidence in regards to this.
Boyfriend and girlfriend. Are you there? Taking a break. Did they leave or they're still here?
No, we're talking it over.
Listen, right now you are maybe in a house or a structure, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay, so that property the house was built upon, it had to be level with a water level, and the first brick that was put in place, right, for the foundation, it was to be horizontally placed with the horizontal of the sea level. So you took the sea level to that maybe higher altitude on your property, but it was oriented horizontally. So your level of your house, the table in your house, the first floor, the second floor, the TV, the water cup on top of the table, the bathtub, the pool, maybe the lake next to your house, all of those horizontals and levels, they're all parallel to each other and parallel to the sea level, even if the sea is maybe 1,000 miles from your house. They're all parallel lines, horizontal lines.
Yes.
You see how your first floor is parallel to your second floor?
Sure.
Horizontal. And the basement is also parallel to the first and second floor, right?
Yeah.
So his house could be down the valley or up in the hill, and his TV, his bathtub, his first floor, basement, second floor, third floor, they're all parallel to your parallels in your house, to your horizontals. And you can go to his neighbor and the next neighbor, next town, and the next state, to the shoreline of the ocean. And all of those horizontal lines in all of the properties, all of the water bodies, all of the pools, all of the water cups, they're all parallel to the sea level. To the shore, and go across, get on a boat, and go 3,000 miles. If you're in the east coast of the US, and you go 3,000 miles to Europe, to Scotland, to the west of Europe, that's another horizontal parallel to the table in your house, or your first floor or second floor. So the first house at the shore in the west of England is also parallel horizontally to your first floor and your second floor. No curvature between any of those.
Yeah, I actually, I understand that. She's asking that. Have you guys heard about that meteor that's about to hit Earth or something? Has anybody heard about that?
Yeah, there is a lot of fear mongering with the outer space, so you can get meteor insurance.
What was your question?
I've heard them say multiple things across the span of my life so far, like 2 other times, and those dates have come and passed. Nothing's happened. They can do this forever. Like, what about it?
Let's check if there's been a meteor that's hit Earth before. Not a big one, but
There's nothing coming from space. Space doesn't exist.
Yeah, they're just gonna say it didn't come from space.
what are they going to say it came from then?
Well,
it came from the sky.
Let me touch this subject because I've looked into it.
Falling. No rocks are falling.
yeah, I
Sky
think-
is not falling.
If you even witnessed that, I've never witnessed that myself. Have you? Have you ever seen a rock fall from the sky? Personally,
Nobody's found a rock.
I don't
in
think
the
you
sky.
have.
Even if you find rocks that fall from the sky, that doesn't mean the actual spinning water ball. The phenomena that we call meteors or sporadic meteors are very specific phenomena that move and happen like clock how do you say, in a timely manner, and they come from specific called radiants, the 6 radiants, and they move. These radiants are also in some type of cycles. So the what you call meteors and the observed phenomena of that from the realist level, you and I could be looking at the sky and see the phenomena, shooting stars or meteors that are coming from these 6 radiants. That phenomena is real, but you gotta separate the cartoon version of that. When they show you cartoons and they say, look, this rock in outer space that's coming from this asteroid belt that is around the solar system that the Earth is part of, whatever, that fiction version is not the source of the phenomena that you see with your eyes.
Sorry, what's the moon?
So
What you see?
I don't know. We actually don't know what they are. I think that's
So they don't know either.
yeah.
It's an observed phenomena, and it moves is with the luminaries up in the sky, and they are sourced from 6 specific points in the sky called the radiants, the 6 radiants:
Sure,
north auroral, south auroral, helion, anti-helion, north
Even if
apex, and
they're
south
all-
apex.
Even if they're all entering from the same position in the sky, you do agree that they did impact the Earth and they created massive craters.
Not necessarily though. The massive craters, that's another theory about that. You could have water flowing from the bottoms of the earth and creating those things as well. That could be water doing that.
You can see millions of stars when you look.
Yeah. What about them?
What do you think that they're reflections of Earth? Like, how does that even add up?
The stars are okay. So think about the luminaries. If you wanna, she's wondering about the luminaries, and this is interesting.
She's wondering about
You're gonna listen. I could tell you an idea. I could describe the sky kind of like a clock. The sun, the moon, the wandering stars, or the planets that we look at. Right, the hands of the clock, the hour, the minute, the day, the week, the month. You know, the lunar calendar is like a monthly one. The sun is a daily and year calendar. So you can kind of describe the sky as a clock, and it's also used for navigation and other different things. So these cycles that the luminaries move in and reset yearly and you can observe cycles within cycles. It's almost like you're looking at a very complicated clock. Like when you look at a Swiss watch, right? And you see the hands of the clock, the dial, but behind the dial of the clock, there's a bunch of gears that makes the clock tick, right? We haven't gone to the heavens above and dissect the heavens above to be able to tell you exactly what are the mechanisms that operate the heavens above. That will be a question for God to say, how do you make this construct?
Believe that.
That applies to everyone.
Well,
So I just my last point about that. If you look through history, all civilizations all across the world, everyone across the world has like a kind of like a similar cosmology and ideas about the luminaries. So you and I can be looking at the same phenomena, the sky, the stars, and I can say an idea about it, and then you can have a different idea about it. And that's the thing, that since we cannot go there and dissect it, we can say different or similar things about the phenomena, and we can both be wrong at the same time, or maybe correct, who knows. But to have the complete schematic of how it works and what it is, the distances, the mediums, everything, all the variables, to put that together,
Media.
I think only the creator, the designer of that, probably knows. The watchmaker.
Well said, Dempsey. Well said.
Remember the plural for medium is media.
The media, yeah.
But like the media that lie to us every day and are dying, the legacy media.
Yeah, I think she's not satisfied with the answer that only the creator knows. Or
I got a slightly more technical answer. So as time goes by and as we're allowed to access certain places that we're not currently legally allowed to access, and as we're allowed to go to certain heights to verify things at a personal level, then we will know more about the details as the limits our environment. But keep in mind, there is a logical syllogism I could give to you to maybe help you with this. We know for sure that gas pressure requires containment. That's not in the realm of speculation. Like, we know that for sure. It's a 100% for sure. In order to have gas pressure in the consistent X value form, it requires a container and a fixed volume. We have gas pressure in the consistent X value form here. That means we're inside a container with a fixed volume. Now, if you want to wonder to yourself whether or not the sun, moon, or stars are inside the container with us or outside the container, you can ponder that all day long. You might find the answer eventually, you might not. But if it is the case that we can't get outside the container, which is more likely the case, and if those things are outside the container, then it would logically follow that you will never know while you're still alive. And Gemsy's right. Only God will know.
Unless you have revelation, maybe God connects to you and say, "Hey, I'm gonna tell you how it works," and maybe God will tell you. But do you actually have that?
And then, even if he told you, how would you prove it?
Good question. But listen, it's not like it's not like we're ignorant about the luminaries. You and I, God gave us senses. You have your vision, right? We can even hear and use instrument to detect certain frequencies and tonality and observe the luminaries and use them for time, right? The day, the night, the month, the year, and even for position. You can use the luminaries and ground positions of landmarks and ground positions of the luminaries, and you can tell your position on the ground and travel across the earth, across the waters, by using that reference of the sky. Okay? So it's not like we're clueless about them, but there are still missing variables that to be able to give you an actual schematic of the whole of the machine and tell you this is how the machine works. Even though we're looking at the machine and we're looking at the clock and we can tell the time, we cannot see the gears behind the dial. You see the what I'm trying to say about the watch, the Swiss watch, that you look at you look at the dial, you look at the hands of the clock, but behind the dial there could be dozens or hundreds of gears that makes all the movement that you see on top of the dial.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, but just because we can't like access these features or we can't get close enough doesn't mean like we can't figure things out about them. Like atoms, for example, we can't observe them, but we know they're there.
That's another
we have
question.
a model that works. Is a more accurate way to put that. It's not really we know that they're there. We don't know that we're there. A more accurate way to say it is we have a model, an atomic model that functions and works as far as practical applications in the modern era goes, manufacturing and such. But as far as like, I'm just saying it'd be better to use those words instead of the words you use if you want to be truly accurate. But anyway, enough of that. You didn't answer my question yet, both of you. What would prove wrong the globe for you? What practical thing can you do in the real world? What can you test that would prove the globe wrong to you, potentially?
I don't know. I'm not a glober, but she is. I'm trying to convert her.
Hey, you got a smart boyfriend. Even though keep that in the private between you guys. Don't go out there trying to be the villains of the globe.
Well, yeah.
Because listen. You know what happens to the you know what happens in the movies to all the superheroes are saving the globe, right? You don't want to be the villain of the movie. Taking the globe away from people.
I'm trying to keep it a secret, otherwise, like, her family will hate me. But it's whatever.
But hey, at least you might have a better filter to bullshit, like the other guy said. Because if you can acknowledge reality for what it is, you won't be able to be scammed as easy for other topics. But still, you can get a job, and you can get a job at NASA and clean the toilets or open the gates, and you don't have to believe in the globe, but you're still gonna keep the toilet clean.
Yeah, it's crazy how people are indoctrinated and still like devising theories around it and stuff like that. It's kind of wild to me. Like that's probably where all the money's going.
Well, NASA only gets $82 million a day. It's not like a lot of money, is it? Yeah, it is a lot of money.
That's what Trump's cutting these days, I think.
Hey, Jim's there. You still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Thanks, God.
I wanted to ask you about something you said a couple months ago. Oftentimes, you say that the lights in the sky, you call those luminaries, right?
Yeah.
What do you think is the source of that light?
If you look, because the thing is, with our eyes, we see a certain spectrum of light, right? We know this, right? You see certain of the spectrum, but you don't see the whole of the spectrum of light, right? Can I get a yeah?
I'm just listening to you.
So, at the ground level, people have devised other optical devices that can look and see more than what our eyes can see, and there is equipment that observing the thermal spectrum. Other that are called radio surveys. There's also X-ray. There's also infrared and electro-optical. And when you look at the sky with all of these different optics, you can see different layers of what you can see with your eyes. Okay? Because it looks like with your eyes, you're almost looking like you know how you can look at a plasma TV and you can see the moon, you can see all type of pictures on the TV, right? You can see certain imagery, but you cannot see the actual kind of like electricity and small. Anyways, with the electro-opticals and the other equipment, the thermal, there has been scans done from many positions across the world, from Canada, the CMOR, Canadian Meteorological Observatory. Then there's another one. I think it was in Texas or Arizona. I don't remember too well the name of that one. I think it's in Texas. Then there's another one in Peru. Another one in Ascension Island in the Atlantic Ocean. Another one in Tierra del Fuego in Argentina. And all of these observatories have different equipment. I mean, they are similar, but they're looking through multiple spectrums of light and all of the spectrum of light. And the observation of the whole of the sky moving, observed from all of these positions, when all of this imagery is combined, they label it the celestial sphere. What is observed is basically what is called the radiance, which is helion, where the sun is at. The position of the sun has something around it or next to it that is called the helion radiant. Then the opposite side of the sun has the anti-helion. Then the south has something called the south toroidal. Then the north has the north toroidal. And between the celestial equator, you have the north apex and the south apex. And all of these positions in combination, like I repeat, it's called the celestial sphere. And at the center of all the movement of the luminaries, it's the center of that. It looks kind of like a pyramid shape of light. And you're asking what is the source of the luminaries. If you ask me, the luminaries are heaven-centric or God-centric. So the creator is at the center, or God, or maybe whatever he left at the center of the luminaries that operates the luminaries, that's at the center. Because, like the clock, the clock has a mechanism to be able to have the hands move. So just like the sky, the hands of the clock at the center has a mechanism that causes the effect that we're observing. But it's not one mechanism. You're looking at layers within layers, gears within gears, and then all of those variables put together causes the movement of the luminaries. And the effects that we see from the ground is basically a light show that we're observing, but you don't see the gears within the gears because your eyes have a certain limitation. There's a veil between you, the observer, and the causal mechanisms of what you're looking at. A limitation to the spectrum of light that you can see, and a veil in place as well to be able to observe all of that. But this is mostly speculation, but it's also speculation based on the observations with all of the optics that are available. I mean, I don't know if those are all of the optics available, but the ones that I've been able to find, which are looking, like I said, in the thermal spectrum, radio surveys, electro-opticals, infrared, and the other one was X-ray as well.
Okay, so I listened to everything you said, so I'm just curious.
Away from your families.
What do you think the source of these so-called luminaries are? This light.
The source?
Yeah.
It's imagine a machine that have a lot of pieces, like the car. You have a car, and the car have a bunch of pieces or mechanisms that make the car function. It's not one thing, right? You have the battery, you have the engine, you have the transmission, you have the wheels, the tires, you have the alternator, you have a bunch of things that make the car work. So that mechanism up there is not one thing causing all of the effects. It's a bunch of things causing all of the effects. But at the center, I would say it's the luminaries are, in my opinion, the Most High is sitting on top of it, like at the peak. That's why it's called the Most High, the highest one.
Do you understand what I'm asking you?
You're asking what is the cause of the effects?
I'm asking you, what, in your opinion, where does this light come from? What is its source? Why do you see it? It's not
The
a flashlight
light?
up there, is it? You don't think you don't think someone's up there holding a flashlight, do you?
Someone holding a flashlight, bro? Come on.
That's right. That's not it. So, what do you think is the source of this light you see?
It's a construct. It's a whole machine up there. There's, I mean, what is the source of the light? You could say you could say many things,
Star,
but
maybe, or no?
what was that?
You think it's a star or no?
A star?
It's not speculation, Sunday.
No. The stars are part of the luminaries. Each star is one luminary each.
Okay, so you do think that stars emit light?
Well, that's what they look. They look like light. You can see colors from them, right?
Do you need to know what a circle and a square and a triangle is too?
I was just wondering.
Let me tell you,
this light was coming from.
Let me tell you, NASA, they shoot a laser through a pyramidal shape, and it will refract the laser into an uniform illumination that can show uniform light through a flat surface. So I think that's one of the variables. It's kind of like from whatever the source is, there is whatever the source is, and it looks like a pyramid as a coincidence. So that we look at the sky and it's kind of like look very uniform. And yeah, there's a bunch of variables in place, but to point out, as like you asking the source of it, is a construct. It's a bunch of variables that cause the effect. It's not one thing. You have many layers, and then you have the center. Like I said, the Swiss watch. You know, the Swiss watch has many mechanisms in place, just like the sky.
Sure. No,
The source of the light. Listen, if you want to ask what is the cause of everything, I will say the creator is the cause without the cause.
No, I didn't ask you anything about cause, but you took the long way, but you did answer my question. But the reason why I asked you that is because when I heard you say that about a month or so ago, it almost sounded like you were suggesting that these lights in the sky weren't real. So I just wanted to make sure what you were talking about here.
No, they are real, bro. Well, when you didn't hear me saying they're fake. The fake ones are the cartoons. That's the fiction.
Sure, I heard you use that word too. You do know the difference between a cartoon and something that's real, right?
Yeah, we observe the real stuff with our God-given senses, and then people draw cartoons, and the cartoons are not the actual thing that we're observing.
Okay, you said your God-given senses, right?
Yeah.
And your God-given senses tell you everything about reality?
Everything? No, I don't. Everything about reality. You will have to perceive. You have to perceive. Oh yeah, there's definitely stuff that you don't see what's at the bottom of the sea with your senses, do you? But that's still real.
No,
whatever you don't see the Titanic. You don't see the Titanic, but you know it's down there. Even if you don't see
I'm just saying we can both agree that your senses can't tell you everything about reality, right? We can both agree with that.
Yeah. It doesn't tell you everything. Definitely not. You cannot see. You cannot see God with your senses. You cannot see God sitting on His throne.
I would imagine the average house cat knows more about.
Do you have a logical syllogism to present, or are you just going to go on with your meandering, pointless questions?
Yeah, give me a logical syllogism.
Well, him and I were having a conversation. I wasn't asking him to prove anything, or.
Well, this kind of fucking conversation you can have in private, dude. Like I don't think most people in here want to hear 1,000 pointless, aimless questions with no point at the end of them.
I didn't ask him a question. I was listening to him talk for 10 minutes.
We want to talk about nothing. We're here to talk about the Earth being flat and how it's demonstrated to be flat.
Yeah, shut up. We're still waiting for the other people to ask their questions. Remember, if they have more questions, they can ask questions. If not, invite someone to ask questions, Orion. Do you have anybody else?
By the way, Jimsy, thanks for answering my question.
Problem, dude. So who's next, Orion?
Does anyone have a question?
You do, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
I got a question. What would prove wrong the globe for you, or is it an immovable belief? Or for your girlfriend, I guess. Or
Yeah, for her, like our main contention right now is like, how do you explain people in space and like the moon landing? But like, without just saying that it's a fabrication, and without using like, because
Tell your girlfriend that the astronauts have stars in Hollywood. You know, Hollywood, the stars for the actors, the stars on the sidewalk.
He said without saying it's a fabrication.
You know,
He wants to think of something without telling the truth.
She wants us to talk about the astronauts. I'm talking to you without fabrication, and the it's real. That is an actual real thing that they have stars in Hollywood Boulevard.
yeah, they literally have stars, dude, like Marilyn Monroe, because they're actors. Dude, you got to look into the freaking moon landing. Actually, look into it. See what they claim they did, and the nonsense. You ever watched it? It's freaking.
I just want to make an analogy. I just want to make a quick.
It's Comedy Central, dude. Funniest shit you'll ever watch.
Okay, so say some things about it that are like nonsensical.
All right, so you say that there's one, like you said, the moon landing, but apparently they went 6 times in like 3 years, between 1969 and 1971 or something like that.
Dude,
6 times.
They took a Jeep. They took a Jeep. They
6
took a
times
Jeep.
in 50 years, and in 60 years since they haven't went once.
Yeah, validated, motherfucker.
And they say they had a freaking Jeep folded up, hanging off one of the legs of the lunar lander.
The worst part. The worst part of the story.
Wait, guys. If Percentage never finishes point. Percentage, did you finish your point? Because I couldn't hear you.
Can you provide some validation, Percentage?
I think I got cut out in the end, but basically I was just saying, like, in 3 years they went 6 times miraculously, right? When our technology was crap, and now it's like 60 years later we haven't even went once with our technology being ever so much better. So take it for what it is.
Yeah, that's an angle that he's trying to bring to the girl that is asking the question about that, to put the things in question.
Yeah, that's a good point. And also the best point of all, I think, so far, is that they say on the surface of the moon, they say it's a 10 to the negative 11 torr vacuum. And they say that, people were jumping around in spacesuits, less than an inch thick or whatever on the surface of that. If you were in an actual suit that was pressurized in a way where human beings could survive inside of it, and you were in a low pressure environment like that, the high pressure would find its equilibrium with the low pressure, and those spacesuits and that space capsule would simply explode, and metal and body parts would be flying all directions very quickly.
And did anybody come up with an explanation with who filmed Armstrong coming out of the capsule? Do they have an explanation for that yet?
Cricket.
I guess they had a camera that wasn't functioning from their travel. It was a camera on the outside that didn't film stuff in the outside, and then it just turned on when they made it there, or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, they say the film that Neil going down the.
You're cutting out, Bear. That's Bear paraplegic. You're cutting out, dude.
Also, the guy that was left in the on the moon filming them leave the moon. Did somebody go pick him back up?
No, he's still there right now.
Shadow is
He's still waiting.
3 different directions. They plant a flag and it's waving in the breeze.
Yeah. Also, isn't the distance between the Earth and the moon, and there's a massive radiation field within that distance, supposedly? I don't know what it's called.
You guys are lucky Quantum is not here.
Well,
because the biggest issue is the gas pressure without a container. I mean, that's the main point.
You know, you can take the outer space thing to the grave with the first point we discussed, the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, I know. Like, I know
He's
that.
talking about the Van Allen radiation belt, and we don't even know if that's real.
Okay. Well, yeah, that was okay. Do you guys know about the people that are stuck in space or that were stuck in space? My girlfriend is wondering. They have families and stuff. Like, don't you guys see how that would be a problem? Like, they're separated from their families.
Yeah, if you go to remember COVID, you know, people were in, you remember when people were like in boats, like in cruises, and they got stuck in cruises because of that kind of stuff. They were weeks in a cruise in a boat. They couldn't get off it.
This is different. They just stay in a NASA freaking suite, just a NASA suite. When they say they go to space, they just go and hang out in their little NASA suite with room service until they freaking say they came home. That's it.
You know what's fun? And you know what's funny is that they're supposedly stuck up there, but then didn't they have other people go up there?
Yeah, they got delivery.
Like, hello? How are they stuck if there's other people going up there?
They had holiday delivery stuff.
Okay, but
listen, in Texas, they have an actual replica of the ISS inside a pool. I think there's one outside of the pool, and they also have a replica. They have like 2 replicas, I think, of the ISS. So if they're doing any filming, maybe they're doing it on those things.
okay, but if you understand it and you believe it from that perspective, it's easy to say, okay, they're acting, they're just in it for the money. But like, if you think about it, that not everyone is in it for the money. Some people are genuinely curious about science, and they probably don't want to be like. Not every one of them want to be away from their family for that long. And the fact that they're stuck, the people that are stuck right now.
Well, how can you validate that they're stuck?
Well, like, are they with their families?
How do you know where they're at? Hold on, Michael. Hold on. Wait.
They're not home.
How do you know? Wait, how do you know they are what they're trying to tell you they're at?
And how do you know that they're not, though? They're not
exactly my point.
They're just
so they're telling you a story, and it's up to you to believe their story. I mean, did you talk to the lion behind inside the wardrobe?
Narnia.
Yeah, like it just like from somebody that has a hard time believing it from that perspective, you explaining it like, okay, well, they're just acting. Well, that doesn't really help my perspective.
The thing is, have you looked into the hours and hours of video where they're actually supposedly in space and seeing them using wires and much camera tricks? Have you watched those?
I've seen some, and
but have you seen the camera tricks and the wires?
What camera tricks?
Okay, so you haven't seen videos, and you haven't really looked into it.
Oh, I mean, explain it though. Like, explain.
There's plenty of videos where you go look at astronauts bloopers. If you Google that on YouTube, or if you look that up from YouTube, you'll find a bunch of videos.
Maybe somebody can post it in the chat.
Yeah, if anybody posts some of that, there's hours and hours of this.
Astronauts Gone Wild. Astronauts Gone Wild. Watch it. Freaking hilarious.
Anyway, so I posted the dead Challenger astronauts with all of their twins. So you guys are just watching some actors and feeling sorry for people that aren't even anywhere but just on a screen in a studio somewhere. Poor guys.
Yeah, that's the thing. They tell you a story and you watch it on TV and you believe it. But I mean, they got plenty of stories, science fiction, that would tell you that same exact thing. I mean, Narnia, they got orcs. I mean, just because they show you something on TV doesn't mean that it's true.
Here, let's play this video.
Do you understand my drift on that? Just because the government told you a story doesn't mean that it's true.
When they tell you that they got shrimp running on a trail, to see how fast they go, and it costs millions of dollars. They're telling you the truth. It's research.
We're watching the video where the astronaut's shirt glitches.
Send him the one where it's got the wire. He's just hanging off that wire, going from back and forth. It's hilarious.
Okay, so they're on wires, and like, how are the objects floating? Are those on wires too, or is that just CGI?
What now? What was your question?
Like the objects that are floating around them in the space station,
Dude,
are those on wires?
Dude, have you not seen movies, bro?
Bro, yeah, this doesn't. I don't know. It looks more.
Okay, have you seen the ISS movie or the movie was it Gravity?
Yes, with Sandra Bullock.
Right.
Yes, I've seen.
Have you seen that? Have you seen how they make that?
Hey, dude,
you know,
I'm gonna
the budget for NASA. It's how much it costs to probably make one movie?
They have billions of dollars
a day.
Dude, I'm gonna post a picture for you from the Chinese space station. You tell me why this glass of water, while they're floating, tell me why the glass of water isn't floating.
Okay, let's see it.
They have to drink water in the Chinese space
kind of
station.
funny.
Wrong.
It's because China has superior water.
Their cup is made up with gravity.
Magnetic glass and
yeah, that's a fun one.
One thing you always got to realize, the head always tilts parallel to the Earth. Look at every astronaut when they float to the left and to the right. Their head tries to get to an upright position at all times. And one of the things, the ISS, there's life in the ISS. You will never sit there and watch a full video of the ISS when they're broadcasting. You know why? Because it's boring as hell. You'll stay there for 1 or 2 minutes. Oh yeah, they're in space. And you'll switch off. You know why? Because it's meant to be boring because they don't want you to keep looking at it.
Are there not live feeds attached to the SpaceX rockets that go from launch right into space?
Oh.
The live feed is on the one that goes up and comes back down. And it goes up a certain height, not in outer space, and then it comes back down.
I've never seen a camera on the outside of an airplane that broadcasts, so how could they do it on a rocket?
I don't know. They have billions of dollars. They could just create.
It's always what you guys say. Well, they have money. How come they use GoPros then if they have money?
Also, the 24-hour one that you find in the live stream, it comes to a certain time that they shut it off. It's like it's not live stream anymore. Wait, and then it resumes. So it's not 24 hours like this channel, 24/7. There is not a 24/7 live stream from outer space, from the ISS.
See if you can find a video of them putting together the ISS too. That was always interesting to me. They didn't have a video of them assembling the ISS. The one of the greatest things ever, pulled off. Greatest feats of engineering. No video.
Wait, are you sure about that? I think I saw a few things about them putting some stuff together. Obviously, it looked like like movies, but
No, dude, it shows like this little glitchy thing, like freaking 4 seconds of it. It's so silly. The only thing I've ever seen is this silly little freaking arm, and it looks like something like, it almost looks like 3 different shots. It just looks so weird.
And back to the fake moon landing thing, in case you guys listening to this are actually still looking at those things. It's so easy just when flipping through them to see how obvious, just by looking at them, how there's more than one light source. And like, you don't believe there's 2 suns in the background of the moon landing, do you?
Two suns? Refraction.
You got the shadow of an astronaut going one direction, a shadow of the LIM lander going a whole other direction.
I posted a picture from NASA. That's one of their first pictures from outer space. Does that look real to you guys?
Remember, this is just dissecting the cartoons and the artistic imagery, because just with the second law, the outer space is debunked.
I would say that just gonna think of it debunks it.
Someone is talking but cutting, so your mic.
Yeah.
Whatever you said, we go half.
To be honest, the way you guys explain the second law, like it's still not making sense because it doesn't apply in space.
Bro, think about it. The second law makes sense in outer space. Listen, outer space doesn't make sense. Think about it. What you just said is the contrary of what you actually experience.
You got just in time for that. That's just hilarious.
Yeah, I was just going to mention QE in his citations.
I missed it. I wanted to come in here and be quiet.
No, not this guy.
I wasn't in here 3 seconds. Somebody already identified me. What is the deal?
Moron.
Yeah, you're a moron. We know.
Yes, it's flat.
Okay, get down.
Shut the fuck up.
I can prove it.
They just said that
the Earth is flat.
Done. He just said
Okay,
that.
prove it.
Oh my gosh.
So this morning I was making a cup of tea.
Jesus, do I have to mute y'all? Do you want me to mute y'all? Or
I'm trying to prove that the Earth is flat. All right.
Okay, but I let you just shut up, dude.
Holy shit.
I'm muted. Holy crap.
Go ahead, Elbow.
So he just said that the thermodynamics does not apply to space. The second law of thermodynamics.
Who said that?
You know who?
We're not getting it. We're not understanding it.
They're not understanding. Okay. Let you explain it to you. Just don't interrupt. All right. Wait till you finish.
Did you really just say that, bro? Come on.
Yes. Because remember,
Dude's bringing
what
up
happened last time.
right now.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just want to make sure. Just
okay.
Because he's going to explain it to you.
No,
I don't want him to explain.
QE is not gonna explain. He already did.
Okay.
Oh, is this the
Elbow,
same guy with a different name?
Madagascar?
Gemsy, is this the same guy with a different name?
That's right, QE.
Yeah.
It's him and his girlfriend.
Come on, bro. Okay, Elbow, you.
Look, let's check this out. Check this out. You see what Rodwin just posted? You see what Radwin just posted. Look at look at the explanation. There's vacuum on one side, there's gas on the other. Once the barrier goes away, what happens to the gas?
Fills the available volume.
This shows a discrete difference, though, in energy.
No
So
gravity.
it's a terrible example.
No gravity.
Mine's a little bit more to the point than Radwin's. Here, check this one out. Maybe this will help you better.
Yeah.
Holy shit! It didn't even post. There you go. Is it?
Yeah, now
is
you
this
have
better?
3 of them. Oh, mine in your 2 that you posted. Fine. Don't worry about it.
Terrible example.
These guys just don't like to. They won't accept it. There's just no way that they can accept anything.
Well, they're gonna have. They're gonna have to show.
That's not true
I'm
at
sorry.
all. But
I'm sorry.
whatever. It's just like you guys.
Holy shit. Okay, go ahead. I'm sure it's going to educate everyone in this room. Go on.
I'm not talking to you, man. I don't know.
So check this out.
Like,
This is gas.
I don't know
This
what
is
you-
gas pressure. This is gas pressure without a container. Can you tell me what's wrong with it? I just posted a little video. Can you please tell me what's wrong with that?
Elbow, do you muted the guy that you muted? That was a different guy.
I don't think he's even here.
Damn,
No,
bro.
he's not even here.
People.
Yeah, it's a pretty good video, Elbow. That's pretty funny.
Can you tell me why the gas is not staying on that around that tire?
Around the rim?
Yeah, around the rim.
That's a good one.
Madagascar and his girlfriend will have to be walking down the street in their neighborhood, and they see Timmy, outside his garage. He got a flat tire. He patched it up, and he's pumping his tire back up. Madagascar and his girlfriend got to go up and stop. Hey, Timmy, no. You can't you don't need the tire. Just put the gas and pump the gas around the rim.
What?
Patch it with gravity. Gravity patch.
Just use gravity.
You can sell that. Yeah, you tired of flat tires? Just take the tire off.
Gravity rims.
Gravity rims.
I don't get what they're saying.
They're talking about container.
In other words, you need a container to have gas pressure.
Yeah, we get that.
Okay, then understand that if there was no container on Earth, the gas will go by, and then you will not breathe.
What they said earlier is that they saying that the second law works differently in outer space, but they don't get the point that the outer space debunked just based on the second law.
He can't even demonstrate outer space.
Yeah.
Second law.
So, but that's the lady. He's trying to explain. He brought her to the VC.
Because
QE. Do you have that citation or quote from the guy that says, "If any of your violates a second," yes, please.
Yeah. If any of your theories violate the second law of thermodynamics, I can give you no hope but for your theory to collapse in the deepest humiliation.
And that video of the professor doing it on the whiteboard or the blackboard, that's a good one too.
The professor doing the bromine?
Yes, how he draws how the gas fills the available volume.
Yeah. I got it right here, but you can't play. Do you want me to post it?
It's a good thing we didn't get a clip of it where they have the gas at the top and the vacuum at the bottom, and then they open it, because then they would all say, "See, gravity pulls it down."
Oh, Flat Lloyd beat me to it. I got the same one. Who the fuck you think? What have we got? Bob Dylan in here? Other times they are changing.
Singing the same exact song.
You see, the high pressure from your mouth is flowing towards the volume of the music instrument.
Their fairy tale Baltard violates a number of natural laws. Second law of thermodynamics, Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, parts of Avogadro's law, and Brownian motion. Violates every single last one of those. And the second law of thermodynamics. All of them.
Are you saying that the globe is complete nonsense?
Oh yeah, anyone with just a freshman level chemistry introduction at university, it's all over. It's all over. They're laughing at you, dumbasses. They might not be saying anything, but they're laughing their asses off if they hear you. Just to let you know. So when you think you're clever and you Jedi mind trick other retards that are dumber than you.
Okay, we finally got to the point of a container. Now, can you guys explain why gravity doesn't act on gases?
Yes, gravity. Even if I've given you gravity, which doesn't exist, but I'm going to give it to you. I'm not only going to give it to you, I'm going to give you both. I'm going to give you the universal law of gravitation, Newton's. I'm going to give you that times 1,000. And then I'm also going to give you Einstein's bendy space-time times 1,000. Put them together, times them by 1 billion, and they won't affect the entropy of gases 1 iota. Shining example. Where is the majority of gas produced on the Earth?
At the surface?
Yes, at the surface or right beneath the surface by phytoplankton and zooplankton.
Also below that.
And zooplankton, right? The majority of the oxygen produced. So that's produced at surface level, right? And then what happens is the water cycle takes over. And what happens though, it doesn't take over with that. This is another subject, but close to it. So the evaporation cycle. So the sun comes out and it breaks the hydrogen bonds in the water, right? Which turns the water into a vapor. Which direction does the vapor go?
That's
all directions.
What? You said gravity is holding on to the gas on the Earth, and I've given you both. So, and I told you it wouldn't affect gases 1 iota, and I'm going to give you a shining example. So you have the sun, it comes out, it shines on the oceans, the lakes, puddles, anything. And it breaks the hydrogen bonds in the water, which turns it into a vapor, which is a gas. Which direction does it go at that point?
Where does vapor go? It turns into a fucking cloud.
No, it doesn't turn into a cloud just yet. Clouds aren't vapor, by the way. So we're not up at the clouds yet. We're down at the surface where they're created, right? They're created down there, where the gravity, the space-time bending, and the universal law of gravitation, mass attracting mass, horse shit, is at the strongest, right at the surface. But gases are produced at the surface. So where does all that gas go? The water vapor. Where does it go?
I don't know. Where does it go to you?
You don't know where water vapor. You don't know the evaporation or the water cycle.
Instead of
Up.
Up.
Which direction does the water vapor go from the surface where the gravity, alleged gravity fairy tale is the strongest? Where does the gases go?
Just say up.
Okay. Yes, that's what I said by fucking clouds, but whatever.
They're not.
That's different.
Clouds are not water vapor. Just
what are clouds?
Oh my God! Look it up, you abject moron.
like, okay, and this is where the conversation breaks down.
Yeah,
and this
because
is,
you're a fucking idiot.
like, this is why I don't want to.
You're a
listen to
fucking
you all.
Madagascar,
You're like,
I
you're
had-
horrible
I
at
don't wanna talk to
explaining.
you.
Madagascar.
You're a
I
fucking moron. You would fail intro to second grade. Well, duh.
And you're
That's
a
the problem.
douchebag.
That's
No,
why
Ma-
this conversation
Madagascar.
breaks down. Because you're an idiot globetard moron that doesn't know what the water cycle is because you're a fuckwit.
And I was gonna give you props, Madagascar, for understanding that the gases are produced at the surface level. But then you come and say that water vapors are clouds.
Well, no, he said they're produced at the surface level. Then he doesn't know where they go from there.
Yeah, then he says they said. Then he says
somewhere
they are clouds. And
Clouds aren't
I
gases.
thought there was hope there, man. Like,
Clouds aren't gases, sunshine.
He's
And we're not
embarrassed
even
with
there
his
yet.
girlfriend sitting there by him, so now he has to act like he can't be talked to that way.
What?
and he
don't
told
have to
you,
prove
and he
anything.
told you,
Like, I don't
he
know what
told
you guys
you
are talking about.
when you first said clouds. He told you water vapors aren't clouds. He told you that.
It doesn't even have anything to do with clouds. We were down at the surface. My God.
Whatever.
You
tell
could
me, I
have
want to learn
said.
too.
You could have said they go towards the clouds, which means they go up, but they're not clouds.
He can't say they go. He can't say the gases go up from evaporation. Why? Because it train wrecks right up the bunghole. His fairy tale gravity horseshit. That's why. But for everyone else that can fog a mirror, the evaporation of water starts at the surface level and it goes up, up. Whereas fairy tale gravity, I knew I'd get
genuinely mentally ill.
I knew I'd get it.
We've been doing this for so long.
260F. You're muted, bud.
Yep. So it goes up. But fairy tale fuckwit gravity, the vector is where?
Down. Okay, what's the other vector then, moron? Like, did you even think about it? There's two
What other
vectors.
vector for what?
Not just
Moron?
gravity. Buoyancy? Archimedes'
Just gravity? No, we're just talking about gravity.
Oh, you're an
Buoyancy
idiot.
has nothing
You're an
to do
idiot,
with gravity,
dude.
you moron. Oh my God, he's not going to help you. Buoyancy is Archimedes' principle. That came out 1900
shit.
years before. Don't interrupt me.
The other vector.
Don't interrupt me. Buoyancy was first introduced by Archimedes 1900 years before fuckwit gravity. So what does it have to do with gravity? Nothing. What does it have to do with my point? Absolutely nothing. So where does the water vapor go? Which vector? That's what I'm talking about. You're done.
There's multiple vectors, idiot.
Yeah, there is. If I'm an idiot, you're Helen Keller. Fucktard. How does it ever fucking rain? Or snow? Or sleet? Dumbass.
It condenses more and then it drops down.
Oh my. Just put him on mute. He's a fucking retard. Just shut up. You're making everyone dumber that listens to your quit ass. So you're done. Madagascar and his girlfriend's done whatever his name is. You're finished again.
Can we bring them down to the earth and ask them if they know what a triangle is?
He took off, I think. I don't see him in here anymore.
Okay.
Or he got embarrassed.
I just want him to reckon with the well, duh. All right, looks like this place is dead for a while. Should I leave?
He gets active every time you leave, and then you come back and he dies again.
Yeah, I know.
Just kidding.
I have that effect on people. Okay, I'll come back.
No. Stay here. Let's do your mama jokes. any new people got any questions, take advantage of this time the queue is gone, and direct your questions to Elbow. We also got Orion, if he's still here.
I wonder if Carter wants to try again and be a little bit nicer.
Who?
How was I not nice? What he said was really dumb.
What nice comes from Necius, not knowing, ignorant. The etymology of it.
What was wrong with what he said, Carter?
He was saying there's only one vector downward. So like, why does the water vapor go up? Like, that's so silly.
No, he didn't ask why.
He's talking about all
He
these
said
physics laws. Like, he doesn't know what he's talking about, dude.
No, you're wrong. That's not what he said.
He thinks there's only the gravity vector, which isn't true.
That's not what he says. That's a blatant straight up straw man.
Okay, what did he say?
He was talking about something that they were trying to prove to the other guy. And buoyancy.
Okay, at one point he was talking about evaporation.
Buoyancy had nothing to do with gravity.
Yes, it does. It's the reason why hot air balloons rise, dude.
Can you tell me Can you tell me where Archimedes' principle, when he created it, had gravity in it?
I don't know what that has to do with anything.
Because you're saying
why
that.
Does he have to include?
You mean
gravity?
Why? Because that's what you're trying to claim, that gravity has to do with.
His argument was there's only a downward vector, so why does stuff get evaporated?
Argument was that gravity, regardless of what he gave it to him, does not affect gas.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, because of buoyancy. He failed to consider that.
Gases go omnidirectional.
Yeah, gases don't go only up.
Okay. Because they're lighter than the surrounding medium, so they go up.
They don't only go up, they go in very different directions. They go omnidirectional.
All directions.
Okay. Same reason.
Yeah, no gravity. No.
Oh yeah, if you guys if you have a deductive argument for flat Earth, just say that. I'm interested in hearing that, to be honest.
Physics. You know what? Physics of water.
That's not an argument.
You grab a sphere, right, on your hand, then grab water and pour the water on the sphere, and the water flows to the ground and goes splash, splash.
Yeah, so how do those two things correspond to each other in any way?
That if you follow the physics of water, they stay level at the surface, right, horizontal, and you can establish parallel horizontals at different altitudes. So you could be at your property where you're at, and the first brick that was put in place to construct that structure was a horizontal was established with water, right? And then the first floor or the basement was constructed to a level, a horizontal. Then the first floor, another level, another horizontal. Then the second floor, and over there you have tables on top of those levels. So the table level, the TV level, the bathtub level, the pool level, all across that property, and all of these horizontals are parallel from each other. And then your neighbor, even if he's up in a hill or down in a valley, he did the same thing. Established level after level, horizontal after horizontal, all parallel within the same property, right? and then you go to the next neighbor, the same thing, up 1,000 miles to the coast of the ocean, where you reach the sea level. And over there, the sea level is also horizontal across the ocean to the other continent, Europe. You see the problem
Okay,
for the
so-
ball there? You cannot have horizontals on a sphere.
You didn't answer my question.
Did you
How
hear
is
what
me
I said?
pouring? Kinda. But it wasn't relevant to anything.
It was you asking about what we mean with the flat, right? There is no curvature.
No. I asked you why you think pouring water on a small sphere equates to what globe Earth is.
Because
playing.
in the real physics of water, what we know of water is not going to be attached to the sphere, right? So that's a demonstration of what water does, right? Another demonstration is the horizontal frame of reference and how you can use water on your property, at the pool, at the toilet, the bathtub, the lake next to your house, the sea level, which is water as well, and all of those are horizontals, horizontal lines that are parallel to each other, and none of those have slope or curve.
Okay, so you think because the part appears a certain way, the whole is like the same?
Appears?
Yeah.
That's the way
Okay,
it
just
is.
appear-
No, that
'cause
is
you
the,
ha- no,
the
you haven't
horizontal.
verified that. You
Oh my
haven't
gosh.
conclusively determined that the surface is flat completely. Even if there's a slight curve, then that would be a huge issue, right?
No, not right. Incorrect. There is no curve. That's the issue that you're having. That the curve is not there. That's it. It's pretty simple. You cannot have horizontals on a sphere. You think you live in a sphere,
Why
but
not?
in reality you have horizontals.
Why not?
Horizontal lines have zero slope. Curved lines have a slope.
Okay.
Read that one more time for him. I don't think he understands those two phrases. They're like so hard for him and everybody to understand.
Well, it's pretty simple. Like I said, the property that you're standing, people grabbed a water level, and they established the first brick. Until at the end of the week, they had 3 floors. Each floor is horizontal, level, parallel to each other, and you could put water on each of them. Those are also levels and horizontals, right? And then you can make it at 3,000 miles to the shore of the ocean, and that horizontal that you observe at the ocean is also parallel to the level of your first floor, your basement, your third floor, your table, your TV. They're all parallel. No curvature between those.
Lines,
whatever.
lines. Horizontal lines.
And that's the way people construct. That's only on, in, let's say, properties and the way you build a property. And then you can do navigation, drawing angles to the luminaries to travel across the surface. And those angles are straight lines, horizontal lines that can go for thousands of miles. And you cannot have a horizontal line on a sphere.
You can use a horizontal line on a sphere. You can make up an imaginary horizontal line, use it for some trigonometry, and then be done with it. Easy peasy.
Yeah, that would be a tangent.
Sure. That's why it's useful. It's a useful horizontal line. That's what a tangent
Yeah,
is.
but it doesn't touch the foot of the sphere. It only touches a point on the sphere.
Right.
Yeah, so that's not what happens on Earth, does it?
Yeah, you shouldn't be able to measure.
I posted something for you, Carter. Tell me how you can use that horizontal plane.
Like that? You did it. It would just be at a point. But like
And how do
you
get
standing
how do you get the angle to the corner of the room?
you standing on the point, that's how it works. You make the measurement at that point.
You just sound like you're in distress right now. That's how it works.
That's how it works, dude. That's how you make measurements. That's how you do trigonometry on the surface of Earth.
I ruined your day.
How you did.
Why you denying the physics of water, bro? Why you doing that?
Because you don't know. You're looking at your little model of the Earth and pouring water on it and being like, "Oh, that's how
What
it
model?
works."
In reality,
Little-
bro,
your
like
little
real water,
tennis
not
ball.
the bottle, not the water in the model, the real one that doesn't attach to spinning spheres.
That's your trash model of Globe Earth, yeah. You made
Yeah,
that model
Globe
for
Earth.
the Globe Earth. Globe Earth is real, and you made a model for it.
Globe
you
Earth
poured-
is real.
then you poured water, and you're like,
can
"Doesn't
you
work."
please provide your model?
No, he'd already supplied his model, and it's
No. Can you provide the Globe Earth model, please? Post it in chat.
Why do I need to? You guys.
Well, you
guys
say
are the
you
ones
have a
that are like,
model, right?
Models don't work.
Well,
No, he
but don't you
supplied
say-
his, and
oh.
I critiqued it. Wait, what?
Okay, so, but you do have a claim that you have a model, right? You're saying that his model of the Globe Earth is wrong. So can you provide your?
Oh,
Can you
me too.
provide
I
the
just-
correct one? Well, I'm asking for it. Don't you have a claim? You have a
What?
Globe Earth model?
The Globe Earth is real, so I don't need a model.
Yo,
You
you're
can
saying
just
the
look in-
Globe Earth is real, so can you provide the
I
realness?
don't need
of
a
it?
model.
Please.
You can just look at the ground, and there's your Globe Earth.
Okay, I've looked at the ground. It looks flat. Can you show me where does it look curved?
You need to go to outer space to see it.
Oh, have you been there?
No, he hasn't.
Okay, so
I will be soon.
So all these claims of shit that you're trying to say is kind of falls flat on the ground. Huh?
He said he
And
will be
meanwhile-
soon. He's going to go to space soon, he said.
So he denies water, denies horizontals, and then claims that one day he's gonna go to space and prove the globe to himself.
I don't get it, dude.
So appeal to the future.
Stay ignorant.
We're ignorant, but yet you're appealing to future possibilities and things that you can't prove.
Yeah,
Sounds amazing.
We're gonna stay ignorant until you make it to outer space and can come back and inform us and tell us the truth.
I mean, that's kind of.
Wait, I thought he knew
That's
it
kind
was
of
the
what
truth.
your guys' arguments are. It's like
No,
I
I
don't
thought
know
you
enough,
knew it
so
was
I'm
the
just gonna
truth,
stay
man.
ignorant.
I thought you knew it was the truth. So how can we be ignorant and you don't
Bro,
know
I
the
told
truth
you
'cause
about
can't even
what-
claim it, man.
Yeah, I told you about water and you denying water, bro. Like, it sounds like you having an issue with reality.
Oh my gosh. It's like someone who
Remember-
lives in a cave and being like, the sun doesn't exist because I haven't seen it.
Wait, what? The sun doesn't exist? Are you crazy?
That's essentially what you were.
Not even close.
That's what you're doing with water.
You
right
said
now.
that. Those words came out of
That's
your
what
mouth.
you're doing with water right now. I'm making an analogy, dude. That's what you did.
You're
with
saying
water.
that the sun is water?
Oh my god. Okay, I'm sorry. I won't ever do that again.
It's I don't know, it sounds kind of weird what you're doing at the moment. Instead of acknowledging real water, you saying fake this and future that. And the sun is not real? That's just crazy.
I'm saying you saying water has to behave a certain way because of how you observe it.
No,
It's like
I
it's
say
like someone
that
who lives in a cave.
water
and has never
does
seen the
that.
sun.
I don't listen, bro. I'm not saying that. That's what water does. Without my opinion, without your opinion.
Okay, who
Water does
gave you that opinion then?
Water?
Water.
Water gave you that opinion. That makes
Well,
no
I
sense.
observed it. Water behavior.
Yeah,
It
so
behaves
it's
certain
your
ways, and you're
experience,
denying
yeah.
it. And I don't know why are you denying reality. Why are you doing that?
Because you don't know for sure.
So
you don't know for sure
deny
water
reality
behaves the way
because
you
you
think it
haven't-
does.
So you're saying that water behaves a different way that you never experience it to do.
I don't know what you just
And it
said.
doesn't behave. You're saying that water does something else that it doesn't do.
Yeah.
It's
It's
complete
highly
nonsense.
probable that water doesn't behave the way it appears to. Y'all are just like, it looks like that, so I'm just gonna stay ignorant.
You know that you need a pressurized system to have water in the liquid state.
Yeah, and look at atmosphere is pressurized. Okay.
The air, right? And the gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container. So on the globe fantasy, you have no container. But in reality, we have gas pressure.
How do you know gas is a container?
And thanks to that gas pressure, you have liquid water.
How do you know
How
gas
do we
needs a
know
container?
gas? Because
that's the definition of it, moron.
Oh, you had to make the observation on the surface again.
Yeah,
That's right.
moron.
Yeah.
What's the
You don't
definition?
actually
Define
know.
gas pressure. Shut your fucking mouth. Define gas pressure with citation, please, right now.
No. You and I both know what it is. I don't care. You and I both know what
Yeah,
it is.
you don't care. You're a glue sniffer. Yeah, glue sniffer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't
you
just
are.
like see everything and how it looks on the surface and just apply it.
Well, just define gas pressure with citation. Fuck what?
Universally.
Ridiculous. Yeah, that makes sense.
He is the earlier glue sniffer that we described because he said the horizontal lines are around the globe.
Horizontal lines curve, huh? Of course, it'd beat to a bloody pulp. Y-intercept formula. Friggin' bozo. Right? What's the slope of a horizontal line, bozo? According to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines, which are derived from horizon, have a rate of change of slope of 0, your IQ. But according to the United States Naval Academy, curvature is defined as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So why do we get told that we have curvature along a tangent from our feet in every direction? We're just told that. That's the narrative. However, in reality, all we see is horizons every fucking where. Reconcile that train wreck, son. Of course, you'd have to debunk the slope-intercept formula. You want a shot at that?
No one's going to dispute math. Okay, you have to prove to me that the surface is flat.
Yeah, the surface. Do you see horizons, dumbass?
Are your eyes perfect?
Are my eyes, doctor? My eyes. What? Huh? What? Get the fuck out of here. Go back to cake decorating forums.
Hey, he brought up the eyes.
He said,
"They'll laugh your ass out of there too." Right? The cake decorating forums. That's why you've come over here, thinking you're all that in a bag of chips, and a second grade retard can debunk your dumb ass. Get the fuck out of here. Stop wasting our time.
He said it could be curved.
Yeah, horizontal lines can be curved. What a fuckwit.
So when you know something's horizontal, you just use your eye? Is that what you do?
What was this thing on water? Water seeks and finds its own level, dude.
Yeah, locally.
Locally?
From space, looking at Earth.
That's not what my citations have here. At 17 minutes after the hour. Let's go over these. The physics hypertext book. Water seeks its own level. That's one of the realities of life, glue sniffer. From Isaac Asimov. You probably wouldn't understand. You don't know who he is. Understanding Physics, page 120. This effect is a part of folk knowledge, as is witnessed by the common saying, water seeks its own level. From Engineering Libra text, Since water pressure is independent of volume, the levels should be equal to each other, also referred to as water seeks its own level. From NASA, National Air and Space Museum, Science in Pre-Kindergarten. This is where your level's at. Water will always form a flat surface unless it is acted on by another force. And then you're rigid in your seat waiting for what that other force is, and then it says, such as wind.
Pressure.
Yeah. Your acumen with water is below science in pre-kindergarten.
He left.
You bet he left. Fucking imbeciles. That's pretty funny, dude. Who was it? What was his name so everyone knows?
Carter.
Who?
Carter.
Get Carter.
Jimmy Carter.
Jimmy. It wasn't Jimmy. He's not that dumb. And he's dead. For him to be in here, you need some smelling salts and a really big friggin' heater.
Biden pulled it off.
Oh, that's another important point. Radwin, you're showing these. This is really good, by the way. Is there any baltards left in here? Or do I have to get out of here and then come back?
Oh, 26 wants to jump in and is typing and he's scared.
You posted some divergent rays here. I got a question. Why is it when we hear Erasmus? Oh, you guys didn't hear that part yet, right? You had some fuckwit ballers, just idiots. Nathan reviewed the video today. He didn't know the name of Aristophanes. He called him Erasmus.
Erasmus.
Yeah.
Erasmus. That's a good one.
Erastatus.
I'm not shitting you, man. Go to Nathan Oakley's show today. It's on there, dude. You fucking lose it. All these idiot crayon munchers that never get the story right? It's either two sticks or, a stick one place and another stick another place. And they sent smoke signals to each other. I'm not bullshitting you, dude. We caught a guy that said that they communicated between Alexandria and Syene with fucking smoke signals. I shit you not. He deleted his video, but I digress. All this shit about, you'll hear ballers say, they'll just mindlessly parrot wiki. Parallel light rays. All the light rays are parallel, right? You've all heard this for years. But all we see in reality is divergent rays. Yes? Look at what Radwin posted. But that's what we see in reality. Does everyone follow that?
We see that every day.
Yeah. You see it exactly. You see it every day. Everyone witnesses it.
You know what's funny about smoke signals? That all the smoke would go straight up on the globe, which is out from the center, and they wouldn't be able to see their damn smoke anyway.
Yeah, right. That's another good. I just don't. You're right. I just don't want to get away from the point. So all we see is divergent rays. Yes? Everyone agrees with that, right? Here's a shining example of it right here. But then there's a problem, right? Because when the argument switches from Eratosthenes, they go to their eclipses. And what do they have modeled? They call these models. What does NASA, Rice University, and the Smithsonian post as their models for eclipses? Guess what happens? Those parallel rays all of a sudden disappear, And now they got not only the first one is NASA. So pull that one up. It says the
Umbra and Penumbra.
total
Nonsense.
exactly total solar eclipse. This is from 2017. I don't know, but it looks like they have convergent rays. Then they cross each other and become divergent. Where'd the parallel rays go? So what's going on here? Does reality shapeshift depending on what fuckwit baltard argument you got? This is a belly laugher. What?
Yeah, I always laughed at that one. I swear, I think it might be the lady that talked about her our relatives being rocks. I swear she explains the Umbra and Penumbra and all about. Dude, it sounds like the biggest just mess of garbled nonsense.
Well,
trying to
they
explain
say that the light.
saw an alien eclipse.
They say that the light and the globe are like a transformer, and it's more than meets the eye. And they say that the globe always transforms into flat everywhere, and that's why we get confused.
Yeah. You're getting away from my topic, though. How, in one argument, can they say all light is parallel in reality, but yet when they change their argument to another train wreck dumpster fire of a globetard, that it's a different reality? We got convergent and divergent rays all at the same time.
I think
that's my
the
point.
sun's rays, not all light, just the sun.
The sun, the sun rays, yes.
Yeah,
that's a paradox.
They're convergent to make a 70-mile shadow, right?
Well, they get in the atmosphere. It's like train tracks.
The atmosphere is a paradox, also. So you just invented two paradoxes. You trying to explain the paradox? The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Doesn't it move around when it hits the atmosphere?
Doesn't what move around when it hits a paradox? What
Like
moves
the light
around?
does some stuff.
I don't think you were listening. You see, the light is either parallel in the Eratosthenes argument, Erasmus, yeah, or it's convergent or divergent. It can't be all three, Glue Sniffer. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. In the
This is what he's talking about, 26. Look at what I posted. This is what QE just said. You're either parallel.
Yeah, I've seen that.
With a big, giant ceiling sun, or you got a dot and you got divergent rays.
It's over. You can't. It'd be easier reconciling Alexander or distilling Alexander the Great's tears out of the Euphrates than to square this circle. It's over. I got to go do a couple chores. I'll leave so others can come in. You know what? You know the deal.
So we can restock.
Yes. Yeah. So I'll go take care of a couple chores. I'll be back.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for leaving some room for the rest of us. I appreciate it. Now, I have a tier list of conspiracies. Now, at the very top of the list is 9/11, the mother of all conspiracies.
How about that, Umbra?
Comes into a flat earth room to talk about conspiracies.
Good afternoon, everybody.
He doesn't even know he got a red mic.
He's still talking.
Is this the same guy from yesterday who said he only wanted to talk about conspiracies?
Don't when I'm talking, okay? I'm not rude like you are, okay? Now, the second conspiracy is obviously the JFK conspiracy.
There it is. He's in the wrong room. He doesn't even know it.
You gotta probe that mic again just to see.
The angles that you measure on the shadow, if it's flat, they get too steep, and you get widely different numbers. Then on the round one,
engine.
it's pretty consistent. Like no matter where you do the experiment.
No, you've never done. It's not an experiment, number one, and you've never done it.
I've never done it. I'm simulating it in my head.
Not an experiment. We have a moment of silence for the loss of the globe.
I thank you for unmuting me. I just want to say one last thing. Oh, come on now. You're closed-minded. I'll be.
So 26, you gonna tell us how things work now? We just showed you
How do you get
what the
93
sun
million
looks like
miles?
to what the sun looks like to everybody every day. Sunlight doesn't come down parallel, and you know that, but yet you say it is.
In the meme, how are you getting 93 million miles? Like, what is the math?
That's the number you guys made up, 93 million miles.
No, honestly, I'm just visualizing stuff in my head. I'm not even doing any numbers.
I'm telling you how it was made up. It was a made up number. They had to pick something. How do you measure something in the sky? How do you get a distance to it?
So should I live stream the YouTube video where it does the working of the angles
I
and
don't
shit?
need you to show us somebody else's video.
Okay. Well,
That's
I mean,
how-
I'm not the guy. I'm not like the
That's how you-
Aristophanes guy.
Is that how you do experiments? You watch videos?
To determine its distance, you must first know the size. If you know the size, you could judge the distance. They didn't know shit. They just could see it. So how did they get a distance or size?
This is about the curvature of Earth and size of Earth.
Oh,
again,
he said it was 1 million miles away, not 93 million. So his quote experiment, you called it, is null and void.
I said, if you know the size, you can determine distance. If you know the distance, you can determine size. How did they do it? And he says, the curvature of the Earth.
I'm saying, like, the shadow thing, I thought it's only about the Earth curvature and size. I didn't think it comments on the distance of the sun or something. Does it?
Is sunlight parallel or not?
Allegedly, yeah.
You say yes, and I'm going to show you a picture, and you tell me where. Draw the parallel. Just draw lines where it's parallel on here.
Well, it's like the train tracks. They're allegedly
it's not
parallel,
like a train
but they
track.
don't look parallel.
It's not like
right? 'Cause
train
you're like
tracks.
standing over.
Yeah, it's not like train tracks.
But it's like an
Draw
example to
parallel
help you
lines in there.
understand like why it looks like that. I see how it doesn't look parallel, right? But it's like train tracks. They're not going to look parallel either, but they are parallel.
Well, if they're parallel, then how about that Umbra?
What's the Umbra?
Oh, it's in the chat.
Technically, train tracks are not parallel because they curve, and parallels do not.
They're like practically parallel, whatever.
Oh, they're not
It's a good example.
parallel. They're not parallel then, so don't use that as an example.
Well, then the light is not parallel either then, because it's only practically parallel, like basic, like almost.
That's right. Light is not parallel.
Yeah.
You got it.
Nothing's
You're
perfect.
now.
Like, we'll be
You know
fucked,
you
like-
stuck your foot in your mouth and you can't get out of it.
Train tracks aren't parallel.
Oh, they curve. They can't be parallel. Parallels don't curve. I'm going to start giving people triangles tests and line tests again if you guys want to argue that.
Imagine parallel lines. Imagine them.
Do you think the sides of pyramids are parallel?
Just imagine them.
That's all he's got.
The pyramid thing is funny, but
All you
just
can do is
imagine
all you
two
can do
parallel.
is imagine, dude. That's all you can do is imagine. That's what you keep saying. Just imagine, imagine.
Or do you look at skyscrapers from a distance and think that you're looking at a very tall pyramid? Is that it? You think you're looking at pyramids when you look at skyscrapers?
Imagine two parallel lines. Can you do that for me?
Oh, I can draw them in SolidWorks for you, and they will be parallel.
So hypothetically, if there were two parallel lines in front of you extending forward, it wouldn't really look parallel.
What about when your rays are coming straight down through the clouds, not towards you?
Yeah, but because we're in 3D, there's inevitably going to be some coming towards you.
So if you're gonna use that, then you must think that when you look at a skyscraper, that it looks like a pyramid.
No, because those are physical objects, not like light rays. You know, it's perspective.
So you've got
thing,
one
it's like
ray
we're
going
looking at
that
a flat
way and another
surface,
ray
like a
going
front plate.
the other way.
Just trying to show you the perspective effect.
Like the two sides of a building, right?
Yeah, it looks different on the other side, but it's not actually like different. You know? You know, like when we played Peekaboo when we were like I don't know how, like 2 years old or whatever.
You stand ladders up against walls and then walk back and go, "That's a triangle."
These triangular railroad tracks.
Why aren't those rays bending, curving?
You should see that on the side. We should see like some kind of weird curves. That would prove light bends.
There is shit going on, but like I don't know why you guys gotta be on this weird.
What shit? What shit's going on?
Going
I
on.
don't know, but it's not like this. It's like you're wasting your
Shit
time.
going on. And that means what?
You're the one that's saying everything you look at isn't what it looks like.
Okay.
And then you're saying it looks like a ball.
I'd go further and say everything I look at like isn't, period.
Oh, except when you look at the sky, right? That's when the Globers say, "Well,
like
the
it's not
moon's a
happening.
circle.
It doesn't exist. It just happens.
The moon's round." But everything about Earth isn't what it looks like, but everything in the sky is exactly what it looks like, is it?
Just things are not in general.
He thinks the donkey looks just like the back of the donkey. That's all. That's what Globers do.
Can't tell the difference. Yeah.
We're going to do the math of the ass of the donkey for the face.
Right. I don't know where your face starts and your ass ends.
Okay. So, show of hands. How many people still think the Earth is flat?
I don't think it.
We know it's flat, nerd.
Show.
I don't think.
Give me a show of hands. Create a poll.
Shut up, Boomdog.
No.
Just slap yourself with one hand, Moondog.
No. Show of hands.
Well, you're going to show yourself a hand and then smack yourself in the eye with it.
You're not going to get a show of hands for people that believe in flat Earth or that think it's flat. So,
well it's 24/7 flat Earth. We're better to ask the question, right?
Well, ask the question properly.
All right. Tell me how to ask the question properly. Let's take that route.
We could ask, who here knows the Earth is flat?
Okay. Who thinks the Earth is flat?
no, that was wrong. You asked it wrong again.
Again? How many times is this going to take?
Yeah, you're supposed to say, who here knows the Earth is flat?
Who here knows the Earth is flat?
We all
Show of
do.
hands. Not one dissent? Not a one? No, nobody's answering. Dude, it's like everybody's afraid to talk about it. But there's a whole bunch of people in here that have their microphones muted. Oh, look at the side chat. The moon doesn't exist. Well, that wasn't the question. Okay. Bam, you can do this. You can ask like,
what's going on with you? You having a meltdown?
Yeah, dude, totally.
Oh, let me help you out then.
Help me out with. Take your time, no rush.
He was talking the whole time.
So anyway, still waiting for psychological help with my personal meltdown. Very quiet room.
Largest room on the politics server, and politics server is the largest politics server on the internet.
All right. Oh no, I'm having a meltdown.
You should stop that. Go jump in some horizontal flat water.
You should go to a psychiatrist to talk about why you think you're an advanced primate living on a spinning ball inside a giant vacuum.
Or you should come in here and talk to the flat doctor.
They get so mad, they go down the list, they see all these people, they come in here. Why is all the microphones muted?
Yeah, why are they muted?
Would you like us all to unmute and start talking at the same time?
That'd be
Okay, let's do
amazing.
that. I'm just going to start talking. Yep. And I'm not going to
Well,
stop
we did it
talking.
earlier,
I'm
so
just
if we
going to
can
talk
get
over the
everybody
top
to
of
start
everybody
talking
else
at
that's
the same
talking.
We only
time,
got
Yep,
three
this is
going.
brilliant.
There's only
I
three
love
real
it.
people in here.
Everybody,
I'm not
come on,
start
join
talking
in. Let's
Most
too.
of
do
you are
it.
sleepers.
Is
There's only
this more
three
like the
people
other
talking.
channels
It
in the
doesn't matter.
server?
It just makes a lot of
Hey,
sense to talk about
Why in the
this.
hell are we
Keep me
unmuted in
unmuted.
here? Everybody should
Yeah,
be unmuted.
everybody should
It's
just
like
unmute and
4
start
real
talking.
people and the rest of you are bots.
That was 3 people and it was unbearable.
I know. He wants everybody to talk at the same time.
I don't know. I just suspect.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I've talked to almost every single person in here, probably today.
And the fact that you brought the word suspect into it, that's pretty suspicious.
26 doesn't like that we're the largest room, yet he sits in here to make us the largest room.
I've never said these things.
It's suspect to you.
Yeah, suspect. That's what I said.
We have a meeting every morning on how many people we're going to fire up their computers that have bots that we just plant them in here. We take turns.
I believe that.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
Yeah, make a meme coin. I keep thinking that. As a community thing.
So you got Bam and Eve failed the NASA IQ test. They think B is a triangle. That's crazy. Go ahead, you geniuses. Tell me what the angles inside B add up to. A adds up to 180 degrees. C adds up to 180 degrees. E adds up to 0. D adds up to 0.
Rồi. वो तुमने धो दी थी? वो शर्ट धो दी थी? धो देना बस। हाँ।
Yo, mama.
Yeah, so are there any flat earthers about? Hello?
There's tons.
Hello?
I'm not one of them, though.
Hello? Any flat earthers?
You got any proof of curvature?
Hello? Any flatties?
Hey, dumbass,
Who's there?
we can hear you.
Who's that? Who's talking right now? Is that Trix?
No, it's the Easter Bunny. What do you reckon?
Trix, what's your questions?
I don't have any questions. You came to us. We did not drag you in here. So therefore,
No,
I'm assuming that you're... No, don't
I
ask you
said...
to talk over the top of me. That's not going to happen. Not this early in the game. You came to us. I didn't drag you in here. So I'm assuming that you've got proof of curvature to deliver all the good folks. So please... Or not.
Mate, first off,
That's all good.
what are you trying? Why are you asking me a question?
I'm not asking you a question.
Clearly.
Clearly. When I say I assume you're here to deliver proof of curvature to everyone, that's a question.
Do I
Isn't
have
a broad
proof of
question.
curvature? Okay,
Don't talk
yeah.
over each other.
Here's something that's actually coming up. You ever heard of a lunar eclipse?
Okay.
Earth shadow on the moon?
Let's just get
Earth
something through
cast
your
around
head.
shadow
US
on the
state
moon?
dumbass. Yeah, we don't care because it's got nothing to do with the Earth. We're
You
after
just
measured...
said, do I have proof of curvature, goddammit?
Well, it's not proof of curvature
I
because it's
just
not
told
the
you, during
fucking
a lunar
ground, is
eclipse,
it?
the Earth cast around shadow on the moon.
You just love the sound of your own voice, I'm sure of it. What has that
Speak
got
for
to do
yourself.
with the shape of the ground?
Only a spherical object casts a circular shadow.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Shouldn't be because you can...
Regardless of the angle of the light
Shut
source.
the fuck
genius.
up! You can
Dude,
grab a...
what?
Right.
Oh, you got anger problems.
Sake.
You need to go to fucking therapy.
Punjab,
You shouldn't be on
when you're
the
trying
internet.
to talk
Look
to
at the internet.
someone...
Look at trash.
Look, you're not going to just do the same
It's
fucking...
trash.
Punjab, when you're trying to talk to someone and give them an answer, you don't need them just to continuously talk through you. So, if he'd shut the fuck up for, I don't know, all of 5 seconds, he might have gone alright. As I was trying to say, you can get a straight-edged object and cast a curved shadow across a fucking round item. So you don't have to have a round item to cast a round shadow. It's that simple. Hey, QE, how's it going, man?
What's up? Is that fucking retard Pawn Stars in here?
Pawn Jab's in here, and US State Department just started on me.
He's a retard of epic proportions. Pawn Jab. He waits for other people to talk, and then he jumps in the conversation like an abject retard.
Oh, you wouldn't believe it. That's just what happened.
Well, that's what they do. Right? Is that what he just did?
Yup.
Yep. Yep. Just unmute Pawn Jab, fuckwit. Pawn Jab, fuckwit. What is your bestest scientific evidence for your globetard? Hello, fucktard. Scientific evidence for your globetard right now. Yeah, you better go on mute. Not. Oh, there he is.
He screamed his ass off. You guys,
Screamed his ass off. What are you, some type of Nancy? What is your bestest scientific evidence for your globe? The bestest proofsies. Scientific evidence, please.
your meme isn't proving me wrong.
Oh my God, he's a retard. Go ahead, put him back on mute. Go back to your cake decorating forums. They'll probably laugh their ass off and kick you out of there too. Who else we got?
How old are you, QE? How are you doing?
Oh, there's another fuckwit Baklavia.
So,
What's your
when this
Go ahead.
State Department knuckle dragger come in, asked him for a proof of curvature, and he goes, "Have you heard of the lunar eclipse that's coming up?" and it's like, yeah, I'm trying to determine the shape of the ground, so you want me to bust me fucking neck and look up, you dubbo. Fuck's sake. Anyway.
Hey, fuck him. How'd that job interview go?
Interview went pretty good. The bloke said that it's down to 4 people. One of them interviewed Shithouse, and he said he's got one more interview to do on Monday, but at the moment it's out of 2 of us. So depending on how this guy goes on Monday, if he happens to be godlike or something fucking awesome, then I'm out. But he said other than that, it's between you and another fellow at the moment. So
Nice.
That's pretty good.
Good. Yep.
Quite happy
Yep.
with that.
What role are you interviewing for?
Maintenance officer for one of the local retirement.
Nice.
Now back to the topic. Baklavia, what is your bestest, uppermost proof sees scientific evidence for your Globetard?
You know, there's a theory that the
A
world
scientific theory?
No, I wouldn't call it scientific. It's like it's just a bunch of turtles all the way down. Like it's a turtle, and on top of that is a globe.
That's lovely. Are you sniffing glue again?
No, this is like a real thing.
Really? Show. I need a picture of the turtle.
No, it's like a religious thing.
No, well, that's right in your lane because you're the most religious person in here.
Yeah, I guess I've.
Yeah, you're a globetard. Heliocentric, ball-tard, spinning space monkey religion. That's what you're a part of. You're neck deep in it.
I think the problem is I've gone too far into the mathematics and the physics of it.
Mathematics.
Yeah.
So show the mathematics. That's geometry of your globetard right now.
That's the thing. Like all of the equations for gravity. Like you see,
all the equations for gravity. What the fuck? I said give the geometry of your globetard, not fuck with gravity.
But they're related, no?
No,
Actually.
they're not related because, well, they are related. They're both imaginations.
So can you do physics without mathematics?
Yes. Haven't we gone over this before?
Unfortunately.
I mean, you call it
Unfortunately,
you call it a category error, but I'm just not convinced. You know?
Yeah, you're in a category error. Yes. Do we need to do it again? You know, I have the same citations.
Don't. We keep repeating things. So try engaging someone else.
Well, you're repeating things, so I'm going to repeat the same after your repeatings.
But you don't try to engage. You know, there's so many.
Yeah, I'm engaging right now. You dumbass.
Quantum, you need to
shut the fuck up. Don't tell me what I need to do. Shut your dumb ass up. Don't fucking speak to me. So, again, we're after we were after scientific evidence, but you sidestepped that. Good job. So now we're after the geometry, mathematics, like you said, of your globetard. How was your radius determined?
Again, using mathematics and physics. That's how it was determined.
Mathematics, there is no physics. You're in a fucking category area, you numbnuts.
You can call it what you want, but they found a number.
I'm going to call it what I want. Okay, you're a fucking retard.
Huey, let's just do this the slow way. And I know it's going to piss you off, but anyways. What part of physics did you use to measure the Earth tide?
See, if there is a radius, I mean, the idea that something is flat, right? You look at the moon.
You?
Okay, listen. Look, you look at the moon.
No, stop. Before you get all excited and fuck off onto some random tangent that no one gives a shit about.
It's not a tangent. It's not a tangent.
Back to the question. What part of physics did you use to measure the ball tard?
It's really fun. You guys have to be trolling, right? Like, you have to
Stop. Not interested in whether I'm a troll or not. It's a very simple question. You claimed it's a matter of physics. What part of
It is.
physics did you use to measure the ball tard?
idea
I like-
that something
I like it. I like the question,
just
man.
attracted to another object.
I like where your mind's at, Matrix.
There's so many interconnections that yet nuances you guys miss, you know, when you try to go this route.
Yeah, she'll pull this route. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Do you guys
Yes.
believe in
and-
gravity? Do you guys believe in gravity or
Yes,
no?
and Pocahontas was an MI6 mermaid and the mastermind behind the sinking of the Lusitania.
Okay, do you guys believe in the four fundamental forces of nature, or you?
Oh, that's lovely.
Are atoms also flat?
Let's stay there since he
if
since
the
he
world is
diverted
flat,
since
what
he
else is flat?
diverted away and has fucking diarrhea of the mouth. Since he's diverted away from your question, so can you tell us what are the four fundamental forces under the standard model, please? Floor is yours. What are the four fundamental forces?
Weak, electromagnetic, and gravitation.
Gravitation is not part of the model there, Sunshine.
No. Well,
No.
not standard, but this is the prevalent four fundamental.
No, it's not. It's not part of it.
Yes. Why are you going back to the standard? Look
It's
at
not.
the one.
It's just the standard. You said there are four fundamental forces.
Your name is quantum.
Yeah, it's a standard model of physics, right? That's what you just mindlessly parroted from Wiki. Go ahead.
I'm asking you. Do you guys believe in gravity? Do you think atoms are
Believe,
flat?
why would
What
I
else
need
is
to
flat?
believe? Why would I need to believe in gravity? Why would I need to believe in it? That's except without evidence in gravity when it's supposed to be scientifically validated.
That someone told says that according to flat Earth, it's all about just pressure. It's not about gravity.
According to Flat Earth, where's Flat Earth at? Where did they say that?
Well, someone said that it's all about pressure. You know, it's kind of
Someone,
like,
who's someone?
I don't know, some person who kind of has the same demeanor as you.
That's really weak sauce. I think you made that shit up.
No, it's someone here. I think maybe it was T-Dub or so. I don't know. I don't want to just name call. But it was someone who was like, gravity doesn't exist. It's just pressure. Everything is just pressure.
I don't really care what he said. You said the four fundamental forces were part of the, what was it, standard model? You sure about that?
No, you brought up the standard model. I said that there's four fundamental forces in nature.
No, there isn't.
And okay, so tell me how many there are. And
Well,
if they're
number one, there's only three forces. Gravity hasn't been a force for over 110 fucking years, dude. Let's take a look at these. Let's pull
look,
this up.
we can argue some.
Shut up. We can. You stuttering fool. Let's take a
can
look
argue
at.
semantics.
Let's take a look at this. Shut him up, Matrix.
But you don't even believe
Shut
in
the
gravity.
fuck him up. Shut up. So, according to your alma mater wiki, the standard model of particle physics is the theory describing three of the four known fundamental forces: the electromagnetic, weak, strong interactions. You kind of stumbled, and fumbled through them, while omitting gravity in the universe. You see that? Let's go to CERN. However, the most familiar force in our everyday lives, gravity, is not part of the standard model. Good night. There you go. Read them and weep. Dumb fuck.
Well, there was a theory about gravitons, but
Gravitons.
I
Oh,
never
we went
said
over that
something wrong.
earlier. We went over that earlier. You must have missed that. Did you miss that?
Yeah, I just came in.
Yeah, we went over gravitons earlier. 1 second. Freeman Dyson has a lot to say about this. One moment, please.
It's a theory, like straight
Gravity.
theory.
It's not a theory, you moron. You don't know what a scientific theory is at a fundamental level.
I mean, it's theoretical. I didn't.
No, theories are not theoretical, you dumbass. All right, let's take a look at this. Renowned physicist Freeman Dyson. This is 23 minutes after the hour, by the way. You know who Freeman Dyson is? Probably not. Interviewer asked him the question. The quanta of gravity, graviton, is a fiction. Question? Freeman Dyson. Yes. You can study it mathematically, but you can never study it in the real world.
Said it's theoretical.
Yeah, that means imaginatical.
Yeah, I mean, if you solve this, then you have essentially merged relativity and quantum mechanics.
Yeah, that will never happen. That's a shotgun marriage between two antithetical ideas. Period.
Yeah, I agree. But maybe there's something.
There is an agreement. It's not an agreement. It's just what it is.
Yeah, according to what we know now.
What we know now. What we knew 100 years ago. It's over.
Yeah, but before relativity, there was no idea of merging things. Right?
Before relativity, there was no idea of merging what thingies?
The quantum world with relativity.
With why would it?
Very two-dimensional.
There were no thingies before relativity. The only thingy was Newton.
Exactly. It's very two-dimensional.
Two-dimensional. Well, quantum mechanics took Newton, Einstein, and Maxwell to the woodshed and bludgeoned each of them to a bloody, lifeless pulp.
At the quantum level, yeah.
At all levels. Quantum level is reality. All of it's quantum level.
Wait, what? Then why are you quantum eraser? Then why are you not?
Why am I quantum eraser then? Holy fucking shit, dude.
Pencil.
Just stop. Stop. Get help. Just stop. Okay? My word.
So you said you're retired. How old are you? If you don't mind.
Ask your sister, I told her.
Again, I don't have a sister, but
it's the idea of it. I'll bet you do. What is your bestest scientific evidence for your globe?
the fact of the matter is, it's the most the globe science, globe mathematics.
Globe science. There is no globe science.
Okay.
Category error.
Call it category error. You can call
Category error. Yep.
Category error. Yeah. Right.
Yep. Because I'm asking you a what is question when natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate cause and effect question. Don't interrupt me, dumb fuck.
Okay.
My God. Just go on. Just leave. Fuck. It's like talking. It's like talking to a 3-month-old about trig.
You're the only one behaving like a 3-month-old.
Yeah. I'm talking to a 3-month-old about trig. That's what this.
Okay.
Have you listened to yourself recently? Aren't you embarrassed?
Listen.
I'm not listening to your dumbass. Fuck off.
The propaganda of globe Earth.
Fuck off.
I'll call it. I'll call it like you want.
Give us the physics of the measurement of the globe.
It's the most comprehensive.
Shout out the Matrix.
Flat Earth does not explain the world. That's what I'm trying to say.
Flat Earth doesn't explain anything because it's an inanimate object. Flat Earth doesn't explain anything because it's an inanimate object. Just like the globe Earth, it doesn't explain shit because it doesn't have lips, tongue, vocal cords, aerobic respiration, sentience, and intelligence. You're a fucking idiot. Reifying idiot. This is getting old, dude. I've been doing this for 9 years. Your arguments is the same ones that I had 9 years ago. You fucking idiot.
Maybe because you don't look at the actual science. You don't.
The
Look at
science. Well,
I've never heard you
science.
go through derivations. I've never heard
Science only deals. Science deals with
I have
natural
never
cause and effect
always
relationship.
talking about philosophy.
So what
always
the fuck? Oh, fuck off! Look, he's
Is this
spiraling.
science-
Just shut him up.
Is the science in the room with you now?
Okay, let's call it equations. You know, you guys are afraid of the word science. Let's call it
Equations. This equals that. So moron equals you. That's my equation.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yes, it does. Moron. Less than 0 IQ equals you. Less than 0. It's
That's
equivalent. It's equivalent. That's what it, what is an equation, dumb fuck?
Makes about as much sense as him trying to physics a measurement.
Yeah, I tried. I tried to get him on that, right?
I was waiting for it.
I adopted it quickly because I like it.
Matrix, are you the Australian? Are you the first or the one of the flat earthers of Australia? You seem like
Holy
you're from
shit!
there.
Like it's got a lot to do with anything, but I'm from Australia. Yes.
Okay.
I thought.
Are
my
there
accent
many
might
flat
have given
earthers
it
there?
away. Are there any?
Are there any or many? I'm just wondering why people haven't seen through the farce of the globalist, not globalist, but sorry, globe Earth propaganda. Why aren't there more flat earthers?
Argument from silence fallacy. Any other fallacies you want to introduce, you dumbass?
I'm asking a genuine
argument, and I'm telling you that is an argument from silence fallacy. Look it up.
Explain it. No, explain it.
Argument from silence, you dumbass. It explains itself. Holy shit. All right. Argument from silence for a fucking moron. Oh, boy. An argument from silence fallacy occurs when someone interprets a lack of mention or evidence about something as proof that it doesn't exist or it isn't true. Get it? Dumbass. Good. That's what you just did.
Must be an explanation though, beyond the fact.
That is the. Oh my. Just mute him.
Must be an explanation. That's it. To the pub.
You guys are convinced of just not answering or asking questions.
No, not answering or answering or answering or answering or asking or answering.
Yeah,
Thanks.
it's a lack of general curiosity about the world.
Actually, Brat, we do ask questions. That's why we're here. We haven't got answers to them. That's why we're here. Just like you.
It seems like flat Earth is mostly denying globe.
Stereotype fallacy.
Mostly denying globe.
Yeah.
We've been trying to measure your fucking globe and we can't find any curvature. So if it's not curved, it doesn't really leave many options.
Show us your physics measurement.
It wouldn't be helpful because you'll be calling it category error after we go through it. So
Yeah, it is. It's dumb fuck when I asked it. That's why I started laughing. Is a carpenter a physicist?
yeah, you can say that.
Yeah, you have to admit it. You.
I mean, imagine him taking like a soggy
You
piece
fucking retard, man. You have to admit that
Soggy
to
piece of
stay
wood.
consistent, right? So a carpenter is a physicist. Hey,
Not a physicist exactly, but he
Matrix.
uses physics. Okay,
Matrix, yeah, I'm sure he does.
he uses physics.
Matrix, that was the topper.
Everyone
So,
does.
I'm gonna have to take my leave from you, man. I can't. It's time to relax.
Before you give yourself a stitch.
I mean, you don't even believe in physics.
All right.
So.
Have a good one, guys. Catch you on the flip side. Yep.
Well, QE was more well behaved this time around. That's strange.
You reckon?
Just curious, does anyone have any dimensions for the flat Earth? I never heard any. I don't know if you guys have come up with anything as of late, but like length, width, height, depth, anything like that.
You have to go to the ice wall in order to measure that.
Okay. Do you have any like preliminary numbers or?
I mean, I've watched Game of Thrones, so.
Will that a qualifier? Awesome.
So I'm just curious. I asked Jimsy this earlier, but he was interrupted by the quantum eraser guy. If the Earth is in fact flat, does it actually sit on something? How is it situated? What do you guys think? Or is it suspended in animation?
Floated the idea of the turtles. You know, the turtles are holding the world up, but he didn't like that. So I don't know how. I asked like how far
The reason
flat
he
is
didn't
the
like
Earth,
it.
or how
the reason he
far
didn't
flat
like
is
it-
reality? Like, are atoms flat? Like what? How far flat
Yeah,
are we
no,
going?
that's just retarded, bro. The reason he doesn't like it is you're trying to mix two different cosmologies together. One of them which is just a mathematical construct, and you're trying to insert something you don't even know about that you've been shown a picture, like a flat fucking biscuit or a pizza on the back of a turtle. How do you come up with this dumb shit?
That's a good question.
I saw something on the
That's all.
internet, therefore it must be funny or true. So I'm going to come in here and
Right,
try
right.
and
That you can
emphasize.
sum the flat Earth up exactly what you're talking about. So.
What is it? How is it situated? I'm just asking a question. I'm not talking about anything on the internet or anything like that.
Yeah, the problem is you come in and ask the same stupid questions every second day.
Well, nobody
what
answers
shape
it.
is
That's
it?
why.
Why would you designate a shape to something that you've never been around?
I'm asking you because this is what you're saying. So I'm
Right.
asking you to give me
Raiden,
information.
listen carefully. Why would you designate a shape to something you have not been around? I have not been around the entire fucking lot of it, so I don't know if it's a square, a rectangle, a triangle, or even if it's some zigzaggy shape. I
Okay,
don't
fair,
know.
fair enough.
I haven't been
Fair
there.
enough. Okay,
And I've
fair
told
enough.
you this before, and every fucking second day you come in, what shape is it?
Well, I didn't ask what shape it was. I asked what it was situated on, but that's fair enough. Thank you. I didn't know if it was sitting on something or suspended in animation or what, but was holding it up, in other
Here's a
words.
cool idea. Grab yourself a shovel and start digging. And when you poke your little head out the other side, you can tell us.
Okay, that sounds scientific.
Not everyone is in Australia, you know. So we live around the world. Okay, across the world.
You
Sorry,
live
not around
across
the
the
world.
world.
Across the world. Right. So how come, like, why is the Earth the only one that's flat? Why isn't the moon flat? Why isn't the sun flat? Why aren't the stars flat? Genuine question.
Probably that's how they were created.
Created by
Creator.
So I asked this yesterday. What's your opinion on the firmament and that kind of idea?
It's my opinion of it. Well, I've never gone up and rubbed my hands across it, so one thing we do know is fact that you need containment to have air pressure, so there must be some kind of container there. If we're contained, you ain't going to space. So your hopes and dreams of being an astronaut one day, I can just put in the bin now.
Came across this clip of that guy Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he said the flattest thing in the world is probably the surface of the not the surface, but the like if you shrunk the Earth down according to his globe propaganda, right? If you shrunk the globe down to like a ball and you rub your finger across it, it would probably be the flattest thing that you can touch.
And yet we're still stuck with the same problem. You got to prove the ball tart in the first place.
Right.
So you can have all these hypothetical, let's shrink it down, let's blow it up, let's dance across it, let's throw it at each other, but you've still got to prove it in the first place. Once you understand that you've been force-fed a mathematical construct as reality, then you'll probably start getting somewhere.
But you understand the situation flat earthers are in, right? Like technology is only going to improve.
What has technology got to do with you proving the shape of the Earth?
Well, people are going to go to Mars eventually. We're going to colonize a planet.
See, appeal to future. That's awesome.
No, not only that, but better pictures, better ways to gauge the Earth, what it is, everything.
The pictures so far are constructed. They're not actual pictures. They're images.
Right. You call it all propaganda, but like how much?
I didn't say it was propaganda. I said they are constructed. Please stop mincing shit up. Stick to the subject, mate. Stop trying to scattergun.
So what about all these launches and stuff?
I've informed you that these pictures are constructed.
Okay, constructed. Let's not call it propaganda. They're constructed. But then how much are you prepared to call constructed? Because the ground is really shrinking underneath your feet,
The ground is shrinking now.
Yeah.
Awesome. I'm so glad QE's not in here for that shit.
Why do you take it literally? I'm just saying that there's going to be a lot more information that's going to come out of the globe.
Mate, if you've been listening to the bullshit space propaganda and all the rest of the crap...
Oh, now you call it propaganda. So you can call it propaganda, but I can't. Okay.
Relax, Junior. When you live a bit longer, you'll understand that there's quite a lot of shit that gets spewed out of fucking NASA and the television and all this other crap that goes on. And every couple of years, they make all these great claims. And every couple of years, we can't do it for whatever reason. There's a space rock in the way. Or someone's forgot to put the fucking right O-ring in or some shit. Every few years, there's a positive thing. And every few years, there's a negative to make sure it doesn't happen. We've been promised a moon base since the fucking 70s. We've been promised a space station since the 80s. And none of it's fucking happened. And now guess what? I'll be fucking dead and gone before any of it does, and most of you baltards are too fucking stupid to see it. You're sitting there arguing for something that's never gonna happen. And the sad part is, there's dudes that are well older than me that have been saying the same thing. They've been promising this, they've been promising that, and they're still waiting, and they will take it to the grave with them. When are you gonna wake up, son?
mean, they haven't. I mean, they never promised that they will do it. You know.
No,
it's always
they
been,
never have.
Yeah, it's always been hypothetical. So I think it's on the people.
Fancy that. You starting to see it yet? It's all hypothetical. Oh,
Well, not
we
all
can
of
do
it.
this. We can do that. Well, how about instead of we can, how about you fuck off and go and do it, and then someone might believe you.
Fair enough. I mean, AI is unprecedented, right? No one ever thought, no one ever questions it now. Now they've done it, right? So I think it's
Have
just
they
about
done it?
pace.
Have they done it, or have they just got extremely fast computers that are good at spitting out information?
I mean, there's it's the scale at which it's been adopted, and
So you're assuming that it's happening. Have they done it, or is it just extremely fast computing?
not exactly. I mean, this kind of like neural networks. What they're doing essentially is they're recreating the human mind in a digital way, and that's unprecedented.
See, you're so hooked on the jargon, son.
It's not jargon, though.
Hey, Barra, this is what I want you to do. Go and jump on your favorite AI search engine and ask it, is it truly AI, or is it just extremely fast computing? Sorry if you don't like the answer.
At the end of the day, it's about how it affects us. It's relative. It's not like is it truly AI? Like how truly human are we? You know?
Oh, so now this is you're just jumping to another point again.
It's
So
not
you're trying to
another
step
point.
away from it. You
It's
are.
how it's
you
useful
scattergun,
to-
son. Stop scattergunning. You started off trying to physics a measurement, and look where you are now. Telling me it's not truly AI. Who cares?
The only point I'm trying to make is the pace at which technology is growing. All these arguments, you have to retreat to more and more philosophical arguments to defend flat Earth. Is what I'm trying to get at.
This is not philosophical. This is a pure measurement. Haven't you seen the guys or any of the videos with the
Anytime I
guys
bring up
shooting
science,
lasers? Barra, haven't
Might.
you seen any of the
Anytime.
guys shooting lasers across large bodies of water? Yes or no? Have you seen this done?
Yes, I have.
And over what distance?
I don't
10
know.
miles? 20 miles?
I've seen them shoot it through to space as well. So, what's the point here?
Why would I care if someone gets a fucking laser pointer and points a gun up in the sky? We get in trouble over here for doing that. Pilots have a little cry.
Right.
So, have you watched any of the videos where they're doing laser transits, long distance ones? Yes or no?
I guess not to my
Pretty
memory.
simple.
No.
You've either done it or you have not. Have
No,
you
no, no,
watched
no.
one?
No. I don't remember. I definitely have. I just don't remember the.
Well, I'll do you a favour. I'll snag one for you and put it up in text chat so you can watch it. Those laser things. Tests.
Do they find out that the laser is pointing at the back of their head? Is that the end of the video? Or
Why are you coming up with dumb shit like that?
Okay,
Why
okay,
would a
okay,
laser
okay.
hit you in the back of the head, you numpty? Copy link. They are.
Ben from Taboo Conspiracy went to Utah, and he was on one side of the lake with his sons. His wife was on the other side of the lake. She had a laser. He had a camera. They waited till nightfall. But before that, he just thought he'd just set the camera up and just zoom in straight across to the shoreline on the other side. Just see everything. No fucking horizon blocking his view. Straight across. And then they waited till nightfall and they saw the blue laser light. His sons could see it with their naked eye. Standing like 4 or 5 foot high. Camera picked it up too. Straight across. His wife lowered it down to the water. They could still see it. Was not blocked from view. There's no fucking curvature. Fucking morons.
See, 46 past the hour. I just chucked one of many there for you. A couple of lads that come in here have actually gone out and done this stuff. See, the issue I've got with it, right? If there was, say, only a 5 meter difference in curved or not curved, and the laser always pointed in the middle, I'd say, yep, you've got a solid argument. But 28.6 miles, you're looking at a 400-foot offset if it's curved. Now, I think one of them was out by 8 inches. You know, like 400 foot, 8 inches. Pretty close, I'd say. What do you reckon? This is the problem, mate. You guys are all sitting there going, but mathematically, we don't care about your mathemagic. It's great. Get out in the real world and have a look at what's going on. There is no curvature. Hey, Tito, whatever happened to that crew that were going up to Iceland or somewhere that were taking all that very expensive equipment to do filming and stuff? I haven't heard anything.
Haven't heard back from them. Yeah, haven't heard back from them yet. They were gonna give Demoki's side view and everything.
Yes. That's what I was interested in seeing. Because everyone always goes, oh, it's refracted, it's bending down or bending up or whatever retarded reason. But I remember him telling us that they were actually going to sit someone midway at 90 degrees to the laser, offset to one side, and actually look back and film the laser from start to end, which would be a freaking awesome job. I did offer to carry their bags. But yeah, I haven't heard back about that because they said their main goal was to actually get decent film of it, because most of the flat earthers are actually too busy doing their tests or observation as opposed to filming it, and that's why we've always got shit footage. But anyways.
There's some world record shot of Mount Fuji. I mean, like, it's not the longest distance photo ever taken, I think, from the ground.
You're doing the loud quiet thing.
Sorry. Yeah, there's a Mount Fuji shot someone took. I think it's record breaking in the sense that it's the furthest away shot of Mount Fuji ever, or something like that.
Jimsy, are you still there?
Shut up, Raiden, you fucking rude prick. I will kick you out of here, and then I'll request Heretic just get rid of you permanently. Don't like you. You pretentious fuck. Shut the fuck up.
I wanted to
Mute
ask
yourself,
you a question.
or I'll mute you. I'm muting you. Rude prick. Anyway, yeah. And there's a lake in the foreground, and then there's like just land and land and land and land. I think it's 180 kilometers or something, and it's like way in the distance. You got Mount Fuji, and I mean, I think the lake has enough distance to it that it would form a horizon, right? But then any land you see would be because it's poking up over that horizon. It's not there. It's not what you see. You just see across to the shore. Yeah, it's a really good one. It's on Flat Earth Banjo and Kazooie.
In answer to your question, Raiden, the fact that you started talking halfway through his fucking conversation, yeah, that's probably what's wrong.
I don't give a shit what you thought I was, Raiden. I don't think anybody cares. I really seriously, Raiden, I wouldn't mind if we never saw you again in here. There's some people I just don't like, and you're one of them.
Kevin.
There's the video of Mount Fuji.
Thank you.
Now, apparently, there's contention about the actual location of where that picture was taken from and what altitude, but it doesn't matter. There's no horizon blocking your view.
The decision to bar the AP reporter from the Oval Office and the diplomatic reception room last night? Well, first of all, let me just set the record straight. It is a privilege to cover this White House. It's a privilege to be the White House press secretary. And nobody has the right to go into the Oval Office and ask the president of the United States questions. That's an invitation that
I'd take it to some other channel, man. Ski. It's not, not the right channel for that.
It was funny, hey? I was just watching the video, and I'm sort of skipping through it. Next thing I hear this other shit going, I was like, fuck, what have I picked up, a radio station or some shit?
Yeah, what the hell? I was like, what is that, a commercial?
So what
Sound
makes
like
it
a-
worse for me, I just grabbed a new set of headphones today. So I'm just looking around going, okay, what have I done?
4,372 side effects of side effects.
It sounded like a press conference or something.
Yeah, that thing on Fuji's interesting. They even allowed for a observer height of 3.5 meters. Wow.
Yeah, yeah. I had Negator like up me about that, posting that, going back a couple of years, or probably more than that. I don't know how old that video is. Pretty old.
4 years old.
Yeah, yeah. And he said that's really taken from some other place. It's some monastery or something, right? That's higher up. Blah 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 blah. I said, oh yeah, how high is it? And he gave me the height, and then I did the numbers on it, and I went, oh, well, how come that lake isn't? Well, the water there isn't forming a horizon in front of it, like, because it'd have to be from the numbers that he gave me. There would have had to be. It would have had to be a horizon. You wouldn't see the shore on the other side. You wouldn't see. It'd just like a line of water and then some land maybe sticking up over the top of it and the top of Mount Fuji. But you wouldn't have that view. He was like, "I'll figure this out. I'll get you, Gadget, next time, Gadget, next time."
Ah, yes. Strokes cat. Oh, shit. Very interesting. I like how they've shown on it how far technically you should see, and the actual photo. Beforehand, they lower it right down and say, "Well, this is what you should have seen," pending everything being true and correct.
Yeah, yeah. It's a nice shot, regardless. Like, it's just a nice shot, nice photography. So, I figured out how flat the Earth is. The average elevation of all the land masses that we're told about, right, is about 850 meters above
That's
sea
the
level.
average.
Yep, that's your worldwide average. Yep.
Interesting. Some of those little hills are fucking tall.
Yeah. Hey, did you? I don't know, Matrix. Have you heard me talk about this before? Okay, so there's a little island, west. I think it's southwest of Western Australia, and on it is a volcano. They call it Big Ben. Now, apparently, that's Australian territory, and Big Ben is higher above sea level than Mount Kosciuszko.
What?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Taller. It's the highest mountain in Australia. Because technically it's in Australian territory. I can't remember the island. I'll look it up.
Well, that's I was just on Google Tide Map. What do you got? French Southern Antarctic lands, Heard Island and McDonald Island. But they're a fair way off. I don't think they'd be.
That might be. I think it might be. Yeah, maybe it's McDonald.
There you go. Territory of Heard Island and McDonald Island is an Australian external territory comprising a volcanic group of barren Antarctic islands. About 2/3 away from Madagascar to Antarctica. The group's overall land area is 370 square k's. It has 1.9 kilometres of coast. There you go. How cute. A hobby farm.
Again, the top of that volcano is 2,745 meters above sea level.
So if one was a pilot, that would be a fair marker that you could go off. Pointy rock to the right hand side, keep flying.
Especially if it was smoking, because it's active, still active. Man, if that erupted like while it's covered in frost or whatever, got ice all over it, and she starts erupting, man, it'd put out some steam, wouldn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
You got a SpaceX launch in 3 minutes.
Awesome.
Thanks,
Suppose
ground
all the
control.
Ball tides will be off staring at that.
Where exactly is this rocket going?
Well, in order to go anywhere, you've got to go sideways and you've got to go back down.
You know, I'm surprised it's you who's responding to that, not the Globers, dude. They should be excited, dude. Raring for tonight. Look, guys,
wait.
the rocket's going to space. Oh my god.
I can't wait for it. It's going.
Yeah, they're gonna be drooling, dude.
We're gonna watch it on TV, and then we're gonna sit down and have a game of Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, I never got into Dungeons and Dragons or Warhammer or any of those.
Hey, mate.
G'day.
And
Hey,
how's it going? Who we got there? FBI James.
You know. He went on deafen.
What? And now he's gone.
What the heck? PFP was a cat in a fucking bottle.
Yeah, I can't really have a crack at people at their profile pictures. Mine's got a busted egg.
That's clever, that one. Where'd you find that?
By accident one day, I was just on the internet because I used to have me little finger flipping the bird. Like, you know how Vom's got the little peace symbol? Mine was the same as that, but just flipping the bird. And a lot of people were having a cry about it. So I thought, I might change it. And it was just pure luck that I was scrolling through the interwebs and that just popped up. And I thought, you know what? That looks cool. I'm taking it.
Nice.
Yeah, there's the full size one that I snagged. So if you just want to abuse it, go for it.
What is that? Eggshells aren't flat?
Eggshells are broken. Well, if we're just about to have a rocket taken, about 40 minutes, we're going to have a whole truckload of morons, or the clown car, as Jedi calls it, will pull up out the front, and we'll have some clowns.
They need some fuel, some inspiration. It's like, like you put on the heavy music, to like lift weights or whatever, or have a workout, They put on rocket launchers. Remember that dude that tried saying that him and his dad were listening to the astronauts talk to each other on the moon when they during the Apollo missions with their ham radio?
Yes, I was listening to one afternoon talking about that.
How are they hearing the radio?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
On their ham radios, they reckon they dialed into the correct frequency and they hear everything the astronauts were saying.
Wonder if it had the little like sounds with it.
I find it interesting with that ham radio stuff. A lot of the guys will go, "Oh, ham radio proves the curvature because it only goes so far." Well, the interesting thing is, when I was in Scouts, so this is a fucking long time ago, there's a thing called JOTA. Was it Jamboree of the Air? And they all get their little ham radios out, talk to each other across the world. And from the middle of New South Wales, we got to talk to some kids from Japan. So I don't know if that disproves their curve claims or not. Yeah, it was very interesting time.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, radio signals are interesting thing. Like, because I was living at this place. It was in a valley, but I was up on the side of one of the hills of the valley, but I was still not like above the valley. I was still inside the valley, and it was like surrounded by hills higher than me. Right, and we'd put the CB on at night, and we listen to the radio station, of course. Like, yeah, this is out in the scrub, right? We listen to the radio, but we'd have the CB on, in case, like, because it was a community, and that's how they kept in communication with each other. But occasionally you'd get these blasts of, different language, right? And what they were told was, like, from officials that that would be Indonesian fishermen off the coast of Indonesia. It's like, what? That's like thousands of miles away.
Well, normally fishing vessels use V8. I think it is. Land is
And that was
UHF.
Ocean, that was UHF.
So yeah, you shouldn't have been picking, unless they use different frequencies. Well, which could quite be possible. Stopping
Well, they could have been on the east coast because, like, that's east of Grafton. West of Grafton, sorry. So it could have been Indonesian fishermen that had travelled down to the east coast from Indonesia, but they'd still be a fair way out. I mean, from the coastline, and even then, it's still probably another hour, or 100 k's, probably as the crow flies to the coast from where I was there.
Cool.
At least.
I'll be back in a minute.
I'm listening to this rocket right now, and there's people talking on the radio saying stage one.
Where'd you hear that come through?
Oblivion posted a link, a broadcast from X.com.
All right, okay, yeah.
They just said stage one trajectory nominal. These guys are role playing really hard right now.
Yeah, you can listen to I don't know if you can, like, listen to NASA, like, real live time, like, missions and stuff, but on the scanners you can pick up their training from the training facilities. You can listen in on.
What do you think would
NASA.
happen if I got a radio connected to the police frequency and started talking to them?
They'd probably attempt to track you down.
A lot of the police stuff now is digital and it's encrypted.
Yeah, and it'd be a federal offence to interfere with the communications of authorities.
Well, they don't own the actual frequency bands. Like, you can't own frequency bands.
No, but it's encrypted. And you would think common sense would say, well, I'm just going to file a FOIA request, a Freedom of Information request. Well, they're just going to refuse. They're not going to give the encryption. So you can't listen in on it. You can only hear what they want you to be able to hear through those free or paid apps. You're not going to listen to their tactical channels or any of their other channels or anything that they want to be left encrypted.
Yeah, when I was a kid, AM radio, or no, it might have been FM radio actually. Oh, no, it probably was AM actually, because yeah, you get better reception with AM, I think, at night. And I'd wait till I was only like 12, 13-year-old, and I'd wait till night, and I'd tune into this radio station that was like, oh jeez, hundreds of kilometres away, right? Because I was in like mid New South Wales, and this was like, mid Queensland, long way. Because they'd have this segment. Yeah, you call up and tell a joke, and I'd listen to my parents tell jokes, and then ring up and retell them on this radio station, and then record it, on my old cassette tape radio player. The old days. But yeah, that was a long way. But you couldn't pick it up in the daytime, only at night. Hundreds of kilometres away. Yeah, because it asked me, oh, where you calling from? Telling me, he'd be like, where? I'd say, oh, New South Wales. He'd be like, New South Wales? How are you listening to this? I do. I just pick it up on the radio station. What's up, Fry?
Yo, what's up? What's up?
How's our favourite Globe second to Dan
Oh,
Fezler?
damn. That's high praise.
I said second to Dan Fezler.
Oh, shit, okay. I like him.
See, Tesla was a real scientist.
Hmm? Was?
Not like Albert Einstein or Isaac Newton or Aristotle.
I don't know. I like that Anthony Fauci guy. I heard he did a lot.
Oh,
And
yeah.
then all of us scientists, all of us are finding out the truth using nature, So we are scientists in a way. In the most real way, in fact. You think of yourself as a scientist?
Why, yes, I do. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Truther is just another name for scientist. It's a journey for the truth.
Did you say Pooter?
Truther.
Truth.
Oh,
The truth.
right, Truther. Okay.
Mhm. A conspiracy theorist is a theoretical physicist.
What was said earlier? Someone came in and was saying, "Are you a what is it? Are you a hypothetical physicist or something?"
Who said that?
Someone, I don't know. Says,
Hmm.
what? A hypothetical physicist?
Hypothetical physicist. That's funny. Do any of you guys know anything about ADHD or know anyone who has ADHD?
Yeah.
Do you have to take meds for that? Like, how does it work?
Yeah, you can.
You don't have to?
Don't have to. Don't have to. I mean, like, if you've got cancer and somebody offers you treatment, you don't have to.
See.
I've heard that it helps, but not that we're supposed to get deep into those sort of discussions. But I have heard that it does help.
See. See.
Now, whether that is because the person has a specific condition, which has been termed ADHD, or whether or not the particular form of treatment they use just simply has that effect on anyone, I don't know.
Right. Anyway, Flat Earth. What's new in Flat Earth, man? Yes,
Still
sir.
flat.
Need something new. Yeah, this TFE guy, Will Duffy, has sort of gone quiet now. I don't see as many updates from him.
He might be locked into a contract. He might be legally bound not to speak about something now. Especially if he's made deals with some sort of film company or something like that.
Oh. Okay. I thought there would be like way more videos after he came back, but like there's not been as many.
What did Will Duffy do?
Nothing. That's sort of the problem. He's not doing anything. I thought like he would have way more content when he came back, but
Back from where?
from supposedly the Antarctic.
Oh, he went there too?
Yep.
Okay. Is he globe or flat?
He's a glober. He's a goober. But like,
Doesn't the 24-hour sun support their like that? That's what they believe, right?
Yeah.
So why would he avoid talking?
it's not that he's. I mean, he's just not made as much content as he made like before going. There's like so much content. We just upload a new video every 3 days. Now it's like, I mean, he's still uploading, but it's like, raw footage and like stuff like that. It's not like he's not talking or anything. I don't know. Maybe that was the plan, I suppose. What else? What else? Do you guys consider doing like on the road activism, like talking to people on the streets and stuff like that? I know there's like
Yeah,
city meetups, but I've not seen anyone do it.
yeah. My favorite was Dell's activism, his street activism. Like he's gone loopy now. I mean, he thinks that he's living on an upward rising fucking disc or something now. Like he's lost the plot.
No way.
Yeah, but back in the day, he was doing this activism, and he's a big Scottish man, right?
Mm.
And you can barely understand him, like the way he talks, but he's got the thick accent. But he'd go out onto the street, he's big burly freaking Scot, and he'd be approaching kids walking out of the university, like scrawny little runts, and he'd be like grabbing them and say, "Oi, have a look at this bottle," Could you make the give him this bottle of water and tell him to tip it, and he'd say, "See how it just maintains its orientation?" And they're like, "Oh yeah." And he'd be saying, what does that mean? And they're like, and he'd be telling them about flat Earth, and they're like, "Yes, sir. No, sir."
Yeah. Funny. Pretty funny.
Because he's so big and intimidating, like they're not going to argue with him.
It's hilarious. Is he on YouTube?
Yeah. What's he called? Beyond the Imaginary Curve or something. I think that's what it is. Beyond the Imaginary Curve.
All right. I found him. Nice. Nice. I've not heard of him. Flat Earth, taking to the streets of Edinburgh. Nice. Super cool.
See.
Have you guys met a flat earther who used to believe we went to the moon? And then when they found out that the earth is flat, they found out the moon is definitely a hoax. The moon landing.
Well, you see, the moon is a projection, right?
Projection.
It's all in your head. It's not really there. Just like the other planets, they're not really there. It's like it's something else. But that's what your mind comprehends.
But you can say that about anything. So the stars are not really there. It's all in my head.
Yes. And it's under your
What
skin.
about?
You gotta peel your skin off to get it. Peel your skin off. It's under your skin. They're crawling. They're in your skin.
Oh my god. Are you trolling?
Oh, before I wasn't, now I am.
Before you weren't?
Mm-hmm.
So you weren't trolling when you said that the stars are a projection? You said
The moon.
the moon's a projection.
Mm-hmm.
What's a projection?
It's it's a hologram.
Oh, who's projecting it then? Do we know?
The elite.
The elite.
Where from? Where are they projecting it from?
The center of the Earth. You ever hear of Hollow Earth? Hollow flat Earth, to be more precise.
What the fuck? I honestly
look it up.
cannot tell if we're trolling.
So below the flat Earth, there is like a mini star that pushes the Earth up and creates what you guys think is gravity. Because when the flat plane moves up, that makes you stationary. So we're always moving up. Think about it like that.
So you're a Yumi.
Say what?
So you're a Yumi. Upward moving Earth up.
I can't hear you. You got to put your mic closer, man. I have you up like the whole way.
Yumi is like upward moving earther.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
They do have people that believe this, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's true. You don't have to believe it because it's true. Like, the world doesn't, confirm your feelings. Just because you feel like the Earth is a globe doesn't mean it is.
I don't feel the Earth's a globe. It doesn't feel like a globe to me.
What do you think the Earth is? You know it's flat, right?
No, I know it's a globe, but it doesn't feel like a globe.
It feels flat. So why do you think it's a globe when you think it's flat? Your head's telling you it's flat, so why are you gonna...
Why do you think it's an upward moving disc?
Because, I mean, what else? How else would you be on the planet? And it's not a disc. It's not.
What the hell do you mean?
Excuse me. It's not
What
a
do you
disk
mean?
per se.
Hold
The
on. What do you
flat
mean? How else would
plane
you be on a
is
planet?
infinite.
Okay.
Like there is many more worlds beyond the ice wall. So you know these UFOs, they are aliens, but they're not extraterrestrials. They're from beyond the ice wall.
What the
Space
fuck?
isn't real.
So they built the ice wall, so there's like a space Trump over on the other side, like build that wall.
No. No one's building the walls. The ice wall is all natural. There's many ice walls on the plane. Thousands, maybe an infinite amount, because the plane itself is infinite.
The walls are natural.
Yes.
Why
the
don't you
ice
show
walls
me
are
one of these
natural.
walls? I want to see one of these ice
How do
walls.
they make
Ice wall.
themselves? Show us how they naturally make themselves a wall.
Here, I'll show you the ice wall.
No, I want to see how they're made.
Look, it's something like this. Let me show you. It's in the chat. Hold on.
How does the ice wall get formed?
It's just natural because it's colder in these
I'm
areas. But
asking
it's
you
That's a
not,
how
it's not like
it's
this.
formed.
That's a
You
cartoon,
see,
dude.
it's not exactly like this. The ring. It's not rings. There's many.
Hey, Gummy, be
circles
quiet
of
for a
Not
second.
ice wall.
Gummy, be quiet for a second. How come when we asked you to show us the ice walls, you posted a cartoon?
This is just some visuals.
Those aren't. Well, where's the evidence? We want to see the evidence for your claim.
Do you have evidence for the world being round?
Who said I'm a glober?
See, I'm laughing because
When did I
the
say I'm a
world's not
glober?
round. Here, let me show you. I'll show you the ice wall. Hold on.
Okay, dude.
God.
I did love that. Do you have evidence for the world being round? At no stage did he say that he was a round tard.
There you go. There's the ice wall.
Man.
That's a nice shelf.
The ice shelf is an ice wall. Let's be real.
Okay, and what is this wall surrounding?
Our plane.
So, do you have evidence of this entire wall surrounding a plane?
Do you have evidence for the world being round? No. So I mean, like, we gotta
What do
take
you-
what we can get here.
What are you trying to argue here exactly? Saying I have no evidence for the Earth being round?
I'm
I
trying
know
to
I don't.
argue the Earth isn't really the Earth. The Earth is just a place on
breathe for a
the
second.
fucking
Gummy.
plane.
Gummy, stop for a second.
Okay.
Why did you instantly attack him and state that he has no evidence for the Earth being round?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He is a
Apologies.
listen. He's a flat earther. It's highly probable he's trying to look for evidence of curvature too.
This is just my beliefs, okay? Many flat earthers have
Excellent.
like
That's
different
what we
theories.
wanted to know. Now we've got to the crux of it. It's just a belief system. Stop believing, get out and do some research, and start knowing.
So, what was your theory on the flat Earth?
My theory?
Yes.
It's flat. It's not a theory, mate. It's flat. Planar with topography.
So you think the flat Earth is not an infinite disk, but it's finite, right?
Okay, stop. Where the fuck did you get, I think it's not a it's finite out of planar with topography?
Well, I'm just trying to understand what you're getting at. Why are you getting so? I'm just trying to understand.
Gummy,
No,
you're
no,
not
no,
trying
no,
to
no, no.
understand.
You're
No, don't fucking no.
ridiculous.
Stop trying to imagine other shit. When someone says, "All right, fuck off," then don't listen. I don't care. Have a nice life. Good luck next time you're in here. Sorry for taking your toy away, Fandos.
I can't tell if that guy was actually a flat earth. I think he was a flat earther, but
Yumi. Upward moving earther.
what's that?
Bro, honestly, he might have been a globe troll. I cannot tell. With these people, it's so insane.
We had one before Fry, and I'm pretty sure it was him. Upward moving earthers or upward rising earthers. They're just flat earthers, but their whole thing to describe gravity, everything is just moving up. So this Earth of theirs is always constantly rising. Therefore, everything
Oh
else
yeah,
should be going in the opposite direction.
I've met those people before, but this guy was saying some weird shit, man. He's like, the stars are under your skin and shit like that. I'm like, I don't think like a Yumi would say that.
But it's weird that I was just talking about Dell and he comes in.
Why is that weird?
Because Dell is a Yumi.
Oh, I see. I don't know, man. Okay, but okay, so the Yumi position though. Do you guys have any refutation for that? Like, they might be right. Because like in the in the globe model of how physics sort of works, I don't think you can demonstrably prove that. Like, is how to explain this? Like when you're inside the frame of reference, there's no experiment you can do to know that like is the Earth moving up or like things are falling down. Does that make sense? So are you guys saying that it's impossible, or are you guys saying that it's unknown? Like you don't know
What's impossible?
that the Earth's going upwards. Yumi.
Oh, is there somebody named Yumi in here?
No. Just the upward moving Earth position. UME.
Oh, that kind of Yumi.
Yeah.
Well, if it's true, then there must be some sort of way of measuring this motion.
That's what I'm saying. Like, classical physics would say that there is like 0 experiments you can do to know if.
And if that were true, that would require all the stars and everything relative to us as well to be moving the exact same acceleration.
Not necessary. I mean, yeah, I suppose, yeah. Why not? You know, why not? Like, this is speculation, of course, but like, if there is a dome and the stars are attached to the dome, the Earth's moving up, the dome is probably moving with it.
And I don't know, that doesn't really make sense because what about helium balloons? So does that mean?
Okay, I mean, right.
That would imply putting helium in a balloon would give it a force upwards.
Wait, I see what you mean. I mean, you guys don't. Wait.
That's not really true. It's just that.
Wait, you guys don't fuck
helium.
with the downward bias, correct? There's no downward bias.
What, like things fall down? I think relative density explains it better than downward bias because not everything goes down.
Honestly, I feel it's the same thing. It's really the same thing. I feel like philosophers have like a different way of saying it, but I feel like if it is, I don't know, maybe you guys you don't want to use the word. I don't know, man. Like it. So
The only thing is they call it a downward bias because the Earth is a giant solid object, and the thing is that anything that has a density higher than that of the air is just going to fall down.
Right.
Like if the Earth was just a giant cloud, then that wouldn't be the case. But saying that's kind of ridiculous. But I don't like the word downward bias.
Like the point is like even with relative density, it So density has a particular direction where heavier things go, right? And like lighter things go the opposite of that direction. That's really what I think downward bias is pointing at. It's just, I don't know, it generally feels like a different way of saying it. Like, density could have just easily worked the other way. Like, heavier things go up and lighter things go down.
Well,
In
it
that
doesn't work
case,
that way.
yeah, but what I'm saying, like, if it worked that way, there would be like an upward bias, right?
That means that even you would be going up. Would you like to be like
True.
floating up in the air with no ground to clamp your feet on to move around?
But then maybe like the dome would be the ground and the ground would be the sky. I mean, like it's what I'm saying is density has like a specific orientation of putting things in order. That's really what it's pointing to. But I don't know. Maybe there is.
I'm sorry, but what you just said is kind of ridiculous, dude.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so.
Weight adds more, no bias, no constant. Doesn't mass, right? Lowers you add weight to the balloon, it goes up. Empty balloon weighs 3 grams, drop it. Has mass, you add weight. What the fuck? Weight weighs more fill. Yeah, old dude. Yes, that's true. That is true. But like like regardless of my position as a flat earther or like glober, I feel like it's it's not a huge point to debate over if it's called downward bias or relative density or whatever. It's
Yeah, no, I said I personally felt like it was a silly thing to say. I understand it. I just personally think that it's silly to call it
downward bias.
without, yeah.
Mhm.
Hello, Fry.
Hello.
I'm still banned from your vegan channel.
How is your ban not expired?
I've been banned from there for like probably 20 days straight.
How?
I have no idea.
What the
Because a senior mod gotcha.
Why do you wanna go there, man?
I have some questions I need to ask them.
Is it possible for me to unban you?
I have no idea. I think so.
Okay, you know what? I'll ask the mods. Hang on. What's up with this? Your name. Thing is, I'm not super active there, so I don't want to step on anyone's toes, but I have asked about you. Let's see what they have to say.